World of Monsters and Beasts, Kunlun Mountain. Xiao Su stood on the Hydra skeleton with green flames burning all over its body and climbed up the holy mountain from the west. Every time he takes a step up, the world will tremble slightly. Those ferocious beasts that had been hiding because of their previous defeats could also feel that their strength had increased. In addition to the Gu eagles and ferocious beasts that had escaped before, there were many ancient ferocious beasts that had been hiding for who knows how long in various places and also revived at this time. They began to gather towards the source of the change, the Kunlun Mountains. When Xiao Su arrived at the top of the mountain, many powerful beasts had gathered at the foot of the mountain. They were stunned when they saw on the top of the mountain that the person who revived the old heaven was actually a human being. But then he felt the powerful force again, and he trembled and fell to the ground. "Come on, revive!" Xiao Su shouted loudly. The Hell Hydra under him also raised its head and let out a silent hiss. 9 beams of light shot into the sky from their bodies, and as the earth trembled, the whole world began to move slowly. The revival of the old heavenly way is quickly attracting the two worlds closer. What happened over there? Why can't I go back? Ao Xing said with a frown on the sea. There is an eye in the East China Sea, which is one of the shortest distances between the two worlds. Even in the past, there was still a long distance between the human world and the world of monsters. Even weak monsters can enter the human world through this sea eye. That's why he came to the sea, wanting to find the weakest point and return to the world of monsters. But just now, the 4 Corona-level dragons joined forces, and even Xiao Sheng on the side was helping, but they still failed to break the world barrier. Except for a shaking like an earthquake, no space channel appeared. He now regrets his greed for fun in the human world. At this moment, Sun Sheng on the side seemed to have discovered something, and said doubtfully, "Huh? Strange. Do you feel that the sea has become bigger? I remember when we first started, the island was right next to us. Why is it so far away now?" Sun Sheng pointed at an island in the distance that was so small that there was only a black dot left. At this time, Xiao Sheng also frowned, because he also remembered that Sun Sheng was not mistaken. The island should have been no more than 500 meters away from them, but now, it's probably more than 50,000 meters away. Did we move just now? Xiao Sheng thought for a while, but it seemed that we didn't. The only abnormality just now was the shaking. Could it be that the shaking just now was actually an earthquake? The island closest to them was sunk, and the island they see farther away is actually not the original island? This is indeed a possibility. But if the complete sinking of an island only 500 meters away from them failed to attract the attention of a few people, then it would be even more impossible. Xiao Sheng and Xiao Sheng were startled by him, but they nodded and said, "We just feel that there is something wrong with the location of the island. It may be our misunderstanding." But Ao Chen shook his head in a panic. The vertical eye between his eyebrows shot out a divine light, which shot into the distance and then towards the bottom of the sea. After a long time, he closed his vertical eyes and restrained his divine light. "How is it, Senior? What did you see?" Ao Chen looked very ugly and said, "I saw that the sea surface became 100 times wider and the water was dozens of times deeper. Magnified the world dozens or hundreds of times. How is this possible? It is indeed impossible to simply enlarge a world. But it's not necessarily true that two worlds that were originally separated have merged together again." At this time, Xiaoxing also understood what Ao Chen meant. This can also explain why they failed to open the space channel just now with their combined efforts, because the two worlds have merged into one, and the space channel does not exist at all. However, Xiaoxing still couldn't understand. Didn't it mean that the collision of two worlds would be a devastating disaster like the end of the world? Why is it just shaking slightly? Is this a disaster? You must know that even the 4 beasts and 4 angels feel that this is an unstoppable and devastating disaster, and they can only escape by establishing an independent small world. But now it's just a tiny shake? Ao Chen shook his head and said, "Disaster refers to the collision of two worlds. But now the two worlds are not colliding, but are beginning to merge together because of the resurrection of heavenly Tao." Ao Chen looked ugly and shook his head. "A good thing? It is indeed a good thing for those ferocious beasts. The revival of the old way of heaven means that the old rules will also return. Your technology, even your beast control, are all formed under new rules. And under the old rules, there's a good chance it would be ineffective. Under the old rules, humans are only worthy of being used as blood food. We auspicious beasts are here to protect humans and be enemies of the ferocious beasts. Do you remember now that this was a good thing? Xiaosheng also realized the seriousness of the problem at this time. And since the two worlds are merged together, does this mean that the ferocious beasts from the monster world have also come here? Aochan also saw his worry. He replied, "It seems we don't have to go back to stop the ferocious beasts. Let's just go back to Daxia. The old way of heaven has not yet been completely revived. We can still hope that that boy can succeed quickly and take back the way of heaven. The world after the integration is much larger than before." It took Xiaosheng a long time to return to Daxia. At this time, some wars had already broken out in Daxia. The fusion of worlds has created many more monster world spaces in Daxia, and naturally the monsters in them are also included. There were even a few divine beasts among them, and Xiaosheng and the others were not in Daxia at that time. It was about to lead to disaster. Fortunately, the fox and shark beasts who had not returned yet took action and eliminated several of the beasts. However, these are just weak divine beasts that happened to bump into him. The real danger lies in those corona-level, ferocious beasts. They may attack Daxia at any time. Tisk, shouldn't this be the human world? How come I haven't seen a single living human being? A ferocious beast that looked like a large black dog, with venom dripping from its mouth, kept sniffing the human scent as it spoke. Behind it were two smaller, ferocious beasts. All I see are corpses and bones. Have all these humans died? Just then, his nose twitched, as if he had caught a whiff of something, and he immediately became beaming with delight. I smell it. Humans are ahead. Come with me, little ones. Let's go and have some meat. He then charged ahead, followed closely by his two henchmen. Soon, they saw a figure sitting cross-legged on the ground ahead. Even though the ferocious beast had already arrived in front of him, black venom dripped around him, corroding the ground and constantly emitting black smoke. But he remained unmoved. Is this human blind? Fine, I can't take it anymore. Then it opened its mouth and swallowed the person whole. Boss, why didn't you leave us any? The two underlings said tremblingly. They have never tasted human food before, while their leader was lucky enough to have eaten a lost human in the world of monsters. What's your rush? I can already smell it. There are still many humans ahead. You can go and eat your fill later. Can't you let me have this appetizer? Boss, are you telling the truth? Of course. Why would I need to lie to you? But what it didn't say was that, besides humans, it also sensed the presence of many powerful and ferocious beasts. With those corona-level ferocious beasts around, how could they possibly get a share of the pie? However, the two underlings were unaware of this and were already impatient. Boss, shouldn't we hurry over there? Boss, why aren't you leaving? Only then did they realize that their leader was standing there blankly, his face ashen and extremely ugly. Quick, help me, my stomach. Boss, what's wrong with your stomach? As soon as it finished speaking, their leader no longer had a chance to reply. With a loud bang, accompanied by a shower of blood, their leader, the unknown canine-shaped ferocious beast that had reached the level of a divine beast, exploded. I was swallowed by a ferocious beast, and none of you are going to do anything about it, Suze said as he emerged from the rain of blood. Although he was swallowed by a ferocious beast, and even crawled out after his stomach was broken open, but there wasn't a single speck of dirt on his body. It's just a ferocious beast that has just entered the divine level. Anyway, it can't hurt you, so let's just let it go. The Azure Dragon's voice rang out in a very irritating way. Suze was currently refining and absorbing the heavenly Tao fragments of the four angels, so he had no time to pay attention to his surroundings and asked his tamed beasts to help him keep watch. To make matters worse, when he opened his eyes, he found himself swallowed whole by a monster. He immediately kicked open the other person's stomach and crawled out. These are ferocious beasts. Shouldn't they be in the monster world? How did they get here? Then, before the beast tamer could reply, feeling the intense repulsive force permeating the world, Suze knew what had happened. Has Xiao Su awakened the old heavenly Tao before me? Xuanwu said. That's true, but this person hasn't fully mastered the old heavenly Tao yet. Otherwise, you would have been wiped out long ago, and we would still have a chance. What should I do now? Go to Kunlun Mountain, That is the foundation of the heavenly Tao. The other party must still be on Kunlun Mountain trying to completely awaken the old heavenly Tao. We must go and stop him. Kunlun Mountain? That's right. After the two worlds merged, the landscape has now returned to what it was like 10,000 years ago. If you want to go to Kunlun Mountain, I can lead the way. Suze nodded and said, Okay, but I need to go back to Dasha first. You have to be quick. After easily dispatching the two underlings, Suze mounted the vermilion bird and rushed back to Great Xia at top speed. At this moment, the Great Xia was already surrounded by numerous powerful ferocious beasts. The power of the Great Xia Spirit Guard alone is absolutely insufficient to contend with so many divine beast-level ferocious beasts, especially since there are several of them, including several Corona-level ferocious beasts. At this time, in addition to the Great Xia Spirit Guards, the Dragon Clan also led other auspicious beasts to protect humanity. Suze's return caused the ferocious beasts to retreat in fear, while also giving the Great Xia side confidence. Should we eliminate these ferocious beasts before looking for Xiaosu? At least if we eliminate those Corona-level ferocious beasts, it will be very difficult for us to lose this battle. With Suze's current strength, he can indeed instantly kill a Corona-level divine beast without wasting much time. But just as Suze was about to make a move, a familiar voice rang in his ears. There's no need for us to get involved in a battle of this level, is there? After all, while you can instantly kill the ferocious beasts, I can also do the same thing, kill all humans. Upon hearing this, Suze stopped raising his hand and angrily retorted, You actually dare to threaten me like this? Have you forgotten that you are also a human being? Human? Perhaps I really can't be considered human. After that, Xiaosu completely disappeared, and Suze no longer responded to his conversations. Even so, under the threat from the other party, Suze no longer dared to make a move easily. After all, he knew that Xiaosu hadn't exaggerated his abilities. With his initial fusion with the heavenly Tao, Xiaosu would probably find it easier to do these things than he did. You all go help deal with those ferocious beasts. I'll go with the sacred beast myself. Suze summoned all his other tamed beasts and said, Although I can't take action myself, I can still leave some beasts behind to help. With Hamba, Jinwu, and Lu Qing, who has already become the world serpent, their side now has 3 more Sun Crown-level combatants. In addition to the newly promoted Sun Corona Lu Qing, Hamba and Jinwu are both powerful veteran Sun Corona-level divine beasts, in no way inferior to the Dragon Clan's Patriarch Ao Xing and Grand Elder Ao Chen. Suze then set off alone, heading towards Kunlun Mountain under Xuanwu's guidance. The war broke out instantly after Suze disappeared. However, Suze did not turn around to look, because he knew clearly that no matter how lively or intense the battle was, it was all in vain. Ultimately, the outcome will depend on the battle between him and Xiaosu. You're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. At the top of the Kunlun Mountains, Xiaosu was sitting on the top of the mountain, with only the skeleton of the Hell Hydra curled up there, its body still burning with the raging flames from hell. Why did this snake look like this? Didn't you roast its body and eat it? Even though it was obvious that Hydra was tempering its body with the fire of hell that he had used when he recast the Xianyuan sword, Suze still said this jokingly. He sat not far in front of Xiaosu and watched him quietly making a pot of tea. Would you like tea? After a long time, he pointed to the teacup in front of him and said. Then he added, It doesn't matter if you don't drink it. After all, everyone who drank the tea I brewed seems to have died. Lin Shi, Jiang Chun, Tanaka Sheng, and Tanaka Kitsuya. It seems that only Lin Shi is still alive among them, although his current state is no different from death. But even so, Suze walked up to him, picked up the teacup, and drank it all in one gulp. Then he said, For the old man, if he can't even drink in this state, it is indeed as good as death. But after I finish you off, I will be able to control the way of heaven and let him reshape his body and come alive to drink. Xiaosu didn't pay attention to the threat in his words, but watched Suze drink the tea he made, and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to really trust me and drink this cup of tea. It seems that we are really sympathetic to each other. In fact, Suze just held the cup of tea in his mouth, and then used Xuanwu's ability to control water to get it out of the body, without drinking it at all. He was not so careless as to drink the tea brewed by his enemy before a battle. What I did just now was just for momentum. But now he had doubts in his mind. Could it be said that Xiao Su is also a time traveler? However, he had already experienced that memory again under the influence of his own inner demons. If he had followed the route in memory normally, then it would have been him and Zhang Yi who died and not bumped into a third person. Could it be that Xiao Su didn't travel through time with them? Xiao Su nodded when he heard this and said, "Yes, I just want to say that I am also sorry for this. I was originally sending my child to take the college entrance examination that day, but I fainted due to a heart attack, which led to the car accident." Suze did not accept his late apology. Instead, he said, "If it's just for this reason, then you should call me fellow countryman, right? What does this same kind mean?" Xiao Su nodded approvingly at Suze's sensitivity, and then said, "You are right. There is indeed another reason. That means we are all chosen by heaven." Suze had actually guessed this a long time ago. He now controls the 4 angels, the 4 holy beasts, and his own new heaven, a total of 9 fragments of heaven. As for the Hell Hydra controlled by Xiao Su, each head can also hold a fragment, 9 in total. 8 of them are the 4 evil beasts, so the other one can only be himself. I just don't know what kind of heaven he represents. Suze originally thought that this would be the key to the subsequent battle, but Xiao Su said it openly. "Actually, there is nothing to tell you. My heavenly way has no fighting power. It is very pure and simple. The way of survival." Suze frowned and asked. Xiao Su explained, "Yes, the surviving heavenly Tao is also a new heavenly Tao, but it is earlier than the heavenly Tao you have that was born after the old heavenly Tao was broken. It was born at the moment when the way of heaven was cut off by the Yellow Emperor. Even the Tao of heaven will give birth to the will to continue living at the moment it is broken, and then the new Tao of heaven will appear. As a newborn heavenly Tao, he does not have a physical body to rely on like the 4 ferocious beasts, or the 4 holy beasts and 4 angels. Instead, they wander between heaven and earth, looking for weak creatures to live in and give them the strength and will to survive. Most of them are humans. I came to this world decades ago, and like you, I integrated the way of survival in the process of traveling through time." Suze had been listening to Xiao Su's story and always felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, he realized something and asked, "This is wrong." And finally, through experiments, I successfully opened up another world, allowing me to travel through it. At the same time, you and Zhang Yi also came here, because Suze's parents studied the way of heaven, which resulted in them traveling through time. And because Xiao Su, who had traveled back in time, guided Suze's parents, their experiment was successful. These 2 things are cause and effect to each other, forming a closed loop. Facing Suze's doubts, Xiao Su smiled and said, "Yes, this is a closed loop in time. It's strange, but that's it. In fact, I have known for a long time that if your parents' research is successful, then the new Tiandao will find a host and become a powerful enemy of my future resurrection of Tiandao. But you have to guide your parents through their research, because only if their research is successful can I come to this world." Xiao Su's explanation made Suze seem to have a deeper understanding and mastery of the way of heaven. But this also made him realize that there was still a big gap between himself and the other party. Now the competition between the 2 is to see who understands the way of heaven better and is closer to the way of heaven. "Why do you have to revive the old way of heaven?" Suze asked another question in his heart. Because even if Xiao Su merges with the way of heaven, he is still essentially a human being. Resurrecting the old way of heaven is to return human beings to the old world where they were raised in captivity and lived like livestock. "To survive," Xiao Su replied. "As the controller of the way of survival, everything he does is to survive. It is only a matter of time before the 2 worlds collide, and everything will be destroyed by then. And reviving the old way of heaven will make humans enslaved by monsters, but they can still survive. This is his choice." Xiao Su continued. "Besides, don't forget what you have done. You eat monster eggs as a rare delicacy, and you helped Lin Shi do the work of raising monsters at Qinglong Beast Control University, so there is actually no difference between humans and monsters." It was Xiao Su who made him and Lin Shi breed monster beasts with a wave of his hand, but he didn't expect that today he would bring up the old matter again. But Suze did not refute, but nodded and said, I know this, so what I have to do now is what Huang Di didn't finish back then. Completely separate the world and let humans and monsters live separately. So, there's no room for negotiation between us? Xiao Su sighed, looking quite helpless. Suze waved his hand, looking like he thought, no way, no way. You don't actually think there's any room for negotiation between us, do you? However, as a fellow townsman, I really don't want to fight you to the death. Xiao Su finished his tea in one gulp and then stood up. The two began to clash, and their auras even produced faint sounds of thunder and flames. Since their ideologies clash, this final battle is ultimately unavoidable. Behind Xiao Su, the skeletal hydra of hell stretched out its coiled body, and Xiao Su stood on the central head, slowly merging his body into it. Then the 9 heads of the hell hydra came together again, squeezing and merging into one mass. After the strange thing exploded, Xiao Su's figure reappeared. This time, however, he was wearing a set of bone armor and carrying a white snake-bone sword. The hilt of the sword features 4 snake heads clustered together on all sides, which together extend the sword hilt for the user to grip. The snake's eyes gleamed like scarlet gems. Xiao Su's snake-bone armor seemed to be enveloped by the open breastbone of a snake, with deep red hellfire burning between the bones. On the other side, Suze also underwent a change. Needless to say, the Xianyuan sword in his hand was already inlaid with 5 gems, possessing astonishing power. Suze was covered in armor formed from gathered light, which looked very similar to the giant of light formed by the fusion of the 4 angels he had defeated before, only much smaller. Both of them possessed 9 fragments of the heavenly Tao. One side represents the old heavenly Tao that is reviving, and the other side represents the new heavenly Tao that was born after the old heavenly Tao was shattered. In terms of pure strength, the difference between the two is not significant. Suze's advantage over Xiao Su lies in the Xianyuan sword in his hand. This is a sacred sword of humanity that once severed the heavenly Tao, and its power is incomparable to the serpent bone sword, which merely absorbed the power of hellfire. However, Xiao Su also had his own advantages. He took the lead in occupying Kunlun Mountain and awakened the old heavenly Tao. Now he can mobilize a portion of the power of heaven and earth to deal with Suze, while Suze will be weakened due to the rejection. It is probably not easy to determine which of the two is stronger. While their battle was just beginning, the fighting on the other side of the Great Xia battlefield had already reached a fever pitch. You defeated opponents. It hasn't been long since you last showed up again. I didn't expect you to dare to wander around again. This time, I won't let you get away. Ao Chun scanned the enemies before him with his vertical eye between his brows. Among them were the Zhun and Gu Jiao, whom they had fought and escaped. Besides them, there were many other powerful and ferocious beasts that I had never seen before. Fortunately, since Suze no longer needed the help of other tamed beasts, they left behind the drought demon, the golden crow, the 9-tailed fox, and the giant serpent. This also adds a total of 4 Corona-class combatants. Among the ferocious beasts, one that is particularly noteworthy is the Longji. Its name sounds like that of a dragon's nephew, but it has absolutely no relation to dragons. The Longji is a ferocious beast that is very good at feigning weakness and disguising itself. It has a terrifying appearance and is a monster with 9 tails and 9 heads. Its cries are like those of a baby. It usually uses its cries to gain people's sympathy before eating them. Besides it, there is also Fei. This ferocious beast shares many similarities with the drought demon. Fei was a calamity beast in ancient times, also known as a disaster beast. It looks like a cow, with a white head, a snake-like tail, and only one eye. Legend has it that if a fly walks into water, the water will immediately dry up. If it walks into grass, the grass will wither and die. Wherever it appears, a great disaster is sure to follow, hence it is also known as the disaster beast. The moment Fei appeared, Hamba's expression turned extremely ugly, and a murderous aura rose from his body. So much so that the golden crow and the 9-tailed fox, upon sensing this murderous aura, hurriedly hid far away. Hanba, as the adopted daughter who followed the Yellow Emperor, was once an auspicious beast. However, due to various misunderstandings, it was misinterpreted by humans as a ferocious beast that brings disaster and sucks human blood. Human faith can often accomplish many things. For example, the four angels used human faith to construct heaven and earth and all things in the divine kingdom. The drought demon was gradually transformed into its present form through human belief and fear. The reason for these misunderstandings is that the ferocious beast Faye became entangled with Hamba during the Great Battle and did not give up even after the war ended. Where the drought demon appears, severe drought follows. People naturally believe that all these disasters were caused by the drought demon. After being misinterpreted into its current form, the drought demon's personality changed, and its strength became even greater. At this moment, Faye hid in fear, allowing Hamba to completely replace its power and status. Only now, after sensing the revival of the old heavenly Tao and the increased power of the ferocious beasts, has Faye dared to emerge. Its gaze also fell on the drought demon, ignoring her murderous aura, and said, "Drought demon, I failed to subdue you many years ago, but I will not miss this opportunity." The battle quickly broke out, with the drought demon taking the lead and transforming into a sky full of scorching blood clouds that obscured Faye. The other mythical beasts also found their own opponents. As soon as they started fighting, Ao Chun and his group discovered that their old rivals had become much stronger. Under Xiao Su's influence, the revival of the old heavenly Tao greatly enhanced them, which is why these ferocious beasts, who were previously terrified, dare to show their faces again. He arrogantly said, "You little dragon reptiles, you can't be so smug now, can you?" Ao Chun and Ao Xing did not respond, focusing all their efforts on dealing with the opponent's attacks, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. However, there is one exception: the battlefield between the drought demon and the flying pheasant. I really have to thank you. Thanks to you, I am now a ferocious beast that poses a great threat in the eyes of heaven. So you didn't expect this, did you? The effect of increasing strength works on me too. The drought demon launched a frenzied attack, seemingly without regard for its own safety, all in an attempt to inflict an injury on Faye. It doesn't need to be serious. Even a little bleeding is enough for the drought demon to turn it into a fatal injury. Faye, because he was not quick enough, was slashed on the back by Hamba in a way that was like exchanging wounds for wounds. Its horn struck the drought demon's shoulder, piercing it through. It seemed that the drought demon's injuries were much more serious than Faye's, but before long, the drought demon's wounds began to heal as it writhed. On Faye's back, the seemingly insignificant wound was actually spraying blood wildly under the control of the drought demon. It irrigates the earth that has become cracked by its presence, and even fills a lake that has dried up due to its influence. A blood lake spectacle was created on the land of Great Xia. However, there is one and only one drought demon who has the upper hand. After being strengthened by the power of the old heaven, the strength of the ferocious beast skyrocketed. Ao Chen stimulated the divine eye between his eyebrows to the extreme, but it was just a draw. Ao Xing took out a larger fragment of the previously broken Supreme Dragon Ball. Relying on the remaining power, it suppressed its opponent, but it could not easily solve it. And with the consumption of his strength, he became increasingly stretched. Tisk, Xingyu, this situation looks a little bad. It seems that the old men of the dragon clan above can't hold on any longer, but it's not easy for us here either. There are so many mythical beasts that we can't stand it at all. If it hadn't been for this, we might not have graduated yet. There's no need to work so hard. Besides, we can't decide the overall situation. We need to retreat first and wait until Ozawa is over. While Wang Zi and the other beast masters were struggling to resist the attacks of the ferocious beasts, he said to Luo Xingyu, who was already covered in scars and breathing heavily. As a talented beast master, Luo Xingyu has reached level 80 with the support of the huge resources brought by Su Zhe. But this is not the point. The point is that she also obtained a mythical beast egg brought by Su Zhe and successfully hatched it after meeting the hatching conditions. And this egg was collected by Su Zhe on the battlefield of the Tiger Clan. It belongs to the sacred beast of the Tiger Clan. At this time, a majestic giant tiger was fighting beside her, but it had also been seriously injured, and its eyes were a little sluggish. Luo Xingyu pulled a smile from the corner of his mouth and said, "What are you talking about? You are the one who has not graduated. I am your senior sister and should have graduated a long time ago. Besides, I'm different from you. Principal Liu Yao of White Tiger Beast Control University took me in. He and the country raised me, so I can't leave at this time. Wang Zi scratched his head in distress when he heard this. He really felt sorry for Luo Xingyu. If she continued to fight like this, she would definitely have to explain herself here before the battle was over. Meow meow, Yi said. Seemingly sensing his worries, Luo Xingyu stroked his face with a slight smile and said, Junior, don't worry, it's too dangerous here. You go back first. Can we get married when I come back? I attended your good brother's wedding not long ago, and I was very envious. Wang Zi put her hand on his face and said, I will definitely not be able to match his pomp, but I will definitely give you the most luxurious wedding among ordinary people. As long as you don't think it's tacky, it's fine. How could it happen? I'll wait and see, Junior. Just when Wang Zi finally got what he wanted and looked at the other party with joy, suddenly there was a huge commotion ahead. Luo Xingyu immediately regained his serious expression and looked over cautiously. As a Corona-level divine beast, the Gu Jiao was originally the opponent of the Dragon King Ao Xing of the Dragon Clan on the more advanced aerial battlefield. But Ao Xing exhausted the power of the incomplete Supreme Dragon Ball in his hand, but he only cut off the Gu Eagle's wings and severely damaged it. And he was counterattacked and lost the ability to continue fighting. Although monsters at the level of mythical beasts have the ability to fly even without wings. But Gu Jiao refined his flying ability into his wings to increase his flying speed. The price is that after its wings are cut off, it can no longer fly like an ordinary bird that has lost its wings. The Gu Eagle just fell straight to the ground. Immediately, a gap was created in Daxia Lingwei's defense line. Even though it has been seriously injured, it is still a powerful Corona-level beast, and the Great Xia Spirit Guard cannot stop it at all. In just a few moments, the casualties continued to expand. But the Corona-level beast on their side couldn't get out. No, ordinary monsters can't hurt it at all. Only divine beasts can hurt the Gu Eagle. I have to help, Luo Xingyu said, and was about to go over. But Wang Zi on the side stopped him. You are crazy. You also know that it is a Corona-level beast. You are just a star-level tiger. Even if you can hurt it, you are just scratching it. Aren't you going to die? Although Wang Zi firmly did not want Luo Xingyu to go. But Luo Xingyu pulled off Wang Zi's hand with firm eyes. As the old saying goes, an elephant can be killed by too many ants, not to mention that it is an injured bird and will be fine. Then she flew up and flew in the direction of the Gu Jiao. In addition to her, there are many beast masters, and there are also familiar faces among them, like Qi Lin from the Qi family and Shui Yuha from the Shui family. They have also contracted with divine beasts. Although they know that the difference in strength is too big, they still have to try. Crazy, crazy, crazy. They are all lunatics who are not afraid of death. Wang Zi kept up with Luo Xingyu's pace as he spoke. His hand grabbed something in his arms. Good brother, don't lie to me. I hope this thing is really as powerful as you say. You guys, you bugs, dare to attack me? Let's all die. Gu Jiao just waved his remaining wings casually and knocked back all the beast masters, vomiting blood. Naturally, this included Luo Xingyu, who was at the forefront. Wang Zi, who just arrived, took her over. Why are you here too? Didn't I ask you to leave first? Luo Xingyu said anxiously. With their beast control armors transformed from mythical beasts, they could still hold on for a while in the hands of the seriously injured Gu Eagle. But Wang Zi did not have the protection of a mythical beast, and he might die if he was rubbed even slightly. Wang Zi did not answer, but looked at the blood remaining at the corner of Luo Xingyu's mouth and said angrily, Damn bastard, your prince and grandpa originally wanted to let you go, but you actually dare to hurt my woman? Then don't even think about living. Then I saw him take out a pale palm from his arms. The palm had a light platinum color, and no palm prints could be seen. It did not seem to be a human palm. That was the palm of Uriel, one of the 4 angels, that Su Zhe chopped off. And it was cut down just when he struck with all his strength. With the help of Xianyuan's sword, all the power of this move is retained inside. The method of stimulation was informed by Su Zhe to Wang Zi. He handed his palm to Wang Zi as a means of saving his life. But now, Wang Zi took it out in advance. Get out of the way, don't let me accidentally hurt you. I saw a huge platinum handprint flying out of Wang Zi's hand in an instant and flying towards Gu Diao. The powerful power makes even the Corona-level Gu Eagle look horrified. Why are there attacks from heavenly beasts here? It was then covered in palm prints. And not just the Gu Eagle, all the ferocious beasts that gathered in front because the Gu Eagle tore through the defense line were enveloped. Wait until the dazzling white gold light fades. Including the Gu Eagle, all those ferocious beasts were turned into a puddle of mud. There was a moment of silence on the battlefield, and then loud cheers erupted. And Wang Zi, who was in the center of the cheers, just realized what happened. Am I so strong? Wang Zi naturally knew that this was the effect of the palm Suze gave him. But this does not prevent him from boasting. Luo Xingyu also came to Wang Zi's side, blushed, and kissed him on the face. Well done, I saw you right. Wang Zi suddenly became elated. Just looking at the palm in his hand that has completely faded and the number of ferocious beasts that are still numerous. Wang Zi swallowed his saliva and said, Good brother, I've tried my best. You need to give me some help. Given Fatty's personality, he's even used the last trump card I gave him. It seems the situation is very bad. But how much better can things be here? Suze said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was in a sorry state. Half of the armor formed by the light on his body had been shattered and was slowly reforming. Although the Xianyuan sword in his hand was not damaged, it was trembling constantly, clearly trying to dissipate the force of the attack it had just received. Opposite him, Xiaosu's bone armor and snake bone sword appeared to be in even more severe condition. However, with the immense power of the heavenly Tao supporting him, Xiaosu's recovery speed far exceeded that of Suze. Before long, they launched another attack on Suze. At this time, his armor was far from being repaired. One can only try to avoid exposing one's vulnerable body to attacks, otherwise it would be fatal. In this situation where he was constantly constrained, he could only passively take hits and was unable to launch a decent counterattack. This is not the first time this situation has occurred. Actually, at the beginning, Suze's armor only had one small tear compared to his opponent's. At the time, he didn't pay much attention to it. He just became more observant. As the battle continued, this created a deadly, vicious cycle. After each battle, his injuries would become more severe. This meant that he had to pay more and more attention to things in subsequent battles, and he suffered losses repeatedly when he was distracted. And so, we have now completely fallen into a passive and defensive situation. This can't go on. We have to take a gamble. This time, Suze completely neglected to defend his own weak points. The Xianyuan sword and the Hell Serpent Bone sword in the hands of the two clashed together, seemingly just a simple weapon collision. In reality, it was the power of the heavenly Tao contained within that was eroding and assimilating each other's power, before suddenly exploding outwards and pushing both of them away. Both of them used their full strength in this move, making it particularly dangerous. The Xianyuan sword in Suze's hand had a chip at the point of impact, and the snakebone sword in Xiaosu's hand broke completely. But that's not the point. The point is that Suze clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Meow Meow said. He was focused on dealing with the situation and didn't pay any attention to the parts of his body that weren't protected. Although he wasn't directly attacked, the powerful impact still caused him severe internal injuries. However, Suze did not come away empty-handed. At the cost of his own injury, he finally managed to completely repair the damaged parts of his armor. The situation seemed to have returned to the way it was at the beginning, the only difference being that Suze's aura was now weak, and he had suffered serious injuries. Xiaosu clicked his tongue in amazement and said, TSK, I never expected you to adopt such a tactic of risking your life to maintain balance in the situation. You know, if you were unlucky enough to have been injured in a vital area by the impact and the aftershocks, you could have died instantly. Even if you win this time, how many more times can you gamble like this? Xiaosu held up 3 fingers and answered his own question. With injuries like this, you'll lose the ability to fight after a maximum of 3 more. Suze wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, pointed the Xianyuan sword at the other party, and said, That's simple. I just need to take you down within 3 times. All right, I'll see who can hold out until the end. The two clashed again. This time, although Suze had just traded his own injury for time to repair the armor of light formed by the heavenly Tao of the Four Angels. However, he almost abandoned defense and launched a relentless attack on Xiao Su. He unleashed the full power of the Xianyuan's sword in his hand, causing all 5 crystal cores to shine brightly together. He also knew that what Xiao Su had just said was correct. If he continued to take his clothes off, he would definitely be the one to lose. Therefore, Suze had to take a risky approach. Only by using the most reckless fighting style could he possibly eliminate Xiao Su as quickly as possible. At least for now, Suze, who possesses the Xianyuan sword, still holds an absolute advantage in terms of attack power. Having seen through Suze's intentions, Xiao Su did not choose to back down, but instead confronted him directly. Strange, how did his strength get stronger? Suze wondered after several more exchanges. But then he realized why it was like this. It's not that he got stronger, it's that I got weaker. Although he just repaired his armor, the injuries he sustained came at a price. For example, it would be difficult for him to launch an attack with full force again now. This is also why Xiao Su said that he could withstand it a maximum of 3 more times. It doesn't mean that Suze will be defeated and die after 3 battles, but rather that after suffering 3 serious injuries, Suze's attacks will become so weak and powerless that they will hardly pose a threat to Xiao Su. I refuse to believe it. Ignoring his physical discomfort and the excruciating pain that felt like his internal organs were being churned, Suze slashed at Xiao Su with all his might. Faced with this attack, Xiao Su's expression changed slightly, and he chose to avoid its sharp edge rather than continue to confront Suze head-on. What's wrong? Are you scared? Suze swallowed the blood that rose to his throat, savoring the sweet, metallic taste of blood in his mouth, and pretended to be nonchalant as he spoke. Xiao Su replied with a smile, afraid? Why don't you take a look at your own situation? Suze noticed that in the collision just now, Xiao Su seemed to have intentionally or unintentionally damaged his defenses again. His face instantly turned ashen. Everything seems to have gone back to the beginning, or perhaps it's even worse than it was back then. Because in addition to his defensive vulnerabilities, he also has physical injuries. Not long after, Suze chose to repeat his old trick, risking being hit by the opponent a second time in exchange for a chance to catch his breath. However, his injuries worsened again, making it extremely difficult for him to finish off Xiao Su. However, Suze still did not give up. He knew that if he lost, it would be useless even if the great Xia side resisted the invasion of the ferocious beasts. At that time, the remaining humans will return to an era ruled and enslaved by monsters. The Yellow Emperor chose to sever the heavenly Tao with his sword and separate humans from demons in order to break this era. So why? Why could the Yellow Emperor sever the heavenly Tao with the Xianyuan sword, while I, who have already repaired the Xianyuan sword and possess 9 fragments of the heavenly Tao, cannot deal with Xiao Su, who is backed by and relies on the heavenly Tao? Suze was extremely unwilling. He looked at the Xianyuan's sword in his hand, hoping that this sacred artifact, which had fought alongside the Yellow Emperor to sever the heavenly Tao, could provide an answer. However, the Xianyuan sword has been broken for too long, and even though it was recently repaired, it has not been able to recover its memory so quickly. Not long after Suze was severely injured by Xiao Su for the 3rd time. Just as he said, he completely lost the power to fight against Xiao Su. The Xianyuan sword transformed into the appearance of the boy he had seen before, catching Suze, who was about to fall from Kunlun Mountain, and saying, "Hold on, I remember now. It is the heavenly Tao. Only the heavenly Tao itself can harm the heavenly Tao. Using the way of heaven to fight the way of heaven, what does that mean? Am I not using the power of the heavenly Tao right now?" Suze asked, stabilizing his falling body. His final blow had also caused considerable damage to Xiao Su, especially since he was extremely vigilant. Even with the absolute upper hand, he wouldn't rashly confront Suze. He would wait until his injuries recovered before dealing with Suze, lest he be replaced by Suze's final counterattack. After all, as the host of the heavenly Tao of survival, he himself is the embodiment of the will to survive, and everything he does is for survival. They would never do anything to put themselves in danger. However, this also gave Suze a chance to catch his breath and learn more about what happened back then by asking Xianyuan's sword. Recalling her past memories, Xianyuan Ji said excitedly, "It's different, completely different. You and that guy, you're both just taking advantage of the way of heaven. My former master, the Yellow Emperor, as the sovereign of humanity, opened up the path of humanity, and the ideal of humanity is to overcome heaven. The heavenly Tao sensed a threat, and thus sought to win over its master, which is why I was born. As the only sacred artifact of the heavenly Tao in the world, it is driven by humans. Upon hearing this, Suze glanced at it and said, "So you were born from the heavenly Tao and used to bribe the Yellow Emperor, but later he turned around and used it to sever the heavenly Tao. You're a traitor." The avatar of the Xianyuan sword rolled its eyes at him, then returned to its original form, tapped his head with the hilt, and said, "Don't interrupt, let me finish." Perhaps because all the memories from tens of thousands of years ago had been revived, its tone sounded extremely old-fashioned. You are merely using the power of the heavenly Tao as a tool. Although the power you can unleash is still very strong, it is far less than the heavenly Tao itself. In order to realize his idea and sever the heavenly Tao, the first thing Master had to do was to merge with the heavenly Tao. In fact, I am not the one who severed the heavenly Tao. I am just a medium between the human way and the heavenly Tao. My master used me to integrate his own human power into the heavenly Tao, and only after obtaining the power of the heavenly Tao did he forcefully tear it apart. Upon hearing this, Suze said, "You mean, if I were to merge with the heavenly Tao, I could possess far greater power than I have now?" The blade of the Xianyuan's sword tapped lightly, as if it were nodding. "Then tell me quickly what to do." The Yellow Emperor needed me as a medium because he didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with the Tao of heaven. Now that all 9 fragments of the heavenly Tao are under your control, you're asking me? Xianyuan sword said irritably. "So, I guess I'll have to rely on myself." Just as Suze was about to make a move, Xianyuan's sword spoke again. "Wait a minute. Is there anything else?" Suze asked. "Human will is insignificant in the face of the way of heaven. If you want to truly understand and master the way of heaven, you will be completely absorbed into it, lose your own will, and become its spokesperson. This is why my master perished after severing the heavenly Tao. He did not suffer a backlash from the heavenly Tao, but rather he did not want to lose his own personal will, for living like that would be worse than death." Suze pondered silently for a moment after hearing this, but seeing that Xiao Su was about to recover, he knew he couldn't wait any longer. "But there's no other way, is there? I want to give it a try." Xianyuan's sword didn't say anything more. Suze, on the other hand, was contemplating how to integrate with the heavenly Tao. The 9 fragments represent 9 different heavenly Taos. And what is most closely related to me is the newly born heavenly Tao that once existed in a systematic way. And it is also the beginning of a new heavenly Tao. Perhaps we should start from there. The transparent crystal core at the hilt of the Xianyuan sword flew up and returned to Suze's body. He constantly reflected on what new life meant. Newborn is a broad term used to refer to a new beginning or emergence. For humans, new life usually refers to the birth of a new life. It can refer to the emergence of biological groups such as humans, animals, and plants. The concept of new life is also very important. It can refer to all sorts of new beginnings and emergences. Another kind of rebirth is called self-renewal. The new heavenly Tao power that Suze possesses was born from the old heavenly Tao, but it is different from the old heavenly Tao. This can be seen as a kind of self-renewal of the way of heaven. The reason for the renewal of the heavenly Tao may lie in the past, as just described by the Xianyuan sword. The Yellow Emperor integrated his humanistic power into the heavenly way, which led to the creation of a new heavenly way after the heavenly way was severed, thanks to the fusion of humanistic power. As Suze gained a deeper understanding of the new life, he felt himself getting closer and closer to the power of the new heavenly Tao, until his consciousness seemed to be confronting a massive wave. That is the way of heaven, the rules between heaven and earth, and the aggregation of countless wills. The will of Suze, as a single individual, is like a fragile boat in the currents of the heavenly Tao, which could capsize at any moment. Once his ship of consciousness capsizes, it means he will be completely lost in the heavenly Tao and lose his own will. After all, if a drop of water falls into the ocean, how can it be separated from its original form? All that awaits Su Zhe is losing himself. However, as a price, he has now also connected with the vast power of the heavenly Tao. Unlike Xiao Su, who used the Kunlun Mountains as a medium, he was more direct, more pure, and equally more dangerous. Xiao Su's advantages have completely vanished in his presence. You're a lunatic. Xiao Su looked at Su Zhe, who had already merged into the heavenly Tao, and said. By the time he realized what had happened, it was too late to stop it. How can I beat you if I'm not crazy enough? Su Zhe said with his last bit of clarity. He could lose his will at any moment. Su Zhe's lips twitched, revealing a faint smile, and he said, You can also choose to be like me and completely merge with the heavenly Tao. That's fair. I'm not going to throw my life away. In your current state, even if I don't intervene, it won't be long before your consciousness completely disappears from this world. Su Zhe had anticipated that Xiao Su wouldn't dare make the same choice as him. Because he is the host of the way of survival, and the embodiment of the will to survive when the way of survival is severed again. If he chooses to follow the same path as Su Zhe, it means he will return to the heavenly Tao, and his own will be completely lost. Therefore, neither Xiao Su nor his heavenly Tao of survival would make such a choice. In that case, don't blame me. Su Zhe just raised his arm slightly, but it felt like he was holding a piece of heaven and earth. He waved his palm down and saw a huge palm print appearing from the clouds in the sky and crushing Xiao Su below. Xiao Su had a solemn expression on his face for the first time since the two fought, because he could clearly feel that the power of heaven that he relied on, which was connected to the top of Kunlun Mountain, was shaken by Su Zhe's palm. This has never happened before. Under this palm, Xiao Su felt as weak as a newborn baby. How should a baby face Tianwei? But even so, he did not choose to integrate himself into the way of heaven as thoroughly as Su Zhe. Just as he guessed, this kind of seeking death was not in line with his way of survival. Instead, he chose to bite the bullet and used all the 9 fragments of heaven he owned to build his own world. Fortunately, the power of heaven has not been returned to its new state. Then the two collided fiercely. It seems that the 9 highly offensive powers of heaven should have an advantage against the only new heavenly Tao. But under Su Zhe's palm, his footsteps continued to retreat until he retreated to the edge of the Kunlun Mountain. This is the difference between the power invoked by using the way of heaven as a tool and fully integrating into it. Of course, the price paid by the two is also very different. But in the end, Xiao Su still stabilized his steps. Although he had retreated to the edge of the Kunlun Mountain peak, he still could not be squeezed from the top of the mountain. And the castration power of Su Zhe's palm has been completely consumed by now. After all, this was just a casual palm move by Su Zhe, and he had only integrated into himself the new life of heaven. Then, another red halo was forced to break away from the Xianyuan sword and merged into Su Zhe's body. This is Feng Qingyi's Suzaku Heavenly Way, but Feng Qingyi's body is excluded at this time and appears on the side. Only her heavenly way was integrated into it. At this time, her status also fell from the heavenly beast, and she no longer had the title of Suzaku as a sacred beast. Immediately, Su Zhe felt that the sea of Tiandao he faced had also changed. The sea water turned red and was burning with flames, exuding terrifying high temperatures like magma. As for Su Zhe's own consciousness, just a small boat became even more fragile in front of the way of heaven. But it's not over yet. After Su Zhe turned on the integration of the way of heaven, it was like a snow mountain with an avalanche that he could no longer control. The fragments of the way of heaven were still being integrated. The white tiger's heavenly Tao brought endless chilling energy, cutting into Su Zhe's consciousness like a blade. In an instant, Su Zhe's consciousness was scarred and almost destroyed. The Xuanwu heavenly Tao turned the originally illusory sea of heavenly Tao into a real ocean, and the waves almost completely shattered Su Zhe's consciousness. The addition of Qinglong Tiandao brought endless thunderstorms, which fell on Su Zhe's consciousness. At this time, his own consciousness has become very weak and is about to be completely assimilated by the way of heaven. Su Zhe murmured in his mouth. At this time, he has become more powerful than before. With just a flick of his finger, Xiao Su felt the endless power of heaven and earth. He used chaos heaven as the core and devouring heaven as a tool to completely swallow up other fragments of heaven and integrate them into one body. The nearly perfect old heaven reappeared at this time. They were grinning crazily, as if they thought that Xiao Su, who represented the old heavenly way, won the battle in the end. In contrast, the auspicious beasts represented by Ao Xing and Ao Chun and the Daxia spirit guards led by Xiao Sheng and Sun Sheng had pale faces. But what they don't know is that this is just the last darkness before dawn. Even the sacred beasts such as the Han Demon and the Golden Crow, which still had contracts with Su Zhe, felt very bad at this time, because they discovered that they could not feel the presence of Su Zhe on the other side of the contract. This situation could only happen if Su Zhe died in battle. But if Su Zhe is dead, they should also be affected by the contract. It can range from serious injuries to death together. So now even they can't figure out Su Zhe's state at this time. On the other side, the fully revived old heavenly way is just a flash in the pan. Under Su Zhe's finger, the old way of heaven was once again broken into more pieces. And Xiao Su was completely knocked down from the top of Kunshan Mountain, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Su Zhe didn't care about him anymore, because he was almost out of time at this time. He wants to use the last time to complete his mission. Then Su Zhe replaced Xiao Su, and he reached the top of Kunlun Mountain with unsteady steps. At this time, Su Zhe's own consciousness had become extremely weak. The new way of heaven was also based on Kunlun, spreading outward step by step, replacing the old way of heaven. At the same time, the ferocious beasts that were fighting against the Dragon Clan and Daxia Spirit Guards suddenly felt that they were much weaker. The power that the old heavenly way had blessed them with was fading at an alarming rate. In contrast, the Dragon Clan, Tiger Clan, Fox Clan, and the Great Xia Spirit Guard all felt that a power enveloped them. That was the power of Heaven's Way that Su Zhe had blessed them with after taking the dominant position in Heaven's Way. This power is. The older beasts such as Ao Xing and Ao Chen thought for a moment and understood what was happening. They raised their arms and shouted, "Master Su Zhe has won the victory. These ferocious beasts are certain to die. Everyone, the counterattack has begun." Then the situation took a turn, and the ferocious beasts were directly pushed back. They had already noticed something was wrong at this time and wanted to escape, but after their previous experience, it was not so easy for them to escape again. The five-clawed golden dragon, the bloody giant tiger, the nine-tailed demon fox, the giant snake of the ring, the golden crow, the drought demon. These beasts surrounded them from all directions, and surrounded and suppressed the ferocious beasts. At this time, these corona-level divine beasts, with the blessing of the power of heaven, actually exploded with power that was not inferior to that of the heavenly beasts. The ferocious beasts are vulnerable to them. At this time, Su Zhe, who has merged with the way of heaven, can clearly perceive what is happening anywhere in the world, and naturally can also see Daxia's final victory. But no matter how hard he searched, he could not find any trace of Su Yao or his parents. Then his consciousness gradually fell apart and was about to completely disappear into the new way of heaven. Su Zhe's power is no longer enough to divide the world into two parts according to the original plan, with humans and animals divided. We can only destroy all these ferocious beasts first, but ferocious beasts will always exist. Even if they are eliminated now, the original auspicious beasts will gradually turn into ferocious beasts in the future. At this time, Su Yao and Su Lin were outside the boundary, in the area where the kingdom of God and hell were originally located. The treasures from the Dragon Clan and the protection of mythical beasts helped them resist the attacks of space turbulence. Also appearing together was the demonic virtual spirit turtle, or rather turtle, that Su Zhe had given to Cheng Xin. Oops, it's almost too late. Daughter-in-law, it's up to you whether you can save Su Zhe now. After wandering in the turbulence of space for a long time, Jin Ling, who had just returned, immediately said to Su Yao beside him, "After studying the way of heaven for more than 10 years, they can clearly detect the changes in the way of heaven. There is only one reason for this change, and that is that Su Zhe chose the most dangerous path for victory." Su Yao hasn't been able to completely change her tune yet, but she can't care about these things at this time. She looked around for a while, then waved to the golden crow not far away and said, "Jinwu, take me to Kunlun." Now that Zhuke Feng Qingyi is away, The golden crow is one of the fastest divine beasts. If you want to get to Suze as soon as possible, you have to rely on its speed. Jinwoo also knew that he needed a relationship with his master and did not refuse. But the embarrassing part is that, as a mythical beast that was born after the world was separated, the golden crow does not know where Kunlun should be when the world is complete. Even Suze found the location of Kunlun based on the guidance of the fragments of heaven in his body. I know the road, I'll lead the way. As if seeing the Jin crow's embarrassment, the Han demon also came to sit on its back and said, as the adopted daughter of the Yellow Emperor, she was originally born from that time and knew the topography of the complete world. But later, due to multiple deaths and reincarnations, part of the memory was lost each time, and these things were gradually forgotten. Until just now, her hatred for Fei revived these memories, and after her successful revenge, her state of mind was also sublimated. Hanba now also wants to accomplish what his adoptive father, Huangdi, failed to accomplish back then. Under Hanbao's guidance, the golden crow flew towards Kunlun at the fastest speed. They saw mountains and rivers passing by quickly like pictures in their bodies. www. Soon, Su Yao saw the not-so-high mountain in front of him. Kunlun Mountain is not a tall mountain, but it is the foundation of heaven, and it is a very miraculous phenomenon. Shrouded in clouds and mist, it looks like a lying dragon. On the top of the mountain, Su Yao finally saw Suze's figure. He closed his eyes tightly, as if he was asleep. "Suze, wake up!" Su Yao shouted loudly, but did not receive any response. Suze's boat of consciousness had completely capsized at this time and was swallowed up by the sea of heaven. During the ups and downs of heaven, his consciousness became weaker and weaker, and it was possible to completely dissipate at any time. In contrast, his body seemed to be decomposed by some force, and faint light spots began to rise from his arms. "Quick, send me there," Su Yao shouted loudly. But at this time, the top of Kunlun Mountain has been occupied by the power of heaven. Although the golden crow is a corona-level beast, it does not dare to break in. What's more, he has to protect Su Yao on his back. "What are you afraid of? I'm here to help you." Han Bao instilled all his power into the body of Jin Wu, who had always been at odds with him, and then she took the initiative to jump off Jin Wu's back after losing her strength. After all, Han Bao's mission is to lead the way. Now that Kunlun has been found, it will be useless for her to follow him to the top of Kunlun Mountain. The Hamba who fell to the ground followed his breath and found Feng Qingyi, who had fallen into a coma after being stripped of the fragments of heavenly Tao and the other 3 holy beasts. Nowadays, they have all had their pieces of heavenly Tao stripped away and are no longer the divine beasts of heavenly Tao. But it also relieved the burden on his body and fell asleep comfortably. However, Han Bao's power alone was still not enough to help Jinwu break into the chaotic heavenly way ahead. At this moment, many more forces were transmitted into Jinwu's body through the contract. Lu Qing, Qingxiu Shi, Qingxiu Shui, and even Era, who is responsible for looking after the house and has not been seen for a long time, are all Suze's beasts. But there are more than just them. Xiao Sheng, Sun Sheng, Yi Ka, Night King, Lin Shi, Wang Zi, Qi Lin, Shui Yuha, Guolinshan, plus all the great Xia spirit guards. Everyone formed a long queue and put their hands on the shoulders in front of them to pass on their strength. At the end of the human bridge are Suze and several beast masters. Then used the beast as a medium to transfer their power to the golden crow's body through the contract. In this process, there must be a lot of consumption. Even less than 1/10 of the power that finally reached the golden crow's body was still a very huge force. Even the golden crow has reached the limit of endurance. Each of its feathers was shining with dazzling golden light, and it seemed to have turned into a golden sun from head to toe. Su Yao, who was on its back, naturally felt the dazzling golden light for the first time. But she didn't have much to say. She gritted her teeth and endured it. She even kept her eyes wide open and paid attention to Suze's current situation. "It's almost there. Hold on tight. I'm going to rush in." With a cry that resounded through the sky, the golden crow plunged into the chaotic and turbulent power of heaven ahead. It could originally fly thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye, but now it was struggling to move within this short distance of a few hundred meters, as if it was frozen. but it was indeed flying slowly towards the top of the mountain. The cry of the golden crow became more and more torn, and its eyes turned into a red-gold color. It instantly consumed all the power it had just gathered, and thrust it straight in like a sharp arrow tearing through all obstacles. Finally, we arrived at the top of Kunlun Mountain. But in the center of this chaos, there was no violent power of Tiandao, only a fainted figure on the ground. Go ahead, master depends on you. Jinwu put Su Yao down from his back, and then fell straight down. In the process of falling, it was no longer able to resist the attack of the power of heaven. In the blink of an eye, it became covered with bruises and its wings were broken. Fortunately, the drought demon below caught it in time and used its newly recovered strength to help it heal. Jinwu struggled to look at her and said in a weak voice, I killed you once, and you saved me again. Now I owe you 2 lives. It doesn't matter. At worst, I'll just beat you to death twice more. On the top of the mountain, Su Yao quickly came to Su Zhe and helped him up. She could clearly see that golden light spots were constantly flowing out of Su Zhe's body and blending into the surrounding power of heaven. Even the last trace of consciousness is about to completely dissipate. Seeing this, Su Yao hurriedly reached into her arms and took out a turtle with its head poking around. He said with a cry, It'll be okay. I'm here to save you. Su Zhe felt as if his consciousness was immersed in a warm ocean, very comfortable and pleasant. He wanted to simply succumb to it and stop resisting. He was so exhausted that he had just used all his strength to resist the erosion of the heavenly Tao in order to get rid of Xiao Su, this troublesome person. Although he seemed to defeat Xiao Su so easily, he was actually enduring the most unbearable pain despite his calm and collected demeanor. He has now resolved all the troubles, and by empowering the dragons and auspicious beasts with the heavenly Tao he controls, he has helped them defeat the ferocious beasts and successfully protect the Great Xia. He had accomplished all his tasks and missions, and he really didn't want to continue. Perhaps ending it here is the best outcome. But in the hazy, confused state, he seemed to hear a familiar voice calling to him. Who is it? That's Su Yao's voice. How could she be here? Su Zhe forced himself to regain a sliver of consciousness. This is where his spiritual sea and the heavenly Tao converge, or more accurately, where his spiritual sea is simply swallowed up by the other party. Appearing here means that everyone will be assimilated into one with the heavenly Tao, making it an extremely dangerous place. So why is Su Yao here? By the way, the moment I took control of the heavenly Tao, I didn't sense Su Yao's presence or my parents' presence in this world. Where exactly were they at that time? Filled with anxiety and questions, Su Zhe forced himself to wake up again. His consciousness re-emerged in the sea of heavenly Tao, like a floating corpse rising to the surface. But now, the floating corpse had an extremely anxious expression on its face. How did you get here? It's too dangerous here. Su Zhe's consciousness spoke to the hazy figure of Su Yao that appeared before him. That was also Su Yao's consciousness. However, Su Zhe did not understand why Su Yao was also here. Logically speaking, only 2 people are qualified to merge with the heavenly Tao and enter the sea of heavenly Tao. One is Su Zhe, and the other is Xiao Su. However, Xiao Su didn't dare to take that step, so Su Zhe was the only one who could get here. But now, Su Yao has also appeared here. Because we once had a union of spirit and flesh, I can use this medium to build a bridge to get here, Su Yao explained. Although Su Yao explained why she was able to be there, this only strengthened Su Zhe's resolve to kick her out. But just as he was about to mobilize his forces to sever the bridge, Su Yao stopped him. He said, Wait a minute. My parents sent me to save you. We don't have to die. Save me? What can save me? Aside from the clash between heaven's Tao and consciousness, Su Zhe's body also awoke at this moment, and he asked with great effort upon hearing this. Damn it! Su Yao showed Su Zhe an ethereal turtle that she had placed in her arms. This was his first tamed beast. It started as a gold-level void turtle, but later fused with the world seed of the mysterious divine beast, the giant turtle, and reached the divine level. It's quite amazing that it has an independent little world on its back, but its own strength hasn't improved much. Now, just when everything is almost over, the turtle, or rather, the ethereal turtle, reappears. The beginning is also the end. My parents and I took the ethereal turtle to the place where the spatial turbulence, the divine kingdom, and hell collapsed. Although both of these small worlds have been destroyed, their primordial power still dissipates there. After absorbing the power of the divine realm and hell, the small world on its back has fully matured. Now only one final step remains: the rule governing all things, the birth of the heavenly Tao. So this is Mom and Dad's plan. Suze gave a wry smile. Now that things have been said to this extent, Suze naturally knows what to do next. Using the connection between himself and Su Yao as a medium, he channeled the power of the heavenly Tao outwards, forming a new heavenly Tao suitable for humans within the small world of the void spirit turtle. This way, the old heavenly Tao, which favored demons and beasts, could remain in the original world. From then on, the world was divided into two, with humans and demons each occupying one realm. Furthermore, unlike the division of the world chosen by the Yellow Emperor, this division would obviously be cleaner and more efficient. It will not leave any flaws that could lead to future conflicts. He just couldn't understand why his parents had never told him about such an important backup plan. This could absolutely not have been something that came up on the spur of the moment. It's likely that the plan was already underway in secret from the moment he contracted his first beast taming void turtle. Then, a wave of beasts happened to deliver the extremely precious world seed of the giant soft-shell turtle to him. This was probably a secret arrangement by the parents. From this perspective, it's more accurate to say that they were the ones who turned the tables on them rather than Xiao Su scheming against them from the very beginning. Even at every step after that, including the deep fusion of Zhao Qian's soul fragments with her own, it was necessary for Su Yao to combine with her. And now, she is certain that she will choose to align herself with the way of heaven to defeat Xiao Su. It can be said that all of this was part of a plan. They took advantage of everyone and made things go according to their plan. But thinking about these things now is obviously useless. Suze's first priority was to save his own life. Su Yao taught Suze the steps she had learned from Su Lin and his wife, one by one. In this way, Suze transferred the power of the heavenly Tao to the void spirit turtle through Su Yao as a medium. The ethereal tortoise, or rather the giant soft-shell turtle, a divine beast carrying the seed of the world, was indeed different. The power of the heavenly Tao, which was extremely painful for Suze, had no effect on it at all, and all of it entered the small world on its back. Gradually, rules were established for the chaotic world, forming the way of heaven. However, the medium between Suze and Su Yao was like using a tap to release water at the bottom of the sea in the face of the vast heavenly Tao. Extremely slow. During this period, Suze still had to endure the erosion of the heavenly Tao. This might not work. Suze also dared not allow more heavenly Tao power to pass through the medium, as Su Yao's body could not withstand it. But then Su Yao said, her cheeks slightly flushed, "My parents had already considered this. The medium between us is formed through the fusion of spirit and flesh, so it can also be strengthened in this way." Suze understood Su Yao's meaning, of course. However, his consciousness is currently sinking into the heavenly Tao, and his physical condition is not much better. He simply doesn't have much strength. Su Yao kept her head down, not daring to look Suze in the eye, and said, "You just lie there. I can do it myself." With the full help of the two's bodies and minds merged, maximizing the role of the medium. A huge whirlpool seemed to appear in the sea of heaven, pouring through Su Yao's body into the small world on the back of the virtual turtle in his hand. It also echoes the fact that the void spirit turtle spit water into Su Yao's face when it just hatched. I don't know how long time passed. Su Yao only felt that she was very tired now and had completely forgotten other things. Just then, a burst of bad laughter was heard, and then it stopped. When she opened her eyes, she found that Suze's consciousness had separated from the sea of heaven and woke up. Suze then smiled and said, "Isn't it because you are too involved and don't want to interrupt you? I'm not done here yet." Amid Su Yao's exclamation, their positions were reversed. Then, I don't know how long it took, and it was finally over. Su Yao felt as if she had returned from the clouds to the human world. What are you looking at? Put your neck back into the shell." Suze knocked on the shell of the void spirit turtle and said, Then he put clothes on Su Yao and said, "The way of heaven seems to have been completely formed in this guy's little world. Let's go over and take a look." Relying on the remaining connection with Tiandao, Suze was able to establish contact with the small world on the back of the Void Spirit Turtle and directly teleport the villain in. I saw that in the small world of the Void Spirit Turtle, the shape of the world was almost exactly the same as the original human world. It ranges from the shape of land masses to the vein texture of every tree. This is because Tiandao has recorded all the information of the original world, and now it has been synchronized into the small world of the Void Spirit Turtle. In the blink of an eye, Suze took Su Yao for a circle over the entire world. After confirming that there was no problem, he returned to the original world. At this time, due to the division of heaven, the world has begun to change. When the last trace of the new heavenly Tao was completely integrated into this small world, ripples like water waves spread to the entire world. Some changes have taken place in the small world, and the figure of the Void Spirit Turtle has become illusory, extremely huge, and flying in the turbulence of space. The two worlds have been divided since then, completely isolated. It is different from Huangdi's violent division. This is the birth of a new world from another world, a complete separation in time and space. It is the complete separation of humans and monsters. While the people of Daxia, who had just won, were celebrating, they suddenly felt a spinning sensation. When they stood firm, they found that nothing seemed to have changed around them. Apart from the fact that the air is fresher, the sky is bluer, and the trees are lusher, no difference can be seen. Just when ordinary people thought this might be an illusion, those beast control masters could not calm down anymore. What's going on? Where's my beast? The monsters that were fighting beside them just now have gone somewhere, and even if they try to summon them through a contract, there is no response at all. What they don't know is that they are no longer in the original world, but have come to a new world. But all the monsters still stayed in their original world, including the Beast Master's beasts. The beasts they had been with day and night had long been a part of their lives, but now they were missing. This was undoubtedly very difficult. But the most painful thing is Xiao Sheng and Sun Sheng. For them, the beast is not just a simple existence, but also their lover and family. Now it is also separated and cannot receive any contact. At this time, Suze relied on his connection with the way of heaven in this world to accurately find the location of his parents. They were at home, sitting quietly. With the help of the power of heaven, Suze came to them in a flash. Su Yao was put on his bed downstairs by him. She was really tired and needed a good rest. The Su Lins were not surprised at all, as if they were waiting for him to arrive. They even had a cup of tea poured specially for Suze in front of them. Warm and warm, just enough to drink. "Mom and Dad, I want an explanation. It shouldn't be too much, right?" Suze picked up the cup of tea poured for him and said while drinking, "Of course it's not too much," Jean Ling said with a smile. "So my dear son, where do you want to start? Let's start with the calculation of when you started." After Su Lin and Jean Ling looked at each other, Jean Ling finally stood up and said, "When we conducted experiments according to Xiao Su's reminder and came into contact with the way of heaven, we already learned a lot of things. But that means we have no choice but to continue on the same path until it gets dark. After I came to the Dragon Clan, I learned a lot from that old boy Ao Xing. We already have a rough plan, as expected. So the arrangement of the Void Spirit Turtle and the World Seed to my side was also your plan," Suze said excitedly. "Even if you can win this battle without integrating the way of heaven, it won't be long before the way of heaven will still erode your will and spirit. Individual will is so fragile in the face of heaven. And we consulted all the classics in the Dragon Clan before we learned about the mythical beast like the turtle. This kind of divine beast has a power comparable to that of the heavenly Tao divine beast, or even stronger, but it is not the heavenly Tao divine beast that was born from the fragments of the heavenly Tao when the heavenly Tao was broken. Because it is actually an outsider who wants to take advantage of the way of heaven to be shattered and come to devour the way of heaven to perfect his own world. In the end it failed, but the world seed and part of the bloodline were passed down. We used the power of the Dragon Clan to search for many years before we found these two things, and then handed them over to you. Just waiting for this moment and transferring the power of heaven to the small world can save you from being overwhelmed by the power of heaven. Because the new heaven is in your body. It shares your memories and inspirations, and it will not be willing to leave the body and take root in a small world. So I have to hide it from you so that this plan can proceed smoothly. Suze was silent for a moment. He just felt a little unhappy because he had been kept in the dark from beginning to end, but he didn't feel that his parents' behavior was deceiving or hurting him. And he could accept this reason. After all, if it weren't for his parents' arrangement that spanned a long time, he would have been swallowed up and assimilated by the law of heaven today and disappeared. But now, the ending seems to be particularly happy for Suze. But for Xiao Sheng and Sun Sheng, there are endless regrets. So he stood up again, dodged again, and appeared in front of two gods of war who seemed to have grown older in an instant. The moment they saw Suze, they seemed to see hope, and their eyes shone again. Suze, on the other hand, reached out and grabbed a familiar figure from somewhere and threw it in front of the two of them. Brother Xiao Sheng, brother Sun Sheng, don't worry. With him here, we still have the door and the key. In the new world, 10 years have passed. The biggest difference from the original world is that there are only two countries in it. One is Dacia, and the other is a country that calls itself the United States. They were established by the Beast Masters and ordinary people who were liberated from the angel's brainwashing after Suze defeated the angel. These people did not choose to join Dacia, but came together because they once had a common belief and established the so-called United States. Suze did not stop them. This new world was already rich in resources, and with only two countries existing, the land owned by Dacia was far greater than before. The King of Knights and Yeka also went back to contact the United States, although there were still some people from Great Britain and Kievan Rus among them. But now they seemed so paranoid and strange. So in the end they chose to stay in Dacia instead of joining the United States. In the new world, all resources are at their richest. In this world where beast control is no longer effective, the United States has used its abundant resources to develop very high technology. It's just that they used all their main technologies to develop weapons. Various powerful weapons have been introduced in the United States one after another. The most powerful weapons can even achieve the effect of a full blow from a mythical beast. Dacia is the opposite, perhaps because there is a godlike existence like Suze who is in harmony with the way of heaven and can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Dacia did not have any powerful weapons on the market, but instead focused all its technology and resources on improving people's quality of life. In today's Bactria, there are almost no diseases that cannot be cured. Su Lin and Jean Ling's technology has greatly improved human lifespan, and everyone can live to be over 100 years old. Chen Xian's technology can cultivate any replaceable organ. Even if people lose their arms and legs due to accidents, there is no need to worry. But as time went by, the remaining connections between him and heaven gradually became weaker, and this also gave the United States some thoughts that they shouldn't have. It's time, said Schiller, leader of the United States. He was once just an ordinary beast master, not even level 30. He was dragged into the kingdom of God by the four angels to make up for the numbers. But he didn't expect that this not only saved Schiller's life, but also allowed him to become the leader of the United States in this new world without monsters. Therefore, he still retains his belief in the four angels until now. Schiller glanced at the people around him who were as fanatical as himself and said, "The United States was formed by the survivors of many original countries, so those lands should also be ours. How can the Xia Kingdom occupy the largest land in the world? They should return to the land they deserve. That's right. Now that we have the power, we should also formulate the order of the new world. The United States has long been covetous of the resources that Great Xia possesses. They have developed weapons technology on a large scale, but they are very lacking in other aspects, and many people even don't have enough to eat. Life in Dacia is like a utopian world, but just like a Chinese saying goes, my neighbor collects grain and I collect guns, and my neighbor is my granary. Since there are not enough resources, just go grab Dacias. But because they were still wary of Suze before, they had been holding back and developing their technology silently. But now, they already have a powerful weapon with god-level power, which is specially used to deal with Suze, and is named God Killing. The connection between Suze and Tiandao has become very weak, and he has lost the ability to control the small world. At this time, it is the best time for them to take action. Following Schiller's order, the fleets of the United States dispatched collectively. Hundreds of warships, loaded with armed and ammunition-laden United States troops. Among them, 3 large-scale main ships each have a huge, streamlined missile placed on them, occupying almost the entire deck. This is the most powerful weapon they have developed, the god-killing warhead with god-level power. It was also specially used to deal with Suze. From the perspective of the United States, Suze's one shot of killing the god is enough to solve the problem, and the remaining 2 will depend on whether Daxia's resistance is fierce or not. On Daxia's side, when the fleet of the United States was halfway on its march, the Daxia spirit guards came to notify Suze. This also shows that his control over the way of heaven is now very weak. Otherwise, he would have discovered such a large-scale operation at the first time. But even so, Suze didn't panic at all. He still looks so young, and Suyao next to him also looks the same, but a little plumper and more charming. He said calmly, "I know, someone has already gone. You all should go back and rest." After the great Xiao Lingwei left, Suyao said, "I heard that the United States has secretly developed a new weapon specifically designed to deal with you. Can that girl do it alone?" Suze smiled and replied, "That thing you are talking about is not a secret. I watched them build it bit by bit with my own eyes. It's not a strange thing, but you still reminded me. I have to ask her to move faster. Today is Xiao Qi's 10-year-old wine. This girl must not be late." On the sea, the soldiers of the United States, who harbored the delusion of conquering Daxia, seemed to notice something strange. They looked down and saw that the originally blue water had turned black at some point, and the color was getting darker and darker. It was like something huge was approaching quickly under the water. If it were a living creature, it might be as big as dozens of warships. How could there be such a thing in this world? I must have lost my mind. The soldier shook his head and looked again, but he could already see the dark gray skin emerging from the water. "This is Dash." Before he finished speaking, he had no chance to spit out his words. The huge shark jumped out of the water, and the fleet of hundreds of warships in the United States was reduced by 1/10 in an instant. And this is just the impact caused by it jumping out of the water. This shark is still launching a fierce attack on the fleet, and it can completely scatter a warship by waving its fins casually. When the fish tail was thrown off, it set off huge waves and overturned more than a dozen warships. Don't panic. What about the mythical beasts? We also have gods to kill. Quickly find the location of the Beastmaster and use God Killer to kill him. When everyone heard this, they immediately searched in panic with their binoculars. Soon, they found a small figure above the shark. It was a girl with a slender figure, wearing a hot navel-bearing outfit, a small burgundy jacket, and waist-length hair tied into a big ponytail. He was leisurely eating bubble gum in the air, watching the sharks below unilaterally massacre the fleet. "That's her. Quick, God Killing is ready. Blow her up for me." 3 shots to kill the gods together. Along with the sound of the mechanical gears turning, the bulky warhead of the gods slowly turned. Then the 3 swaying warheads locked onto the girl in the air. Pop! As the bubbles from the bubble gum in her mouth burst, the girl also noticed this scene. Something interesting, Lai Hai, transformed into a weapon. Following the girl's command, the huge fierce sea shark king turned into a stream of gray light, and then formed a shark-tooth sword in her hand. At this time, the 3 rounds of Killing God had also fired together, shooting towards her rapidly. The girl swung her sword light and collided with the powerful God Ju, which was developed with great concentration by the 3 fair United Nations. The explosion occurred in an instant, and the powerful impact even pushed down the surrounding sea surface by half a meter. "Meow meow," he said. Many warships that were close to them were directly disintegrated under the impact, and the soldiers on them were shocked to death first. Schiller on the main ship survived. After everything cleared up, he returned to the deck, picked up the telescope, and looked over, hoping to see the scene where the young beast master was killed by the explosion. But what he finally saw was a set of armor with a jelly-like texture and a hint of moonlight put on the girl's body to offset all the impact. The girl also shouted with great interest, "Nice fireworks. Are there any more? Send 2 more rounds and show me." Schiller's feet suddenly went limp and he sat on the ground. At this time, as the space was torn apart, another figure appeared above the fleet, It was Su Zhe. Yuyo, stop playing around. Xiaoqi's 10-year-old wine is about to start. He likes you as his sister the most. Don't be late. Hu Yuyu stuck out her tongue and said, I know. Teacher, I'll be here right away. The shark-toothed sword bloomed with light again, and a sword light swept across like it tore the sky apart. After the light dissipated, Su Zhe and Hu Yuyu were no longer visible in the sky. At the same time, hundreds of warships from the United States disappeared. In a secret place in Daxia, Su Zhe appeared with Hu Yuyu. The little girl back then has now grown into a big girl, which is right. After all, her son Su Qi is 10 years old. As the two walked inside, many familiar faces appeared. Su Lin and his wife, Su Yao, Su Yiming and his wife, Xiao Sheng, Sun Sheng, Lin Shi, whose body was squeezed out by Su Zhe using the remaining power of heaven, and so on. They are all waiting here for Su Zhe to set off together. In front of them was a dark space crack, and a figure stood in the middle of the crack. It was similar to the golden dragon that used to serve as a pillar. It was Xiao Su. Only by relying on his connection with the old heaven in the other world could Su Zhe open this rift and communicate with the two worlds. Fellow, you're here again, Xiao Su said with a smile. He was not dissatisfied with his current situation. Apart from being unable to move at will, he felt that his life was actually pretty good. After all, the power of heaven he represents is that living is more important than anything else. Then Su Zhe and the others passed through this black space gap. After a period of bizarre space transformations and a dizzying experience, a more open world appeared in their field of vision. Here, Ao Xing and Ao Chun from the Dragon Clan, Tu Shanrong from the Fox Clan, the Shark Clan, the Tiger Clan, all are present. They had been waiting for a long time, and previous weddings were held according to human procedures. But this time, for Su Qi's 10-year-old banquet, they had to follow the customs of monsters. A cute little boy with pink and jade sculptures was currently riding on Ao Chen's neck, holding the other's dragon horns tightly with both hands. Seeing Su Zhe and others, they happily opened their hands and shouted, Mom, Dad, grandparents, and Sister Yuyu, you are finally here. Complete book. In the boundless imaginary number space, countless parallel worlds float in it like bubbles. The vast majority of world bubbles will only stay in their own positions, occasionally rising and falling with the fluctuations of imaginary numbers. However, among these many world bubbles, there are two world bubbles that are particularly unique. Each of them is carried by a turtle, slowly and actively moving in the imaginary space. Another larger world bubble followed closely behind, as if it was pulled by an invisible force. Although there are countless world bubbles of parallel worlds scattered in the imaginary number space, because the imaginary number space is more boundless, most of the world bubbles do not have any communication from birth to destruction. But now something unexpected happened. Because of the turtle that moved on its own initiative, there was communication between the world bubble it was carrying and another world bubble. At the same time, Su Zhe was observing this new world that was only 10 years old. Just 8 years ago, he completed his unification of the world. The army of the United States was completely wiped out in that battle, and without the suppression of the army, the oppressed people immediately started to resist. After success, the whole country was merged into Daxia. With him in charge, he can at least ensure the stability of this unified world for thousands of years. But just now, he felt a strong vibration. This kind of vibration is difficult for ordinary people to feel, but Su Zhe, a person who is in tune with the way of heaven, feels it extremely strongly, as if the whole world has collided with something. In an instant, an indescribable special feeling came over my heart. And the turtle is still Su Zhe's contracted beast, so he also knew what happened just now at the first time. Naturally, the first person Su Zhe thought of asking was his parents. But in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of his parents' laboratory and was about to open the door and enter. He found his parents waiting for him at the door, with expressions of excitement and confusion on their faces. Su Zhe looked at them in silence for a long time. Su Lin on the side also nodded. After receiving their affirmation, Su Zhe's eyes widened, and he felt unsteady on his feet. After carrying the world on his back, he realized the existence of countless parallel worlds and imaginary spaces. Even if the turtle carries this world and moves in the imaginary space until he dies of old age, he may not encounter another world, let alone collide with the world he came from. But this thing with a probability that is almost infinitely close to zero just happened. Today, half of Suze's soul is the Suze who broke through the barrier of the world and crossed over from the parallel world on the other side. So it's not like they can't try again. Of course, Su Lin and his wife must have been reluctant to part with Suze, but they still decided to respect their child's choice. The Sulin couple didn't speak, they just went back to take a look. Can this really be done? In the forbidden land of Daxia, in front of the only passage between the world of monsters and the human world, Suze, Xiaosu, and Jiangyi. These three souls from a foreign land gathered here, obviously discussing things about another world. And just now it was Xiaosu who was laughing wildly. It's so noisy, shut up. Suze waved his hand and saw the black hole in space slowly rotating, and then Xiaosu turned upside down. After a while, he turned around, leaving only 2 legs here. As for his head, he went to the world of monsters, and Suze could no longer hear his noise. But in fact, this was also because he was poked in a sore spot by Xiaosu. That's right, no matter what Suze thinks, no matter whether he just wants to go back and take a look, he can no longer do it. Because he is no longer just a pure person, he is also integrated with the way of heaven in this world. The original world would naturally reject his foreign way of heaven, and it would be impossible to go back. Also in the same situation is Xiaosu. However, it seems that he is happy to be stuck between the 2 worlds and serves as a portal, and has no intention of going back to take a look. Therefore, the only one among the 3 of them who can go back now is Jiangyi. Jiangyi did not answer immediately, but asked, "After I go there, can I come back?" Suze was silent for a moment. Because he wasn't sure, and the Sulins were not so selfish that they were reluctant to let Suze just go back and take a look. But because they belong to that world, once they go back, they will most likely never come back. Just like a child who runs away from home will be more strictly monitored by his parents after returning home. Suze also had no intention of hiding all the hidden dangers from Jiangyi. Suze nodded. Of course he knew what Jiangyi meant. She didn't want to go back. So could it be said that he would just watch the 2 worlds miss each other and never meet again? At this time, Jiangyi spoke again. You seem to have deliberately ignored a candidate whose soul possesses the power of 2 worlds. You can go there, and you won't be blocked when you come back. Yeah, you're an adult now, aren't you? You seem to have had many confrontations with Jiang family and Fusong's secret guards at this age, right? Suze fell silent and said no more. The candidate Jiang Yi mentioned was Su Qi, his son. Su Qi was born when Su Yao acted as a transfer station, allowing the soul fragments to return to Suze's body. Therefore, his soul indeed possesses the power of 2 different worlds. But after separating from Jiang Yi, Suze couldn't make up his mind in the end. Suze sighed and planned to give up. But what he didn't expect was that Su Qi suddenly came over on his own. And he said, "Dad, I am willing to go back for you and say hello to the grandparents on the other side." Suze did not agree to him immediately, but stood up suddenly, frowned and said, "Who told you?" Suze knows Jiang Yi's personality. This shouldn't be something she can do. So, there is only one possibility. Sure enough, I heard Su Qi scratch his head and say, "When I came back from Uncle Ao, the uncle who hung it on the door told me." It's really that bastard. Suze should have realized this long ago. Since Jiang Yi could deduce it, Xiaosu must also be able to guess Su Qi's last choice. Turning him around won't help at all, so this guy's mouth should be sealed too. Suze looked at the high-spirited boy in front of him, who was very similar to himself, and also looked like a young boy, with clear innocence in his eyes. Obviously, he who was unsuspecting should have been completely persuaded by Xiaosu. After all, their generation no longer has any threats. From the Fuso secret guards to the heavenly beasts, all problems have been solved. This made him even more worried about letting Su Qi go to that world. After all, although the original world did not have supernatural combat power like monsters, the power of nuclear bombs could still hurt his precious son. Don't be anxious first. Dad will think about it later. Now that Su Qi knows it, a lot of the burden in his heart has been lifted. If Su Qi's safety could be guaranteed, he would not object. During this period of time, I will help Xiaoqi improve his strength to a point of absolute safety. Although monsters and humans have now been separated, with the existence of Xiao Su, a small number of beast masters can still be cultivated. For example, Hu Yuyu, who defeated the United States Army alone before, and Su Qi, Hu Yuyu's beasts, in addition to the moonlight jellyfish given to her by Su Zhe as an apprenticeship ceremony. There is also the Corona-level beast that was once contracted by Su Zhe, the fierce sea shark king. For Su Zhe, he no longer needs to use the beasts to improve his strength, so most of the beasts have terminated their contracts. As for Su Qi's royal beast, he currently only has one. That was a rather special dragon clan, not powerful, but very special, because she is Biyun and Xiaosheng's child, Xiaolongwe. After both of them reach the god level, the barrier between humans and monsters has disappeared, and they can give birth to children. However, because Jiang Yi could be said to be a dead person who became the corpse god with the blood of Han Bao, it cannot be regarded as a complete resurrection in the true sense. It can only be passed on by using blood to turn other people into zombies, and it is impossible to give birth to heirs. Fortunately, they don't particularly care about it. After all, Jiang Yi took over the Jiang family's orphanage, and everyone there was equivalent to their child. As for the contract between Xiao Longyue and Su Qi, it was also a surprise. Su Qi was born with strong spiritual power, and he didn't know who taught him how to control beasts through contracts. When the two children were playing together, they signed a contract inexplicably, and it was a blood contract that could never be broken. The good news is that this kind of contract is also the most equal contract, and Xiao Sheng and Jiang Yi are not angry about it. In the end, they had no choice but to arrange a baby wedding for Su Qi and Xiao Longyue with Poxia Donkey, and Su Qi never contracted another royal beast after that. But even if he didn't rely on beast control, Su Zhe could still ensure Su Qi's safety. In the end, Su Zhe agreed to let Su Qi go to the other world on his behalf. The person with the strongest opposition was naturally Su Yao. After all, no mother wanted to be separated from her child. But under Su Qi's strong request, he finally had to agree. You must ensure Xiao Qi's safety for me. Su Yao, with red eyes, came to Su Zhe and pinched the soft flesh around his waist and whispered. Soon, 3 days passed. Su Zhe's family once again came to the forbidden area where Xiao Su was, and Sun Sheng and Xiao Sheng's families were also here. Because as a contracted beast that signed a blood contract with Su Qi, Xiao Longwen naturally had to act with him. So Xiao Sheng and Biyun were also here to see off their daughters. As for Sun Sheng and Jiang Yi, naturally they cannot be absent. It's so lively. Why are there so many people here today? If you want to see me off, you don't have to ask me to witness it, right? Xiao Su poked his head out from the side and said. But no one paid any attention to him. Su Lin and Jin Ling also came out at this time and said, although the two world bubbles are now in contact, it is not that easy to break the barrier between the worlds and send Xiaoqi there. The past experiment was just a coincidence, and it wasn't entirely successful in the end. We summarized our past experience in the 3 days of research and finally came up with a method, which is to find a crowbar to knock on the door of the other party's world. Stick the crowbar there and keep the portal open so that you can smoothly return along the original path. His worries were quickly verified. Su Lin nodded and said, yes, you have integrated part of the way of heaven, and you have the qualifications to pry open the barrier of the opposite world. And after serving as a portal for more than 10 years, I should be very familiar with it. Then don't use me as a master key. But everyone ignored his protest. The Sulins immediately moved out various equipment and started experiments. For them, this is also a complete improvement of the unfinished experiment. Therefore, the progress was very fast in the first half, and it didn't start to slow down until Xiao Su was asked to cooperate at the end. Under their operation, Xiao Su felt as if his body had been stretched infinitely, extending forward across countless spaces. Soon, he felt as if something was hitting his head. Huh? The distance has been reached. Now we just need to pry it open. Jin Ling turned around and said. Xiao Su's panicked voice spanned the endless space. Even though it became very faint, it was still clearly visible. Pry? Are you sure you don't want to break it open with me? This is my head, not a battering ram. But everyone still pretended not to hear. Su Zhe nodded to his parents and said, I understand. I saw him raising his hands with difficulty. This should have been a very easy movement, but at this time it became like a critical moment, because what he raised was not only his own hands, but also mobilized the power of the entire world with the help of the heavenly Tao he had integrated. Only in this way can the barrier to another world be broken down. Then, Suze pushed Xiaosu hard. However, there was no push at the first moment, and all that could be heard was Xiaosu's vague yet clear cry of pain. Suze ignored him and continued to work hard. I don't know how long it took, but when Suze was almost exhausted, Xiaosu had stopped shouting. Finally, Xiaosu's body leaned forward some distance. Did you get through? Could it be that this guy's head exploded? At this moment, another black hole appeared next to Xiaosu, and strong suction came from it. Suze and Zhang Yi even felt a call from the soul level. Get through. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on Su Qi standing aside. Su Yao couldn't help but grab her son's hand, but Su Qi patted her gently and then pulled his hand out. Don't worry, Mom. It's just a message. I'll be back soon. Then he walked towards the black hole, and he also felt the feeling of calling. When passing by Suze, he pulled Su Qi again. Just as Su Qi was about to comfort his father with the same words, he saw him take out a necklace that looked like a small sword and then put it on Su Qi's neck. This is the amulet I prepared for you. Although you and Hao Yue have reached the god level now, there shouldn't be many things over there that can hurt you. But there is a world without monsters after all. The appearance of monsters will most likely be rejected by the rules of the world there. The method of controlling monsters may not be useful, but it can help you at critical moments. I know, Father. Su Qi nodded and solemnly stuffed the necklace into his clothes. He didn't notice at all that the other people on the side were staring at the sword-shaped necklace and the 4 gems inlaid on it. Then, come back home for me, kid. Suze patted Su Qi's shoulder and said. Su Qi walked in the endless darkness. He knew that he could only move forward with Xiaosu's body under his feet and could not go to other places in the darkness. Here, there is no concept of space. Even if he takes just one step in an unknown direction, he will be completely lost and will never be able to find the direction he came from. Therefore, he could only successfully walk to the opposite world along Xiaosu's body. He didn't know how long he had been walking, but without any warning, Su Qi suddenly felt a light appear in front of his eyes. Then his senses, which had become dull due to the loss of the concepts of space and time, suddenly regained their function again. Su Qi felt his body sink, and then he felt like the world was spinning. By the time he reacted, he had already fallen to the ground because of his unsteady feet. Su Qi rubbed his head and stood up from the ground, looking around blankly. It seemed as if he had arrived in a wilderness. There were no traces of buildings nearby, and dense trees blocked his view. Hey boy, take your feet off my head. The sudden sound startled Su Qi, and he immediately looked at his feet. Then he saw a bloody head struggling to emerge from the ground. It was Xiaosu. However, he was not buried in the soil, but just hit a space rift near the surface. If you look carefully, you can see that his head is actually hanging in the air, less than half a centimeter from the ground. Su Qi was startled by his miserable state at first, then smiled and said, It's you, Grandpa Gatekeeper. Gatekeeper is Xiaosu's code name among the younger generation, because he has always been guarding the door between the two worlds, but little does he know that Xiaosu himself is the door. Yes, it's me. You kid, move faster and go back as soon as you're done. I'm stuck here, and it's so uncomfortable. Xiaosu said angrily. He was forcibly used as a crowbar to open the gap between the two worlds. It didn't matter that his head was broken and bleeding, but the key was that his body was still stuck between the two worlds, enduring the endless turbulence of space. If he hadn't already been the embodiment of the part of heaven he represented, his body would have been torn apart long ago. But even so, he could still feel the pain. So he wanted Su Qi to complete the task quickly so that he could finish it quickly. Okay. Su Qi nodded repeatedly. Although there is not much difference in the original landforms of the two worlds, don't ignore the impact of humans on the terrain. In addition, in the past 10 years or so, the Sulin couple have combined technology and monsters to create new biotechnology, which has pushed the technical level there to a greater level. Even the architecture is in a completely different style now. Su Qi spent a long time in the world of monsters and beasts since he was a child, so he was even more unfamiliar with the terrain. Therefore, Although Suze told him the specific address, it was not easy to find it. Xiao Su turned his neck with difficulty, looked at the surrounding trees, and then said, "It looks like a tree in the south. It is probably not too far from Beishan City. You should go down the mountain first and find more people to ask around." "No problem." Su Qi said goodbye to Xiao Su, and after walking a few steps, he habitually wanted to fly into the air. He has now reached the god level and can already fly on his own. The Beast Master's flight relies on strong mental power to pull the rules to achieve the effect of flying. In this world where the rules may be completely different, Su Qi originally just wanted to give it a try. But he didn't expect to successfully fly up and get off the ground very easily. The rules between the two worlds are actually very similar? Su Qi asked curiously. But this is also good news. I originally thought that I would not be able to use my power in different worlds, but now it seems that there is no such problem. The extremely similar rules of heaven and earth between the two worlds seem to allow Su Qi to use the power of the Beastmaster at will. In this case, with his god-level power, there is basically nothing to fear in this world. But just when he was about to fly down the mountain, suddenly dark clouds began to gather quickly above Su Qi's head. He suddenly felt something was wrong and tried to land and give up flying. But by this time it was already too late. A thunderbolt as thick as a person fell straight down, and its target was Su Qi. He had no time to dodge before he was completely covered by the blazing white beam and blue-purple arc. After a long time, when the arc dissipated, Su Qi, who was completely charred, crawled out of a deep pit. With his current physical condition, it would actually be nothing even if he was struck by lightning. But the problem is, this is not just an ordinary lightning. This is also a warning given by the heaven of this world. Although Su Qi was recognized for possessing half of the soul that belonged to this world, he would be punished if he had just done something that was not allowed by the rules of this world. The first time was just a warning. Su Qi had a hunch that if there was a second time, it would probably be wiped out. What he didn't know was that with his god-level physical fitness, not only was it sufficient, but it was completely impossible for the enemy to use nuclear weapons and for us to not use Su Qi's position. I don't know if the power of controlling beasts has been suppressed. Su Qi tried to summon his own beast, Xiao Sheng's daughter Xiao Longyue. This process was not rejected, but Xiao Longyue, who appeared in human form, frowned and looked uncomfortable. Her appearance inherited the beauty of the Biyun dragon, and she looked like a young girl. Wearing an emerald green dress, her black hair was tied into two buns on her head, like a pair of horns. The handsome brows were slightly frowned, and the blue waves were flowing in the watery eyes. "Longyue, how do you feel?" Su Qi tried to ask. "If I hadn't still had half human blood, I would have been pushed out of this world or completely wiped out." Su Qi thoughtfully replied, "My father once said that the world here has a very similar history to ours, but it is also very different. There are no monsters here. So he suspects that this world is actually the timeline after humans and monsters were successfully separated from the beginning. Now it seems that this is very likely to be the case. Since you feel uncomfortable, please continue to stay in the beast control space. I will not summon you unless it is absolutely necessary." After Xiao Longyue nodded, Su Qi took her back. Then he continued to run down the mountain on foot. Not long after he took off, he was struck down by lightning. But with his god-level speed, this short period of time has brought him very close to the foot of the mountain. Within a few steps, he ran out of the mountain and onto the mountain road. At this time, the thunderous thunder just now attracted people nearby and gathered around here. They include villagers at the foot of the mountain and backpackers who come to climb the mountain. Everyone is curious about this beautiful cloudless weather. Why did there suddenly be such a thunder just now? Is there some kind of spirit that's trying to survive in the mountains? Said an old man who lived at the foot of the mountain with few teeth left. The well-equipped backpacker who was preparing to climb the mountain smiled and said, "Where are the monsters? I think the trees grew too high and triggered lightning. I don't know if they hit anyone." Before he finished speaking, a charred figure suddenly rushed out. His hair was all standing on end, and it seemed that electric arcs were still flashing. His face was covered in black and gray, so his appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but his teeth looked particularly white. This weirdo saw someone around him, so he showed a strange smile and took a few steps forward, as if he wanted to come up and say something. But after realizing that so many people were looking at him, he showed a shy expression, turned around, and ran away. Everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at the figure who left at an inhuman speed and rubbed their eyes in disbelief. This look must have just been struck by lightning, right? Is it difficult to survive being struck by lightning? Can he still run so fast? And he's too fast, isn't he? Could it be that he was struck by lightning and became the Flash? The toothless old man on the side touched the few beards on his chin and continued to say with an inscrutable expression, "I told you. That was the spirit passing through the tribulation just now. Look, haven't they already transformed? It's just that he probably just turned into a human and couldn't speak yet, so he turned around and ran away. You guys might be able to meet him when you climb the mountain later." The backpacker swallowed when he heard this and recalled the big white teeth that the weirdo showed just now. For a moment, he was not sure whether the other person was the kind of spirit that wanted to repay a favor or the kind that could eat people. So after looking at each other, they decisively turned around and ran down the mountain. Just after they all ran away. Soon, Su-Chi found a mountain spring and stream to wash off the black ash on his body, and then changed into a set of clean clothes from the space ring and returned here again. Just when he was about to ask for directions, he found that he had been struck by lightning and even had no clothes on. There were also several women present, and he immediately ran away in shame. But when he changed his clothes as quickly as possible and came back, there was no one left here. Where are the people? Where did they go in such a short time? Su-Chi, who was about to come back to ask for directions, said frustratedly. At night, on a relatively remote road, there were only a few street lights, making it very dim. A driver in his 30s was stepping on the accelerator, enjoying the pleasure of driving quickly on a straight and smooth road. The cool night wind blew strongly on his face through the half-open car window, which seemed particularly comfortable in this season that was getting warmer. Even after the quarrel with my wife, my boring mood became much happier. Dong dong dong. At this moment, there was a sound of tapping on the car window in his ears. The man who was humming turned his head when he heard the sound. It turned out to be a handsome young man looking at him with a smile on his face from the car window. The wind blew his hair a little messy. "Hello, how can I get there if I want to go to Beishan City?" the young man asked politely. "Beishan City, go straight along this road. Turn when you see the intersection, and then just follow the signs." The man responded very casually, but then he finally seemed to realize something was wrong. He looked down at the dashboard of his car with some trembling. It clearly showed a speed of 80 miles per hour or even close to 90 miles per hour. I looked at the boy carefully and confirmed that he was not using any means of transportation. He was just relying on his legs to move at the same speed as himself outside the car window. The man couldn't help but swallowed, and suddenly felt that the seemingly friendly smile on the young man's face looked a little weird at this time. As the street lights were left behind, the surroundings fell into darkness. The man couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "There's a ghost." He turned the steering wheel in panic and rushed towards the guardrail of the highway without paying attention. Seeing that the situation was not good, Su-Chi accelerated and came to the front of the car. Then he stopped it with one hand, leaving only a deeply dented palm print on the car. "Huh." Su-Chi breathed a sigh of relief and then asked enthusiastically, "Are you okay? Do I need to take you to the hospital?" The already dull man shook his head mechanically, hoping that the guy in front of him would leave quickly. "As long as it's okay, I'll continue on my way. Thank you for your help in guiding me." Then the man felt a gust of wind blowing quickly, and the boy had disappeared. After a long while, he slowly came to his senses and slapped himself in the mouth with his backhand to make sure he was dreaming. When he turned his head and saw the deeply recessed palm prints on the car door on the other side, he was sure that everything just happened was true. At this moment, the clear ringtone of the cell phone rang, frightening half of the man's soul away. When he saw clearly the incoming call from his wife displayed on his cell phone, he reached out with a trembling hand and picked it up. "Hey, okay, you just drove away after your quarrel with me in the middle of the night, right? I'm telling you, I've changed the door locks. Now that you've left, don't come back." Obviously, the wife's anger has not subsided, but now the man has no intention of continuing the quarrel. On the other side, Su-Chi was running fast along the route the man just mentioned. Since you can't fly, you can only travel like this. As for the speed of the car, it is not as fast as him. Perhaps because the place he was on was too remote, It was already midnight before he met anyone asking for directions. So he slowed down to meet him and ended up saving the other man's life. I don't know why he suddenly couldn't hold the steering wheel tightly. I'm such a good person who loves to help others. He didn't know how long he had been running, but when it started to get dark and bright, Su Chi finally saw the road sign indicating Beishan City. Su Chi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the first step has been completed, all we need to do next is find the grandparents here. Gulu. At this moment, Su Chi's stomach rang. Although he does not need to eat 3 meals a day like ordinary people, running around at high intensity for a day consumes a lot of money. It's time to find something to eat. Soon, Su Chi followed the scent and found a breakfast shop. You're so handsome, young man. What would you like to eat? Auntie, the snacks I have here are absolutely delicious and safe. Even students from nearby schools don't eat in the cafeteria and come to buy them from me. Su Chi smelled the fragrance and felt it was indeed very tempting. Okay, young man, you have a big appetite. This is not for one person, right? It costs 42 yuan in total. He didn't know how much 42 yuan was in this world, and there was no currency here. But Suze must have considered this for him a long time ago, and he also knew that precious metals were the real hard currency. So I stuffed Su Chi with a storage ring full of gold. However, he seemed to have overlooked that Su Chi, who lived in the world of monsters most of the time, did not know the purchasing power of gold. This large piece of gold, let alone these breakfast items, can easily be obtained even if it is an entire shop. But no matter what, the ant glanced at Su Chi like she was looking at a fool. Why are you giving me a yellow lump? You don't want to tell me it's gold, do you? The ant's face fell instantly. Son, I see you are such a handsome person. How come you have such a bad heart? You think I'm easy to deceive, auntie? Who would use gold to buy breakfast? And your piece of gold is as big as mine, so you use it to buy steamed buns. Su Chi was overwhelmed by the scolding. He also thought that there might be a little gold missing, so he reached into the storage ring again, preparing to take out a piece the size of a human head. As a result, at this moment, a clear and pleasant voice beside him said, Auntie, don't be angry. I gave him his money. Su Chi looked back and found a girl about the same age as himself. She had long black hair shawl, and her facial features were considered regular in Su Chi's eyes. After all, the women he had seen since childhood were either in the form of monsters or beasts, or they had washed away their beauty after reaching the divine level, and their appearance was far beyond what ordinary people could compare with. So the existence in front of him, who looked like a school belle in the eyes of others, was just a decent person in his eyes. The girl was surrounded by several peers, men and women, who seemed to be her classmates. It seems that what the aunt said about all the nearby students coming back to buy her breakfast is not false. Su Chi followed a few people while eating his breakfast, because when the other party was chatting with several people just now, he heard that several of them seemed to be students of Qingshan University. And this Qingshan University corresponds to the Qinglong Beast Control University, where my grandparents work as researchers. After all, there are no monsters here, so naturally they wouldn't have such a middle-class name. However, there is a Qingshan mountain range nearby, and Beishan City got its name because it is located to the north of the mountain range. As long as you find the location of the school, the employee unit building will naturally be easy to find. That's why he kept following these students. Although they walked very slowly, this not only saved the time of searching, but also allowed him to take advantage of this opportunity to rest. Of course, there is another more important point. That is, he has not yet figured out how to greet the grandparents in this world when he meets them, and needs to do some mental construction first. Hey, Luyu, that guy is catching up. Do you think he has a crush on our school beauty, Luyu? A friend next to Luyu said teasingly, bumping her with his shoulder. What nonsense are you talking about? Maybe he just happened to be on the way. Besides, you see he is so good-looking. How could he not have a girlfriend? Said Luyu, the girl who paid for Su Chi's breakfast. Her best friend also nodded in agreement and said, that's right. A person who uses stones to trick the breakfast stall owner out of gold will definitely not be able to catch your eye no matter how good-looking he is. But you actually stuffed that thing into your bag. Isn't it heavy? It's useless. Luyu smiled and said nothing, because she knew that once she revealed her guess, her best friend would laugh at her for having no brain. Since Luyu had paid for her breakfast, Su Chi naturally handed over the piece of gold to her, fearing that it was not enough. As soon as Liu Yu took the piece, he felt his hand heavy and almost couldn't hold it. She couldn't help but change her expression, because it was only the size of a small bun, and when she weighed it, it probably weighed at least a pound. This is much heavier than some common metals of the same size, such as iron and copper, indicating that the density is much higher than these common metals. Could it be that? Thinking of this, Liu Yu shook his head again and secretly told himself, how could this be possible? She just spent dozens of dollars to buy some breakfast for others. If this piece of stuff was really gold, I'm afraid it would be worth 200,000 to 300,000. How can such a good thing happen in this world? Liu Yu laughed off his unrealistic idea just now. But he didn't throw this thing away, but stuffed it into his bag. Suddenly, I felt that the bag became heavier, hanging heavily on my shoulders. That's why Yuhuan smiled and didn't answer when he asked her. If she knew that she really had a glimmer of hope that this thing might be gold, she would probably laugh to death. Just when he arrived at the school gate, Liu Yu turned around inadvertently and found that Su Qi, who had been following him just now, was nowhere to be found. Look, I just said that he just happened to be on the road with us, and he is gone now. Liu Yu sighed and said, "Don't talk nonsense." Liu Yu interrupted her. At this moment, Su Qi, who had just disappeared, appeared again, but this time there was a girl beside him who overshadowed them. So beautiful. Is this a big star? The person who amazed them was Xiao Longwe. She had been staying in the beast-controlling space to observe the world through Su Qi's senses. It seemed that she had to come out of the beast-controlling space just now because Su Qi had eaten so deliciously earlier. Anyway, Qingshan University was right in front of him now, and Su Qi was not afraid of losing him, so he found a deserted place to summon her. As long as the dragon body is not restored, there should be no problem. Xiao Longyue took Su Qi's arm as soon as she appeared, snatched part of the breakfast from his hand, and ate it with gusto. In fact, for a dragon like her, these things are not even enough to fit between her teeth. They are just a taste of something new. Seeing that Liu Yu and the others were still there, Su Qi and Xiao Longyue came forward and asked, "Hello, where is the staff building?" Liu Yu and Yu Huan were still immersed in the shock of Xiao Longyue's beauty, and then they pointed out a direction as if they were waking up from a dream. "Thank you." Su Qi took Xiao Longyue and walked towards the place they were pointing to. It took Liu Yu and the others a moment to slowly come back to their senses. I believe now that he is really just traveling with us. Following the direction pointed just now, Su Qi saw a cluster of community houses after walking for a short time. Obviously, these were staff rooms prepared by the school for faculty and their families. He found the corresponding unit building and house number according to the address given by his father, and then stood in front of the door for a long time, without making up his mind to knock on the door. At this time, Xiao Longyue on the side became impatient and reached out to knock on the door. As soon as Su Qi grabbed him, a slightly older voice came from the door. "Who?" Su Qi stood up straight after hearing this. After a while, the door was opened from the inside. But Su Qi was stunned, and the person who opened the door was also stunned. The reason why the person inside the door was stunned was simple. After all, there was a pair of young strangers at the door. He closed half of the door with caution. The reason why Su Qi was stunned was because the person who opened the door was a gray-haired old man, who looked to be at least 70 or 80 years old. Grandpa Su Lin over there is still young. Even considering that one side is an ordinary person and the other side is someone who has eaten various treasures and remains young forever. Only 20 years have passed, and Su Lin here should be in his 50s or 60s. It's obviously a bit too old now. This is not unexplainable. After all, according to Su Zhe's understanding, the flow of time in two completely isolated worlds will be different. It is very possible that 20 years have passed since he went to that world, and only a few days have passed here, or hundreds of years have passed. So it's possible that the ages don't match up. But the most important problem is that Su Qi can't see any similarity in the physical features of the other party with his grandfather Su Lin. Could it be that two people in parallel worlds have different appearances? But his father didn't tell him this. The old man looked at Su Qi in confusion and said, "Are you here to find Su Lin? He is no longer here. No more." Su Qi suddenly felt like a bolt from the blue. Could it be that time has really passed for hundreds of years, or that the grandfather here has passed away because he cannot bear the blow of losing his son? Su Chi felt depressed and didn't know how to explain to his father when he returned. You must know that his storage ring also contains many elixirs that can prolong life, which are prepared for the grandparents here. But their medicinal effects cannot bring the dead back to life. As if he saw that Su Chi had misunderstood what he meant, the old man continued. I mean, Su Lin and his wife have moved away and no longer live here. They don't even work in the school anymore. As for where they went, I don't know. After saying that, the old man closed the door. Moved. Su Chi became energetic again after hearing this. Although the clues have been cut off, and now he really has to look for a needle in a haystack to find someone, but at least there is still hope. At the same time, Lu Yu, who returned to the laboratory in despair, suddenly remembered something. She took out the golden pimple the size of a bun from her bag, and then hit it with the handheld spectrometer in the laboratory. Looking at the results above, she was stunned. Lu Yu didn't even bother to say hello to the teacher in the laboratory and just rushed out. As a result, he happened to bump into Yu Huan, who came to find him. She came to ask Liu Yu to borrow an instrument, but she was knocked to the ground before she even reached the door. Liu Yu saw that the person he bumped into was Yu Huan, whom he trusted, so he quickly pulled her aside. What are you doing mysteriously? Yu Huan asked doubtfully. Liu Yu looked around, and after confirming that no one was around, he unbuttoned his clothes, revealing the big baby under his clothes. Ouch! Are you going to apologize to me for just bumping into me? After all, it's common sense to expose your breasts when apologizing. Yu Huan said jokingly, but Liu Yu rolled his eyes at her, partially exposed the gold nugget in his arms and said, I want you to see this, really. What's true? Yu Huan was confused. This is real gold, solid gold. After all, they are two students. They have never seen anything of such high value. They are inevitably surprised. Is what you said true? Are you not mistaken? Yu Huan also lowered his voice. She was really unbelievable. How could someone really use such a big piece of gold to buy breakfast? It's absolutely true. I've tested it many times. I first measured it with a spectrometer, and then calculated the volume and weight. It can't be wrong. This is a piece of gold, and it's solid gold. Then how much is this worth? Did you pay it? Are you going out in such a hurry to find a bank or gold store to save money? Remember to treat the sisters to dinner. Yu Huan said with a smile. But Liu Yu shook his head and said, No, this piece of gold is worth hundreds of thousands at least, but I just helped him advance a few dozen yuan. Liu Yu nodded. Yu Huan hesitated to speak, then sighed and said, Forget it. Then I will go with you. Let me see more of these hundreds of thousands. Why didn't I notice it just now? It looks so pleasing to the eye. The two of them walked all the way to the employee community that had just been pointed out to Su Chi. Along the way, Liu Yu seemed to feel that the gold in her arms was much heavier than before, and she was sweating profusely as she walked away. There are so many buildings in the employee community. How should we find them? You can't go to each house one by one, right? Liu Yu also knew that this was not an option. So he said, looking at his appearance, he probably doesn't want to stay for a long time. Maybe he's just here to do business, and will come out after a while. We might as well wait at the gate of the community. Yu Huan also agreed with her method. The two of them squatted at the entrance of the community. After waiting for a long time, no one came out. We have waited so long, and our kindness has been exhausted. Since he knows that this thing is really gold, and he also said that he has more, there should be no shortage of it. Maybe some rich man comes out to give alms to us poor people, or let's just forget about it. Yu Huan kept persuading. After all, it was hundreds of thousands, and it wasn't like they didn't want to give it back. Just when Liu Yu was about to be persuaded, suddenly the two people who couldn't take their eyes away appeared. What a pair of handsome men and beautiful women, Yu Huan said helplessly after seeing that all his efforts were in vain. After Su Chi learned from the old man that his grandparents had moved away, he was like a headless fly. I had no target for a while and didn't know where to look. I thought about it for a long time before thinking about going out first, but I met the two women from the morning at the door, and he greeted him the first time he saw him. Why are you here? Is there not enough food in the morning? Then I will get you a bigger piece. Okay. Yu Huan nodded repeatedly and said, but then Liu Yu grabbed him. Don't listen to her nonsense. You gave her too much. I'm here to pay you back. Then she reluctantly took out the piece of gold from her arms, and Yu Huan's eyes were glued directly to it. When it was stuffed into Su Chi's hand, it was still warm. Too many? Then how much should I give? Su Chi said doubtfully. Because he brought a lot of this thing, and in his opinion, this thing without any spiritual energy had no value at all. Lu Yu gestured twice and said, for something worth tens of dollars, you can just scrape off a little gold powder with a knife. But it's too much trouble, so forget it. Su Chi said nothing because he suddenly had an idea. After all, I am not from this world. I am very unfamiliar with this place, and I don't even know its value. But Lu Yu and Yu Huan in front of them are not only people from this world, but also students from Qingshan University. Although my grandparents no longer work here, they have been researchers here for many years and have brought many students with them. So there must be a lot of clues left behind, and acquaintances can contact them. It's perfect to use the two people in front of you to find it. So he said, do you know the two teachers Su Lin and Jean Ling from Qingshan University? Lu Yu and Yu Huan looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. There are no teachers like these two who have taught us. Su Chi didn't expect to get the news so easily, because he learned from the old man just now that his grandparents left Qingshan University several years ago. Liu Yu and Lu Yu were about the same age as him. They were either freshmen or sophomores, so it was impossible for them to be taught by their grandparents. Lu Yu has excellent grades. Although he is only a sophomore, he met several graduate students through an innovative project and helped them conduct experiments to gain experience. So it is possible that I heard it from their mouths. Su Chi suddenly became excited when he heard this. Are you telling the truth? Liu Yu was startled, but nodded. That's right. I just can't remember which senior brother it is. It doesn't matter, as long as it's true. Then Su Chi handed the piece of gold back. Before Liu Yu could speak, he continued. I give you this piece of gold so that you can do me a favor and find two teachers, Su Lin and Jean Ling. As long as I can find it, I have more and bigger gold here. Just looking for someone. Liu Yu didn't think he could get such a big reward. But Su Chi nodded firmly and said, yes, this is nothing to me. The news about the two old men is the most important. As long as we can find clues, I can give them something more valuable than gold. Before Lu Yu said anything, Yu Huan had already taken over and said, then let's make a deal. Let's go find your senior brothers and get information. After agreeing on a contact place with Su Chi, the two left quickly. When I left, I was a little confused. There were actually people who didn't have mobile phones, and they needed to agree on a place to meet. While Su Chi was searching for the whereabouts of his grandparents, he went to the place where he came. On the top of that mountain, a man and a woman were climbing. The young female voice said in a slightly delicate and artificial voice, why do we come here to climb the mountain? I heard that there was a ghost here a few days ago. Tisk, whatever you're afraid of, it's just what others say. It's just true that this place was struck by lightning not long ago. Maybe we can pick up a few pieces of lightning-struck wood and bring them back to Bubu Feng Shui Bureau, said the middle-aged man who didn't seem to be a good match for the young woman. It's just that their relationship doesn't seem to be that of father and daughter. Soon, they passed a charred pothole, which was obviously the place that had been struck by lightning. But apart from a piece of charred soil, no trees were struck. They continued to climb for another distance, and after they were far away from the crowds at the foot of the mountain, the man finally couldn't help but hold the woman tightly in his arms and said, there are too many climbers on other mountains, but this place is just right. No one dares to come. Only the two of us. Haven't you long wanted to have some excitement in the wild? The woman wanted to refuse but still welcomed the man and gently pushed the man's chest away and said, you have agreed to break up with the yellow-faced woman at home. When will you do it? The man smiled and said, haha, it's coming soon. Baby, I can't bear it anymore. Please let me smell it first. As he said this, he was about to put his mouth towards him, and then he became more serious, preparing to have in-depth exchanges, go behind enemy lines, and explain things in simple terms. But at this moment, they heard a faint sound of a man coughing. What sound? The young woman immediately tightened her clothes. The man was also quite unhappy after being interrupted. He cursed and said, who is it? Can you help me? Then he looked in the direction where the sound came from just now. He wanted to see who it was that didn't have eyesight. As a result, I glanced around and saw no one. The woman also followed. She also couldn't see anyone, but after inadvertently lowering her head, she let out a scream. Ah, what happened? What did you see? The startled man asked hurriedly. But the woman didn't care what to say at this time. She pointed at the ground in front of her in horror. The man looked in the direction of her finger. Then, he saw a human head placed on the ground with a few dead leaves falling on the top of the head. The man was also startled. He forced himself to calm down, thinking that this might be a corpse dumping scene. The head actually moved. He even spoke. Finally, someone is here. Can you do me a favor? Ghost. Now even the man couldn't bear it anymore, and the little brother who had been so enthusiastic just now became sluggish. Then both of them fainted. Don't be in a hurry to faint. I just want you to help me take the leaves off my head. Otherwise, I can't see the wonderful show you are performing. Xiaosu said helplessly. Then he coughed a few more times. It was strange, even though he was tortured these days by being stuck between two worlds. But after all, it is a carrier of heaven, so it is impossible to catch a cold. Along with his coughing, a very weak black mist was spit out from his mouth. Xiaosu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "You have been hiding here with me. Now you can't help it when you get the opportunity." As soon as the black mist appeared, it caused the gathering of dark clouds just like when Su Qi was flying, and the lightning quickly began to flash. The clouds were even bigger, and the thunder was louder than before. But just when the thunder was about to strike down, the black mist quickly penetrated into the bodies of the fainted man and woman as if it had found its home, completely hiding its own breath. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky were just about to rain down the thunder of supreme power, but they suddenly lost their target. After lingering in the air for a long time, it quickly dissipated. The heaven here does not seem to be as activated as the world over there, but more like a mechanical answering machine. Once its switch is touched, it will be activated immediately and punished. But once hidden, the way of heaven will not dig deeper. After the dark clouds dispersed, the two people who fainted also woke up. It's just that their eyes are completely different from before, dull and lifeless, like walking zombies. The walking posture is awkward, like a child who has just learned to walk. I no longer care about the messy clothes on my body. Just let them fall off, and I am happy. The way he speaks is also very clumsy, as if he has just learned to speak and has trouble using his mouth. Then the two of them left quickly. Xiaosu was left in the same place, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Boy, now you're in trouble. On the other side, Suze also noticed something was wrong immediately, and he teleported to the door. Su Yao is waiting here for Su Qi to come back. Suze had too many things to take care of, especially after placing half of the heavenly Dao on the Xianyuan sword for Su Qi to take away for self-defense. He needed to spend his energy to maintain the operation of the world's laws. So we can't stay here waiting for Su Qi to come back. Therefore, Su Yao felt bad when she saw Suze suddenly appeared with a nervous look on his face. What's wrong? What happened? Suze said gloomily. Some things are beyond my control. In fact, the old way of heaven has not been completely eliminated. Now the world is divided into two sides. One side is the way of heaven of humans, and the other side is the way of monsters. To be more precise, the way of heaven of those auspicious beasts. After the defeat in that battle, the vicious beast perished along with the old way of heaven. However, its remnants are still hiding somewhere, eager to seize the way of heaven and carve out a world of ferocious beasts like me. I originally gave half of the heavenly way to my son. In addition to protecting his safety, it also meant to attract these residues. After all, the law of heaven is not perfect now, and I have to distract myself from maintaining the world. This is a great opportunity to take action. Suze immediately admitted his mistake and said, "This is really just an accident." Indeed, he simply couldn't understand why the ferocious beast Tiandao would make this choice. Obviously, he is in a weak stage now and is very easy to deal with. On the sun's side, not only is he half heavenly Dao, but he also has Xianyuan's sword sitting in his place. What's more, the world over there still has a complete way of heaven. It is a dilapidated remnant of the way of heaven. If it jumps around there, it will most likely be wiped out in an instant. Even so, it actually has to take this huge risk to sacrifice the near for the distant. Suze really couldn't understand, and he was indeed tricked. What he didn't know was that the reason why the remnant of Tiandao made such a choice was because he was completely afraid of him. Even if Suze entered a weak stage, he would not dare to mess with him at all, and would instead bully Su Qi, who seemed to pose no threat. Don't be anxious yet. Suze comforted Su Yao. The top priority is to see if I can let my power pass through the channel. Even if it only slightly affects half of the heavenly path in my son, it will be enough. Senior brother, have you heard of Teacher Su Lin? No, I've never heard of this teacher. What about Teacher Jean Ling? I haven't heard of it either. Okay, thank you, senior brother. After questioning to no avail, Liu Yu walked out of the laboratory helplessly. This is the last senior brother he has asked, and he has even asked senior sisters who do not match his vague memory, but there are no clues. At this time, Yuan also ran over panting, but she still seemed very motivated. After all, the reward when things are done is a big gold nugget. How's it going? Did you get any clues? No. Yuan shook his head. Unfortunately, I didn't get any information here. Oh, I thought this money would be easy to earn, but now I have a headache. Yuan scratched his head and continued. Are you sure you heard what the graduate students said? Could it be that you have been promoted to a doctorate? Liu Yu shook his head and said, No, the only ones I can contact are seniors who are in the first year of graduate school. They can only be in the second year of graduate school. It is impossible to be promoted to postdoctoral fellows. At this moment, the senior brother Liu Yu asked about last came out of the laboratory and said, I see you are in a hurry. Are these two teachers important? Before Liu Yu spoke, Yuan on the side was already nodding desperately. I thought about it carefully just now, and I really have never seen two teachers with this name. Yuan suddenly became energetic, stepped forward and said, Senior brother, let's talk about it. There will be great benefits. The senior brother took a step back in embarrassment and then continued, I don't know. Xiaoyu, do you still remember Heiji? Heiji, Liu Yu shook his head. The senior brother sighed and said, It's normal that you haven't heard of him. When you came to help, it happened to be the time when he was about to drop out of school. At most, you only saw the side of him when he left. This sentence immediately reminded Liu Yu of those forgotten memories. She remembered when she had heard this name. It was the first day when she came to the laboratory to help because of the credits for innovative experiments, and a senior brother was leaving with large and small bags of luggage. The other brothers and sisters were trying to persuade him, but he said that he would do research with other teachers in the future, and his future would be bright. And the teacher he was talking about was Su Lin. Seeing that he seemed to have remembered something, the senior brother continued. The two people you are looking for, the mentors that Heiji later wanted to follow when he dropped out of school, were actually expelled before I entered school, about 5 or 6 years ago. So it's normal that you can't get any news. After all, they left before everyone enrolled. Then how did senior brother Heiji know them? I don't know that. Although that kid is very smart and got into school with excellent grades, he is very obsessed with such illusory things as time travel. It just so happens that I just asked the teacher. The student I was most optimistic about was influenced to drop out of school. He still remembers it. It is said that these two teachers were expelled because they madly used the school's resources to conduct time travel experiments. So, maybe they know each other in this circle. I don't know more about it, and the teacher didn't say anything. He was afraid that I would drop out of school too, so he kept asking me questions. I still had to deal with him. Hearing this, Liu Yu and the two looked at each other, slightly embarrassed. Why did they forget this? You should ask the teacher about something like this that happened several years ago. How much do these students in the school who will change every 4 or 5 years know? Thank you, senior. We will make you rich when we come back. After saying goodbye to their senior brother, the two quickly ran to the teacher, trying to collect more clues. After all, they haven't found out where the Sulins are now, so they may not be able to get the promised reward. Soon, they found a mentor in the office, more accurately called a teacher. After all, they were still college students and not graduate students under his name. Little fish, what are you doing here? The teacher said with a smile. Because Liu Yu has been helping in the laboratory, he is also familiar with him as a teacher. Moreover, the other party has also agreed to take the postgraduate examination for himself, so he has to be more friendly and wait until the other party has boarded the pirate ship before starting to exploit him. Upon seeing this, Liu Yu stepped forward and asked, Teacher, I want to ask you, do you know the whereabouts of teachers Su Lin and Jean Ling? His face fell instantly. Why are you the one asking them again? Are you going to find those two guys to do some illusory time travel experiment? Liu Yu shook his head repeatedly and said, No, no, no. I'm just being entrusted by others. Don't worry, teacher. The teacher opened the teacup and took a sip. After calming down, he said, actually, there is nothing that cannot be said. Well, it sounds like the family is suffering. More than 6 years ago, their son had a car accident on the way to the college entrance examination. The couple cannot accept this blow unless their son has traveled through time. Although there were indeed many strange phenomena that occurred at the time, which aroused discussion among many people, reasonable explanations were given afterwards. But Sulin and the others may be trying to find a place for themselves to rely on spiritually, and they are still unwilling to come out. The school's resources were also used to conduct so-called time travel experiments, and none of my own students took them. In the end, after many discussions to no avail, the school expelled them. I haven't had much news about the Sulins since then. The last time was a year ago when that boy Hiji had to drop out of school to follow them. After saying this, the teacher opened the teacup again and took a sip of tea, finally ending the topic. Lu Yu and the others couldn't get any more information, so they finally decided to report to Su Qi first. Early the next morning, Su Qi met Lu Yu and Lu Yu again in front of the breakfast stall where they met yesterday. But this time it was Yu Huan who provided the money, and she enjoyed it. Then while eating breakfast, he told Su Qi the news he had learned. Well, Su Qi nodded slightly silently after listening, with mixed feelings in his heart. Unexpectedly, the grandparents here believed that my father had traveled through time and even exhausted all their efforts to find him. How would they feel if they knew that their father over there had other grandparents, or even started a family? When I appear in front of them, I don't know if I will be accepted. Su Qi shook his head and finally made up his mind and said, I know. The next step is to look for this Hiji. He must know where his grandparents are. I'm still going to bother you. This is part of the reward for you. I'll thank you again after I find out more information. Su Qi took out a gold nugget the size of 2 or 3 fists and said. Yu Huan was dumbfounded. A gold nugget the size of a small bun already cost hundreds of thousands. So how much is this piece worth? Lu Yu noticed another piece of information in Su Qi's words, grandparents. Is he saying that the Sulin couple are his grandparents? But didn't the teacher say that they only had one son, and he died in a car accident? And based on the college entrance examination at the age of 18, even if he is still alive, he is only 24 years old now. How can he have such an old son? Lu Yu's heart was full of doubts. In her opinion, Su Qi's identity seemed very mysterious. But before she could think clearly, she was interrupted by Yu Huan on the side. What are you thinking about? Come and help. This thing is too heavy. I can't lift it alone, Yu Huan said, while holding the piece of gold covered by his coat. The two of them have never had such happy troubles. Having finally received some news about his grandparents, Su Qi felt a sense of unease. After parting ways with Lu Yu and the others, he returned to his temporary residence. They used both of their ID cards to book a room for him. To be honest, they were genuinely surprised when they saw that Su Qi couldn't even produce his ID card. However, the gold piece the size of a steamed bun they had previously taken to a gold shop and sold for nearly 400,000 yuan in cash, which completely dispelled their doubts. They used the money to book the most luxurious room. The original plan was to book 2 rooms, one for Su Qi and one for Xiao Longwe. However, as Su Qi's tamed beast, Xiao Longwe needs to protect her master's safety at all times. This naturally took on a different meaning in Lu Yu's eyes. Oh, I understand. After Su Qi went back to rest, Beishan City welcomed another pair of uninvited guests. A middle-aged man and a young woman, both dressed in disheveled clothes. By this time, they had gotten used to walking in this body, but they still hadn't bothered to fix their clothes. Some even felt that clothes that had fallen down to their knees were getting in the way of walking, so they simply tore them off. This naturally attracted a lot of attention, especially from the young woman. Immediately, several shady-looking thugs approached with malicious smiles. Hey beautiful, this old man definitely can't satisfy you, right? How about you come with us? His gaze drifted downwards, revealing a large portion of her torn skirt. But the two ignored them, sniffed carefully, and then, as if they had locked onto something, continued walking forward. The thugs tried to stop them, but the middle-aged man and the young woman simultaneously reached out their hands. They smiled dismissively, not taking the overweight man and the thin woman seriously at all. Then, The group flew out as if hit in the chest by a cannonball. Their chests caved in, their fate unknown. The two ignored the commotion behind them and quickly left. The sky seemed to be filled with dark clouds for a moment, but they eventually dispersed. Soon, they followed their senses and found the hotel where Su Chi was staying. The receptionist looked up and glanced at it. She was already used to this kind of combination. Moreover, it seemed that they couldn't hold back even before arriving at the hotel, so she only glanced at them and didn't say anything more. What truly piqued her interest was the handsome man and beautiful woman she saw today. They were simply too pleasing to the eye. So even though he knew the room the two girls booked was for them, he turned a blind eye and let it go. However, she was still curious about the relationship between the four of them. It seemed strange that two girls would book a hotel room for another couple of the same age. At this moment, Su Chi seemed to sense something as well, and sat up, picking up the sword-shaped pendant that his father had given him before he left. It was burning up like crazy at that moment. Following the pendant's guidance, Su Chi arrived at the door. On the other side of the door, the couple had also located Su Chi's position. What happened? Xiao Longyue asked in confusion, already on high alert. Abarazuki, get ready. As soon as Su Chi finished speaking, the hotel room door deformed and flew backward, as if it had encountered a powerful external force. He sidestepped and narrowly avoided it. Then I saw the two people behind the door. Who are you? Su Chi questioned. But they didn't answer. Instead, they charged straight at him. Su Chi raised his hand to parry the middle-aged man, while Xiao Longyue faced off against the woman. They dared not use their full strength and could only rely on their physical power to fight back. Su Chi was immediately suppressed by his opponent. Even with his god-level physical strength, he was no match for him. After all, his opponent was an aggregate of the remnants of countless ferocious beasts. With their last strength, they transformed these two bodies into the final ferocious beasts. Xiao Longyue, though in human form, is essentially a dragon, and in terms of physical strength alone, she is still superior to Su Chi. She only managed to fight the woman in front of her to a draw. This can't go on. Su Chi, take control of me, Xiao Longyue said. After all, they are beast tamers, and the relationship between them and their beasts can only achieve a synergistic effect when they cooperate with each other. However, Su Chi shook his head, indicating that he could not do that. Have you forgotten? Beast taming is not allowed by the rules of this world. We'll be wiped out without them even lifting a finger. Then what should we do? Let's get out of here first. It's too cramped. With that, Su Chi and Xiao Longyue broke free from the entanglement and rushed towards the window. With the sound of shattered glass hitting the ground, Su Chi and Xiao Longyue landed together. The receptionist was also startled, realizing that the people who fell were the handsome man and beautiful woman she had just been gossiping about, and they were staying on the 10th floor. Just as I was about to pick up the phone to call the police, I saw the two of them run off as if nothing had happened. Then, the two people who had just entered the building also jumped down and chased after them. Oh my God! The commotion attracted many people, who all picked up their phones to record the beauty of life. However, the four people were moving too fast. They were simply too fast for them to keep up with. Before long, the four of them escaped from Beishan City and arrived in the suburbs. Su Chi and his group were eventually caught up, but their opponents were faster. This can't go on. Let's just take a gamble, Xiao Longyue said. Su Chi bit his lip and didn't say anything, but he had already begun to prepare to activate the beast taming contract. After all, the opponent's strength and speed were both superior to their own, and for some reason, they were relentlessly targeting and clinging to them. This can't go on. We'll just be worn down and die. In that case, we might as well give it a shot. Just as he was about to make his move, the pendant on his chest suddenly emitted a bright light. A greedy desire arose in the eyes of the two people before them. Su Chi understood. They had come for the pendant. But this was given to me by my father, and I absolutely cannot give it to them. The pendant's light shone to its fullest extent, enveloping an area. Then the pendant quietly disappeared from Su Chi's chest, and in its place appeared a sword held in Su Chi's hand, but he did not know how to use it. However, the four gems embedded above have disappeared, replaced by a phantom image in each of the four corners of this space bathed in light. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise guard the four corners of the space, effectively isolating this area and forming a small world. A small world where you can use the rules of beast taming. The two people, however, were excluded from this space. At the same time, the sky turned as dark as ink in an instant, with thick, endless clouds stretching as far as the eye could see. The heavenly Tao of other worlds has manifested itself here, and has even isolated a space beyond my control. This is clearly an intolerable provocation. The continuous thunderstorms created the largest thunderstorm in history. Although the four-beast space was teetering on the brink of collapse after being struck by lightning, it was still able to hold on for a while. However, the two people outside the space were not the main targets of the lightning attack. But even the part that was split off at an angle was enough to cause them suffering. What's more, there's also a god-level beast tamer who has recovered all his strength. Abarazuki materialize. Su-Chi seized the opportunity to launch an attack. In an instant, a long spear appeared in his hand. The spear tip gleamed with sharp starlight, the blade gleamed coldly, and a green dragon coiled around the spear shaft, its head spitting out the spearhead. Su-Chi did not use the Xianyuan sword. It was more like a central hub for him to control the four-beast space. Instead, he concentrated all his power into the moonlit spear, as if grasping a bolt of lightning, and hurled it fiercely, striking the two of them directly amidst the raging thunder. They were strung together, completely pierced through, and then the power exploded, instantly shattering them. Su-Chi hurriedly recalled the obscure moon spear to avoid being discovered and targeted by Lei Fa. Then, just as the four-beast space was about to collapse, it quickly canceled the beast-taming artifact transformation, concealed its aura, and the four-beast space collapsed and returned to the Xianyuan sword. But the thunderstorm did not disappear. Instead, it continued to violently punish all living things under its shadow. Su-Chi had no choice but to flee quickly. Between the two charred corpses, the black mist burrowed into the soil to escape the lightning punishment. Eventually, it drifted into an earthworm and burrowed deeper into the soil. So those two people didn't register with you? This girl helped them register? The police officer said, pointing to the names on the register. Faced with the police's questioning, the receptionist nodded blankly, thinking to herself that she was doomed. It's one thing to fail to register as required, but the real problem is that something still happened. She hadn't even called the police yet. So how did they arrive so quickly? What she didn't know was that several thugs who met tragic ends had already attracted the police, who then investigated and arrived here. You're saying those people jumped from the 10th floor and were unharmed? The policeman stopped taking notes and said with an incredulous look on his face. Even though they had just come from a group of petty thugs, after hearing from eyewitnesses that he had been punched like that, the police had already prepared themselves mentally. But when I heard that these people fell from the 10th floor and were completely unharmed, I still couldn't hold back. These are monsters. He did not doubt these people's testimonies, because there were on-site cameras to confirm them. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened, as if night had fallen instantly. But then, flashes of dazzling lightning illuminated the scene for a moment, followed by endless thunderstorms. This was a divine might that no one had ever witnessed before. Lightning bolts fell one after another, and they could even feel the earth trembling under the heavy hammer of the thunder. No one dared to stay on the street. They all hid in the nearest buildings, trembling with fear. However, what gave them a slight respite was that the lightning strikes were concentrated in the uninhabited wastelands outside the city. Only a small amount of lightning was attracted by the lightning rods on the tall buildings. I don't know how much time passed. It seemed like a very short time, but it felt like a long time to the people of Beishan City. The dark clouds dispersed as quickly as they had arrived. Only after confirming that it was safe did everyone dare to breathe heavily. This is terrible. How could the weather suddenly turn like this when everything was fine? Do you think it might be related to those people? I think they ran towards the place where the lightning just struck. It's possible. This is simply not human. Tell me the truth. How did you two meet? And where did this money come from? At the police station, Lu Yu and Yu Huan were brought in for questioning, because they booked the hotel rooms for those two mysterious people under their own names. And recently they suddenly received a huge sum of money from an unknown source. This is the money they got after selling that piece of gold the size of a steamed bun. They spent some of it, and save the rest. The two, clearly inexperienced in the ways of the world, were unaware of the additional charge of possessing a huge amount of property of unknown origin. If they hadn't been brought in by the police so quickly, they probably would have already sold the larger piece of gold. Now, after being taken to the police station, under the intimidation of the police, they confessed everything they knew. You were given millions of dollars worth of gold just for asking you to find two people. He was even planning to use gold nuggets to buy steamed buns. This incident once again shocked the police officer. However, they were also certain that neither of the two people in front of them were lying. Okay, in that case, you go back to school first and wait for our summons at any time. Also, we need to temporarily seize that piece of gold and freeze the account temporarily. Yu Huan's face immediately fell, but he didn't dare to say anything more to the police. After all, these are physical evidence now. The police also confirmed that they really didn't know any more information about the other party, and they didn't even have the other party's contact information. They only knew that the other party's name was Su Qi and Xiao Longwe. The police couldn't even find any information about the two people. However, the investigations into the other two individuals have made progress. Inside the morgue, a middle-aged woman, weeping uncontrollably, approached a charred corpse struck by lightning, whose features were still vaguely recognizable. The woman nodded, tears welling in her eyes, and said, "This really is my husband. Tell me, how could he have been struck by lightning?" Wah. The police then asked her to identify another female corpse, whom she recognized as well. "This is his secretary. Wait, could it be? You old bastard, no wonder you got struck by lightning, Wah." The middle-aged woman cried out. It took the police a long time for her to calm down. Then she asked, "Is there anything special about your husband? What's the meaning? For example, being exceptionally strong?" The woman wiped away her tears and said, "Him? He's all right. Because he climbs mountains often, he's quite strong for his age." After carefully considering his words, the police officer continued, "Do you think he's strong enough to break all of someone's ribs with one punch and be fine jumping from the 10th floor?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman stopped crying, looked up at the policeman with an expression as if he were looking at a fool, her eyes seeming to say, "You call this what you call strong?" Just as Lu Yu and Yu Huan were about to leave the police station, they were suddenly told that they needed to stay for a while longer because there were still some questions to ask. This time, a different person came to ask them. The officer sitting opposite him pulled his hat down low and asked, "You said he wanted to find the Su couple. Did you explain why? What was the reason?" Lu Yu shook her head and said, "No. He just said that the news about these two people is very important to him." "Oh right, I think I heard that once before. He was talking about grandparents and stuff." "Grandpa and grandma? Could it be?" The police officer's expression instantly turned very strange, as if he had heard something that excited him. He then asked more detailed questions, but most of them were minor details related to Su Qi. So he's completely unfamiliar with this world, and doesn't even have basic common sense. Interesting. He said he wanted you to find He Ji to inquire about the two teachers, right? The policeman suddenly took off his hat and said, "Junior Lu Yu, although we've only met once, I wonder if you can still recognize me?" "You are? Senior He Ji," Lu Yu exclaimed in surprise after seeing the other person's face under the police hat. When she got back, she immediately asked about the other person's last whereabouts, and even the teacher didn't know. "I never expected to see him at the police station. How did you get here?" "That's a long story. Since he wants to see me, could you please take me to meet him? As compensation, all the confiscated gold and frozen accounts will be returned." "No problem," Yu Huan answered first. They did indeed conceal a tiny bit of information, that they didn't have a way to contact them. But they had a feeling that if they went to that breakfast stall, they would definitely run into Su Qi again. Because Su Qi had repeatedly emphasized that the information they gathered was very important to him, and he would never let it go easily. "All right, then I'll set off with you tomorrow morning. Now I'll head back and report." He Ji smiled and saw the two out of the police station. He then took off his police uniform and went to another location. In a very secluded location, they completely hollowed out a mountain peak in the Green Mountain Range. In one of the rooms, the walls were covered with screens. It records Su Qi's frantic journey along the highway, including the scene where he prevented a car accident while asking for directions. These were all captured by surveillance cameras, but the speed was too fast to see clearly. After he entered Beishan City, his face gradually became clearer in the surveillance footage. It does look very similar to the photo my teacher showed me. Is the starting point of these surveillance videos that captured him at the foot of this mountain? He asked, pointing to a mountain peak on the map. That's right. And just like Beishan City today, the area there was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds that day, except there was only one clap of thunder, a staff member said. I just came back from the police station and found out that the couple who were struck by lightning were also here to climb the mountain, and then they went missing. They seemed to have encountered something on the mountain, and suddenly they turned into this. Then let's go to this mountain first to investigate and see if there are any clues. The staff member turned around and advised, Xiaoji, are you really going? It's still unclear whether they're friend or foe. After a moment of silence, He said, this is the wish of the teachers, so I must go and see for myself, to see what kind of relationship he has with the teachers. Then you'll need a few more people with you, right? No need. You saw the scene today. If he really is the enemy, then no matter how many people come, it won't make a difference. Pagoda Mountain is the monster mountain that has caused a lot of noise recently. It is said that there once was a pagoda on the mountain with many treasures inside. Later, in a war, the pagoda and the invaders who looted the treasure were blown up into the sky. Since then, Pagoda Mountain has lost the pagoda and only the mountain remains. However, there is another legend recently. That is, there is a monster under the tower, and it ran out after the tower fell. I just recently got a climate change human form. This was all said by an old man with missing teeth at the foot of the mountain. He spoke vividly and vividly, as if he had experienced it himself, making it even more convincing. So since the last time I was struck by lightning and monsters appeared on the mountain, only a man and a woman came to climb the mountain. And after that, contact was lost, and no one else dared to go up the mountain. But today, another group of people came. The purpose of their coming was not to climb the mountain, but to find something. The group of people carefully searched upwards, not letting go of any clues. They first passed by a blackened pothole, which was obviously the mark left after being struck by lightning. If you look carefully, there seems to be a human-shaped mark in the center of the pothole. It looks like someone was struck by lightning, but it doesn't seem to be anything serious. After leaving a few people behind, the rest continued to search towards the mountain. It didn't take long for them to see climbing equipment and some clothes scattered in front of them. There are even some documents that can prove your identity. It seems that this is where the boss and his secretary are having sex. The equipment is quite complete. One person said while wearing gloves and picking up a balloon that had not yet been opened. So what happened to them here, and what happened to them in the end? He stepped forward and said. He looked at the various remaining traces around him and began to review what happened at that time in his mind. The two people who were at the critical moment seemed to be frightened, so they stopped. The feeling of being interrupted made him furious. Although he is a middle-aged man, his long-term exercise has made him in good health, and he is not afraid of anything. So I simply packed up my clothes and started walking towards the source of the noise. He said as he walked in the direction of the traces. Looking at the bushes in front of him, He felt inexplicably panicked and jumped wildly. He knew that the two men probably fainted after digging through the bushes and seeing something behind them. So will he also end up like this? Everyone present was nervous, seeing He's hand reaching for the bushes, trying to stop him, but it was already too late. Just now, in order to make room for He to recreate the scene, they all deduced. At this time, everyone immediately rushed forward to avoid any accidents. But He didn't appear to be feeling any discomfort, and the others breathed a sigh of relief and then began to look around behind the bushes. But they saw nothing special. There's nothing here. Could it be that they happened somewhere else? Others followed He's gaze and saw only a small open space. There's nothing like this. It's gone now, but it was there before. He raised his head and explained. There are trees all around, and the fallen leaves should cover the ground. But here, in this small area, there are no fallen leaves. Don't you think it's strange? After his reminder, others also realized this. Yes, and this thing should have just left not long ago. So the two people must have seen it when they came here before. It's also related to this thing that they became like this. But where is it now? There were no traces of transfer around, and He couldn't figure it out. But in fact, Even Xiao Su himself doesn't know where he is now. He is just a temporary anchor point, not fixed. A slight change between the two worlds will cause him to move to other places, anywhere. At this time, there was another city not far from Beishan City. A fisherman in the internet cafe was sitting in his seat and browsing various web pages quickly. His eyes were dull, but he took in all the information. Finally, he stopped what he was doing because he had gotten the information he wanted about humanity's ultimate weapon, nuclear weapons. This is a power comparable to that of a god. It is a power that can force Su Qi to open the four beast spaces to deal with it with all his strength. 也只有这样，他才能有机会夺取天道。但是持有这种武器的国家并不多，而且人类对这种武器的看管十分的严格，不到最后关头不会轻易动用。他继续飞速地浏览住信息，持有核武器的夏国和米国最近一直都在围绕着一座岛屿言语交锋。As a deterrent, a U.S. strategic nuclear submarine carrying a nuclear warhead seems to be lingering in nearby waters. Then the fisherman came to the beach and jumped into the sea. 另一边，逃离了雷暴范围的苏起已经精疲力竭。With his current strength, the space consumption of supporting the four beasts is too great. He only gained a moment of time to take action, and it was already unsustainable. Xiao Longyue even suffered from the power of thunder punishment during the weaponization. Even though it was recovered in time, she was still seriously injured. Now she has returned to the beast control space to recuperate. Su Qi shook his groggy head. He had just increased his speed to avoid the lock of thunder punishment, but unknowingly he seemed to have arrived in another city. 不行，我明天还得回去和他们确定消息. But now it was getting late, and he had to find a place to rest first. Su Qi dragged his tired body as he walked down the street, but the appearance of a woman's back suddenly shocked him. Su Qi didn't care about looking for a place to rest. He looked at the back of the figure who was gradually walking away and followed him in 3 steps at a time. Seeing the other party walking into an alley, Su Qi hurriedly chased after him. But his hot pursuit seemed to have alerted the other party. Listening to the footsteps getting closer, the woman turned around and raised a bottle of spray in her hand. However, after seeing the other party's appearance clearly under the dim street light, he froze in place, and there was no movement from the anti-wolf spray in his hand. Su Qi walked up to the woman, showed a very reassuring smile, and shouted, "Mom." Then he seemed to faint from exhaustion due to his relaxed mind. Su Yao, who was happy to be a mother, was left standing there with a face at a loss. Su Yao finally took the man who fainted in front of her back home. She couldn't tell why. In short, it couldn't be because the other party called me Mom for no reason. Maybe it's because he looks a lot like an old friend of mine, an old friend who has passed away. Su Qi slowly woke up after spending the night on the sofa. He shook his still heavy head, and half of his strength had been restored. The memories before coma were gradually recalled. After all, this was the first time I had left my parents, and I had just experienced a life and death experience. It was a time when my heart was very dependent. But now that he gradually calmed down, Su Qi also realized that something was wrong. Not to mention whether he might have mistakenly recognized a similar person. Even if the other party is really Su Yao, she is not the mother who gave birth to him and raised him. My father said that he could get acquainted with the grandparents here, because he did have this kind of relationship. But Su Yao here is not his mother. They are two different people in the parallel world. Besides, the flow rates of the two worlds are also different. Su Yao here is only 24 years old, and Su Qi is already 18 years old. How are they going to be mother and son? Just when Su Qi felt a headache and even thought about running away before Su Yao found out about him, he could escape from this matter. She was already there with a cup of hot coffee. "Hey, you're awake. Why didn't you call me?" Su Yao said as she sat down. "Then I wanted to run away." Su Yao said with a calm smile on her face. "Really? You call me sister now. Didn't you call me mom yesterday?" Although he knew that the other party was not his mother, he still lowered his head unconsciously. "Oh, really?" Su Yao continued to say noncommittally. Su Yao chuckled softly this time, and then said, "Okay, don't think about hiding it from me anymore." "Girl." Su Qi was stunned for a moment before realizing who it was. Sure enough, Xiao Longyue was no longer in the beast-controlling space at this time. Instead, He walked out of the kitchen with a plate of breakfast and an embarrassed look on his face. By the way, there is still a portion for you in the kitchen. Go and eat after washing up. I bought a new toothbrush for you, Su Yao said. Su Qi somehow acted obediently. Su Qi sighed and said nothing more. Eating breakfast with a familiar taste, he gradually calmed down. Now that the matter has come to this, we can only accept it. And it doesn't seem that bad. At this time, Su Yao's heart was more complicated. At first, he just thought he was a drunk talking nonsense. But when she saw the other person's appearance, she fell into confusion. It's so similar, so much like Su Zhe's appearance when he was 18 years old. What surprised her even more was that with a flash of light, a beautiful girl appeared out of thin air. She also called herself Aunt Shu Yao. She didn't even care about the title aunt anymore. She just wanted to find out what happened. So he and Xiao Longyue took the unconscious Su Qi back. Later, when Su Qi was unconscious, he asked many things from Xiao Longyue's mouth. Of course, Su Yao did not accept these remarks so quickly. The reason why she was able to behave so calmly in the morning was because she had not slept all night and was trying her best to digest the information. These things were so fantastical that Su Yao found it difficult to accept them at the first time. But looking at the girl who suddenly appeared, and the wounds on Su Qi's body that were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, Su Yao had to accept it all. She even thought of the Sulin's research. They also held similar views at the beginning. But others regarded it as madness caused by the pain of losing a child. In the end, he was expelled from school, and even his lifelong friends, Su Yao's parents, broke up together. In the end, Su Yao also left Beishan City because of university and work. But by chance, he met Su Qi, Su Zhe's son again. She suddenly became happy to be a mother, but she still gained a son who was not much younger than herself. Su Yao couldn't accept it for a while. But he didn't expect that during the exchange after Su Qi woke up, she naturally had the upper hand in momentum. Anyway, Xiao Longyue had already exposed them all, and he couldn't hide it anymore. As a result, after Su Qi bluntly changed his tune, it was Su Yao's turn to become uneasy. She blushed and almost choked on the coffee in her mouth. After all, she is still a young girl, and she really can't bear this title. Then I'll leave first. I really have something else to do, Su Qi said. He was not making excuses. He indeed still remembered the agreement he made with Lu Yu and the others, and wanted to see if there was any new news. But Su Yao, who regained her breath, said, "Sit down." Okay. Su Qi didn't know what happened, so he immediately sat down obediently. I can only tell myself in my heart that it doesn't matter if I really collect relevant information. Lu Yu and the others should be waiting for him every day. It doesn't matter if he goes tomorrow, it's just one day late. After seeing him sit down obediently, Su Yao asked, "Tell me everything about your dad over there. All of them. As long as you know something, don't miss it." Although the relationship between Xiao Longyue and the Su family has become very close, in the end, they are still outsiders. So if you want to know more, you still have to find out from Su Qi's perspective. Su Yao didn't understand why. She just wanted to know. Seeing this, Su Qi knew that he would tell Su Yao all the true or false stories he had heard since childhood. Everything started from the beginning when Su Zhe fell asleep in the last lesson. By the time Su Qi finished telling Su Yao the whole story, it was already completely dark. He drank water several times during that time, and none of them even ate lunch. After Su Qi finished speaking, he carefully observed Su Yao's expression. He didn't know what the other person would think of his father after learning everything. After a moment of silence, Su Yao sighed deeply. She looked at Su Qi and said, "It seems he's not having an easy time over there either." Su Qi nodded heavily and replied, "Indeed, when I was a child, I heard from my uncles and elders that my father had repeatedly teetered on the brink of life and death. He has repeatedly risked his life to save our world. Without him, our world might not even exist today. Even in the best-case scenario, all of humanity would become slaves and prey for the ferocious beasts. You could say that our father was our savior, our great hero." At this point, Su Qi's face was full of pride. But Su Yao simply chuckled and said, "Yes, he is the savior of your world, your great hero. But what about us?" Her voice trembled slightly with a sob as she said, "Who will save Uncle Su Lin and Aunt Jean Ling? Who will save me? He even gave you the chance to come back, but he wouldn't come back to see us in person." Su Qi immediately waved his hands repeatedly to explain for Su Zhe. No, that's not how it is. My father, for some special reason, now represents the will of our world, so he cannot leave this world. So I had no choice but to come here in his place. But he only brought you here to see Uncle Su Lin and the others, right? That bastard. He never even thought of me. Su Yao said with a bitter smile, her expression revealing an indescribable desolation. Seeing this, Su Qi became a little anxious. He stood up and defended his father, saying, Actually, my dad just didn't know how to express himself to you. The two worlds flow at different speeds. 20 years have passed on the other side, while he doesn't even know how many years have passed on this side. Would it be even faster? I don't know if my grandparents are still alive, and I don't know if you're already married with children, just like him. He didn't know how to deal with this happening. My father once said that he only loved one person, and that was the same flower blooming in different times and spaces. Upon hearing this, Su Yao curled her lip and snorted coldly, saying, what sweet talk. That's just a man's excuse for being unfaithful. You mustn't follow his example. Even so, Su Yao's words no longer revealed as much resentment towards Su Zhe. Then she looked at Su Qi, hesitated for a long time, and said, Since that's the case, then you shouldn't call me sister anymore. Why not call me stepmother? Oh, what? You don't want to? Su Qi immediately shook his head repeatedly and said, I'm willing. That settles it. All right, it's already late today. I've only had 1 cup of coffee so far, and I haven't even had lunch yet. Come on, let's go grocery shopping together, and I'll cook you dinner when we get back. Su Qi then obediently followed Su Yao out the door, not daring to refute her in the slightest. He always felt that he felt more pressured in front of this stepmother than he did in front of his own biological mother. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, Yu Huan, and He Ji, who were preparing to meet Su Qi, waited from day to evening, but Su Qi never appeared. Are you sure he'll come today? He Ji asked the two men. He even had some doubts about whether they had actually arranged a meeting place and time with Su Qi. Seeing this, Lu Yu replied somewhat awkwardly, Well, we really didn't make an agreement. He then immediately added, But we have nowhere else to meet except here, so believe me, he will definitely show up. Sigh. All right then, He Ji sighed. I've given you my contact information. Call me when you're sure you can meet him. No problem. Lu Yu and Yu Huan said in unison. Just then, He Ji's cell phone rang. His expression changed drastically after the call connected, showing a mixture of panic and anger. He then hung up the phone, took several deep breaths to calm himself down, and turned to the two of them, saying, I will come again tomorrow. If he contacts you during this time, please let me know as soon as possible. I need to see him as soon as possible. He then hurriedly left, leaving the two standing there bewildered. After leaving, He Ji returned to the secret base as quickly as possible. They then walked into a room with ease, where there were many doctors and nurses in white coats. Various complex machines worked tirelessly, maintaining the lives of 2 figures in the blurry ward. Dr. Lu, how is the situation now? He Ji asked, his eyes red. The middle-aged man, referred to as Dr. Lu, took off his mask, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, After the emergency treatment just now, the situation has temporarily stabilized. But he then added, the situation is still far from optimistic. You know their situation? It's a miracle they've survived and relied on medical equipment to stay alive until now. But both the human body and instruments have their limits, and they have already reached their limits. Team leader we need to get ready. Upon hearing this, He Ji slammed his fist heavily against the glass wall and said with great resentment, It's all those bastards' fault. He then asked, Dr. Lu, isn't there any more effective equipment? Our research is important, right? I definitely can't complete it on my own. I'm just an assistant. To continue the research, we must revive them. Dr. Lu, could you please talk to your superiors and think of another way? Dr. Lu's face darkened as he said, I understand how you feel, but unfortunately, we won't mistreat anyone. From the very beginning, we've been using the most advanced equipment. The only way for them to survive now is for a god to appear in the world. After saying all this, Dr. Lu patted He Ji on the shoulder and left. But He Ji, who was standing there in a daze, suddenly thought of something. Gods. Maybe there really are gods. Meeting two girls. Are you going on a date? The boy has some skills. Su Yao followed Su Qi and said. As the day passed, she had fully accepted the incident. After all, Su Zhe is still alive, which is the best news. Hearing this, the smile on Su Yao's face also disappeared and turned into a serious expression. Asked, have you found Uncle Su Lin and the others? Su Qi shook his head and replied, not yet, but we may find their last student, and then our grandparents. A student? Since your father's accident, Uncle Su Lin and Aunt Jean Ling have stopped teaching as substitutes. After that, I was expelled from school, and even my parents couldn't contact them. What's going on with this student? Su Qi told Su Yao all the news he had heard so far. After all, from the current point of view, their research is not unreasonable. Soon, Su Qi took Su Yao to the breakfast stall. You guys are meeting here? Su Yao asked curiously. In her eyes, this kind of contact where people inquire about information should be a very hidden thing. As a result, the aunt who bought the breakfast immediately waved to Su Qi and said, you're finally here. The two little girls waited for you all day yesterday and didn't even get there. I don't know what kind of evil he did. Then he looked at Su Qi's face seriously for a few times and said, oh, beauty is a disaster. Su Qi followed the direction of his aunt's finger and found Yu Huan, and a strange man who had been waiting here for a long time. Why is there another person? Could it be that? Su Qi felt inexplicably excited. On the other side, the two girls who were urged over by He early in the morning were still drowsy. But I have to come because I haven't received the gold that was withheld. Soon, Yu, who was the first to discover Su Qi, became excited. Coming right over there. It's finally here. I can sleep in tomorrow. Huh? Why are the people around him different today? They were surprised that Xiao Longyue was a different person next to Su Qi, but she was still a beautiful woman. And unlike the young Xiao Longyue, she has a mature beauty. And He, who followed their gaze, became even more excited. Yes, it's him. These days, he has almost engraved the image of Su Qi captured on the surveillance camera into his bones. Soon, the two waves of people met. Yu spoke first. Su Qi, we have found the person you want us to help find. This is senior brother He. Su Qi thought that sure enough, he originally hoped that the two of them could help him find out where He was, but he didn't expect that they found him directly. He was very satisfied with the results that exceeded his expectations. Very good, I'll give you another reward. Yu waved his hands repeatedly and said, no, that's enough. No more gold is needed. This gold has already brought them trouble, and she really doesn't dare to expect more. Although Yu Huan's eyes sparkled, Yu refused her and couldn't say much. But Su Qi said, don't worry, it's not gold, it's something more precious. Then, under the expectant gazes of several people, Su Qi took out two round fruits the size of eggs and as white as jade. This is the jade fruit. My mother told me that it is a priceless treasure for women. It can make people's skin and bones stay youthful forever. Is it so magical? The two girls answered half-heartedly. In fact, Su Yao, who was behind Su Qi, had already eaten Yuyin fruit yesterday, and her appearance has improved a lot. Su Qi originally wanted to give Su Yao the fruit that could lead to immortality. But immediately there was a thunder and lightning warning. Obviously, the heaven of this world allows beautiful women to appear, but does not allow immortality to appear. He had to give up for now. The two fruits Su Qi took out immediately attracted He's attention. His eyes were shining, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. First, he said to the two Yu girls, you have already helped me meet with Su Qi, so go back to school first. I have recovered your gold on behalf of the government. Before the frustrated expressions on the two girls' faces took shape, he continued, but don't worry, they are recycled at the highest price in the market. It will definitely cost you much more than selling them yourself. All the money has been transferred to this account. No one will check again. As for how to divide it, it's up to you. He took out a card and gave it to them. The two girls immediately beamed with joy. After He and Su Qi walked away, the two women first found an ATM machine and checked the balance in their cards. Looking at the astonishing numbers above, the two looked at each other. Shall we go back to class? We are now little rich ladies, so why should we take classes? On the other side, Hiji picked up Su Qi and Su Yao into a car. Who is this? Hiji asked about Su Yao's origin. Su Qi can be trusted, but others still need to be questioned. This is mine. Su Qi still couldn't say anything. Su Yao said for him, I am his little mother. Mom, Hiji said a little suspiciously. After all, based on his current understanding, Su Qi should not have any other relatives. But there is no time to delay now. He started the car immediately. Brother He, where are we going? Hiji nodded and said, Of course I know. I am taking you to meet your grandparents. Su Qi suddenly became excited. Smooth, really smooth. The previous difficulties in searching seemed to be gone, and he would soon be able to complete the task. But he soon realized that he clearly didn't say it just now. And as students of Su and Lin, you should know clearly that they only have one dead son. How could he call in their grandson right out of the gate? Su Qi suddenly became cautious and blocked Su Yao behind him. What grandparents are you talking about? I don't know. If the other party didn't give him a suitable explanation, he would immediately take Su Yao and kick the car door open and get out of the car. Hiji saw this and replied, I probably already know your origins. The teacher's research is not without progress. We already know the existence of another world. This answer slightly convinced Su Qi. What about my grandparents? Why didn't they come to see me on their own? This is what Su Qi is confused about, if they already know his identity. It makes no sense that these two people who had abandoned everything to find their son would not come to see him in person. Hiji was silent for a moment, and then said with red eyes, They can't come. I'm anxious to see you, just hoping to save the teacher. What happened to my grandparents? What happened to uncle, aunt, and the others? Su Qi and Su Yao asked in unison. Hiji sighed and said, They were seriously injured and are in danger now. Who did this? Su Qi gritted his teeth and said, not caring that the rising murderous aura caused dark clouds to gather. This matter is very complicated. Let me start from the beginning. Although Su and Lin's research made no progress at first, they were even expelled from school. But after that, I gradually got a clue. Although they have not been able to travel through time and space, they have broken the shackles of space, successfully moved a piece of lead to another location in an instant. It was precisely because of seeing this scene that Hiji was willing to drop out of school and work as an assistant with Su Lin. The reason why their research is not known to more people is because it was funded by the government and became a confidential project. So only Hiji, who joined, knows this information. In the following years, as it received more and more attention, the research of the Sulins, who received sufficient funding, also made steady progress. Not only is the teleportation distance getting farther and farther, it's not just limited to dead objects, but they haven't used it on people yet. Because they were unsure about safety, the Sulins chose to be the first test subject themselves. They decided that one person would go into the machine and the other would operate it outside. In this way, even if an accident occurs, one person will be left to continue the experiment to find his son. In the end, it was Su Lin who walked into the machine. Hiji shook his head and continued to talk. The experiment was successful. Su Lin was successfully moved 10 meters, and this was not the limit. The limitations of space have been broken, and the next step is to break time. But the next experiment needs to apply for more funds, so the Sulins have to attend a conference in person to apply. On the same plane, there were many other outstanding figures in various fields in Xia Kingdom. But an accident happened. The plane was attacked in the air and exploded. Fortunately, it did not disintegrate and eventually crashed under the full control of the pilot. But the height had dropped a lot, so the Sulins had a chance to survive. Su Qi clenched his fist, leaving a deep fist mark under the car door. This was the result of his extreme control. The person who carried out the attack died in the crashed plane, but the person who betrayed the information was still caught by us before absconding. Judging from the destination he wants to escape to, Fuso country must be involved. Fuso. This was a name that was both familiar and unfamiliar to Su Qi. It was unfamiliar because the Fuso kingdom had already been destroyed when he was born. As for the reason for familiarity, it is because he has always heard his father talking about it since he was a child. It was his great regret not to destroy Fuso with his own hands. Why are they doing this? Why? Because I feel threatened. Teacher's research has unlimited potential. Not to mention the convenience brought by teleportation, Imagine what would happen if a nuclear bomb suddenly appeared on a hostile land. Su Chi didn't know much about nuclear bombs, but Su Yao on the side understood it immediately. So, they are afraid that this research will be used to wage war, and they want to nip it in the bud. Yes, every death on that plane, other than the teacher, was a huge loss to the country. What's a loss for us is a gain for them. Damn it, Su Chi wanted to vent right now, but his reason told him that he still had to go check on his grandparents first. Just when he couldn't wait any longer and wanted to get out of the car and run away, Hiji said, "We are here." I saw that the mountain wall that was supposed to have no road slowly opened, revealing various silver gray facilities. It's not just this mountain. It takes a huge amount of energy to cross space, so we hollowed out a mountain and built a nuclear power plant, Hiji said as he led the two of them inside. After the Sulans were seriously injured, their project did not stop, but was led by their original assistant Hijilai. So he became the team leader of this project at a young age. But relying on him alone, progress was still very slow. However, the country not only did not give up, but invested more funds in an attempt to make it stronger. Many of these facilities were built later. If the Sulans had had equipment of this scale before the accident, they might have made a bigger name for themselves. But Su Chi couldn't stand listening to this. He just wanted to see his grandparents as soon as possible. Hiji did not neglect, and soon led them all the way to the previous glass ward, where Dr. Liu was also present, looking anxious. Give up? No, I won't give up. I have found a way to save the teacher. Hiji shook his head and said. But Dr. Liu obviously didn't believe it. He had already said that he wanted the two of them to recover unless the gods appeared. Hiji said nothing and led Su Chi and Su Yao behind him to walk in. Hey, wait a minute. I told you it's a sterile ward. They were severely burned, and there was no intact skin on their bodies. We need to eliminate all possibility of infection. Do you want them to die now? When Su Chi heard this, he turned to look at him and said coldly, As long as I'm here, they won't die. Dr. Liu seemed to be shocked by the other party's aura. When he came to his senses, Su Chi had already opened the ward door and walked in. Su Yao and Hiji were waiting outside without entering. Where are you from? I'm telling you, I don't care if anything happens. Having said that, Dr. Liu stayed where he was, preparing to clean up the mess. Su Chi's body was trembling slightly, and he slowly stepped forward. Logically speaking, this should be the first time they met. But looking at the tragic situation on the hospital bed, Su Chi felt sad, as if he felt the pain of the other person firsthand. Maybe it's because before coming here, my father had repeatedly warned them that they were also his grandparents, no different from those in another world. Perhaps because of the destruction of the sterile ward, or perhaps because they sensed Su Chi's approach, the instrument monitoring their health suddenly sounded a piercing alarm. I told you, you are causing trouble. Just as Dr. Liu was about to step forward to rescue him, he saw two fruits appearing out of thin air in the boy's hands, and they were carefully held in his hands like human children. This is the spiritual fruit that Su Zhe prepared for his parents, which can make people live forever. Even in this world with thin spiritual energy, the efficacy of the medicine will be affected. It can easily extend life for hundreds of years. But at this moment, dark clouds began to gather over this secret stronghold. Such things should not exist in this world. But Su Chi doesn't care. He wants to save people. Is this something that can save the teachers? Hiji walked into the ward and looked at the fruit in Su Chi's hand and said, The appearance of this thing reminded him of the ginseng fruit in mythology. That's right. No matter how serious the injury is, it can be cured. Grandpa and Grandma will definitely be fine. Su Chi, who had already felt the threat, raised his head, and his eyes seemed to be looking through the dome of the base towards the dark clouds in the sky. At this time, Dr. Liu also walked in with a frown, but didn't say anything more, because Su Chi's ability to retrieve objects out of thin air had already surprised him. Don't worry, you don't need to eat this. Su Chi placed these two doll-like fruits on the broken bodies of Su and Lin. When Dr. Liu saw this, he was about to stop him. He knew that the fragile skin with burns could not withstand any touch. But then he saw the two fruits turn into a pool of liquid and merge into their bodies. Dr. Liu kept moving forward and opened his mouth wide, but what shocked him even more was yet to come. After being integrated into the fruit, their bodies were repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's right. It's not a cure at all. It's a repair. Even the missing and atrophied limbs are growing again. He looked at Su Chi in shock, wishing he could kneel down and worship immediately. Su Chi, on the other hand, looked up from time to time, walked towards Su Yao, and took out another fruit. Mom, this is for you. Me? I'm not injured. Su Yao waved her hands repeatedly. It not only heals injuries, but also makes people live forever. Mom, please take advantage of this opportunity and eat it together. Under Su Chi's gaze, Su Yao closed her eyes and stuffed the fruit into her mouth. After all, he looked too childlike, and she couldn't stop talking if she looked at him like this. But as soon as the fruit touched her lips, it turned into a stream of sweetness and was swallowed instantly, leaving only a mouth full of sweetness. Then she fell asleep, and her body quietly changed. Su Chi left the ward and walked outside. What's going on? Why did it suddenly get dark? Maybe it's going to rain. The staff member responsible for guarding the base looked at the sky as black as ink and said. But then they also remembered the recent thunderstorm incident, which seemed to have the same atmosphere. Gulu. When that scene sounded, they swallowed hard. I agree. Alarms sounded in the base, and when the base was about to be completely blocked, Su Chi walked to the door. Please close the door slowly. I have to go out. Looking at the young man in front of them, their men paused, and Su Chi walked out. Thank you. Hey, wait a minute. It's dangerous outside. Seeing the young man walking into the thunderstorm unprepared, they were just about to shout to stop him when they were stunned, because the young man actually stood up from the ground and flew towards the sky covered with dark clouds. At this time, Su Chi also changed his polite manner towards the staff just now, and his face reached into the sky with a ruthless expression. In the face of those who dared to challenge his majesty, the violent thunder also gave ruthless punishment. Lightning bolts as thick as a person kept striking at Su Chi in the air, but they were all blocked by an inexplicable force in front of him. It turned out that the sword-shaped necklace on his chest once again opened a small barrier for him to resist the thunder's attack. He originally wanted to rush into the thunder clouds and fight with Lei Pun in order to protect the 3 people who had eaten the fairy fruit. But I didn't expect that Lei Pun would be more stressed by the alien nature in him than the 3 humans who were transforming into a mortal species. Most of the power was directly released on him, and only a small amount of thunder fell on the base. This actually made it convenient for him. At this time, he only needed to defend with all his strength. Once the physical transformation of the 3 people is completed, as the natives of this world, heaven will also accept them. So now he just needs to hold on. The violent thunder plowed the entire area, and the hilltop where the base was hollowed out directly pulled out a layer of skin, revealing the silver-gray shell underneath. Fortunately, the nuclear power plant in another mountain was not affected. Otherwise, if an accident occurs, the trouble will be really big. And in order to ensure strength, the shell of the base is covered with a thick layer of alloy, which can guide falling lightning to the ground, further protecting the people inside. But even so, the people in the base still felt a doomsday-like atmosphere, and the continuous falling thunder had completely cut off the power of the base. The sound of lightning falling on the outer wall was even more deafening, like a heavy hammer hitting their hearts. Where did you find this great god? Is he going through a tribulation? Dr. Liu came to He Ji and asked. He is currently staying with Su Lin, his wife, and Su Yao to avoid any accidents. At this time, the injuries on the Sulin couple's bodies have basically recovered, and the slight skin and atrophied limbs have all regenerated. And they looked very shiny, looking very different from when He Ji met them, as if they had returned to their youthful appearance. When He Ji met them, it was at a time when they were working very hard on research and had not yet received any attention. The 2 of them looked very haggard. But at the age of 40, he already looks like he is in his 50s or 60s. But now, they are back to what they were when they were young, even compared to him. As for Su Yao, there hasn't been much change. After all, she is not very old, and the yuyin fruit she ate before made her look younger. He Ji also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. He did not answer Dr. Liu's question directly, but said, "Do you still remember the original purpose of our project? But the shackles of time are too difficult to break through. Being able to teleport in space is already the limit." "Yes, but now I am sure that time and space can indeed be broken through." At this time, The three of them had almost completed their physical transformation. The eyelids of the Sulin couple, who had been seriously injured and comatose for more than a year, began to blink, and they gradually showed signs of waking up. He has been devoting part of his mental energy to pay attention to the changes in the three people below. At this time, the power of the fairy fruit has been almost digested by them. After the matter is completed, Tiandao should not trouble them again. Suchida, on the other hand, tried to find a way to get rid of Thunder Tribulation. He felt that he might have been locked in because of his repeated provocations to heaven. If we don't avoid it quickly, I'm afraid there will be no escape. As soon as he thought of this, he quickly rushed out of the thunder cloud. Sure enough, Lei Jie did not go to those three people, but quickly chased after Su Qi. After seeing that his judgment was correct, Su Qi began to escape from the lock of thunder punishment at full speed. But this time it was obviously much more difficult to escape than before. Su Qi used all his strength, diving into the water for a while, and then deep into the ground for a while. The dark clouds followed him closely, forming a strange scene. On the other side, among the three people who had eaten the fairy fruit, Su Yao, who was the healthiest, was the first to wake up. At this time, she only felt that she was full of energy, refreshed, her ears and eyes were clear, and she seemed to have been cleansed from both the physical and mental levels. Even the physical qualities have become much stronger, far beyond those of ordinary people. It seems that he went to lure the thunder cloud away. Otherwise, this base might have been washed away by the thunderstorm. Hiji replied, I hope the child is okay. Su Yao frowned. Even if she wanted to help, she couldn't do anything with this great power of heaven and earth. But it can help in other ways. How are Uncle Su Lin and Aunt Jinling? Are they awake? Su Yao stood up and asked. At this time, Hiji was guarding the two people's beds. Unfortunately, the two of them have not yet woken up, but they have completely healed on the outside, because they are completely beyond normal people. How's it going? Do you have any more questions? Dr. Liu shook his head and said, TSK, this is simply Superman. He is healthier than anyone else. Then why haven't they woken up yet? Just wait. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Su Lin's fingers moving slightly, and his eyelids began to blink. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts were in their throats. The two of them opened their eyes almost at the same time, with extremely frightened expressions on their faces. Maybe it was because he hadn't spoken for so long, so when he opened his mouth, he just made a hoarse sound. It seems that for them, their memory still remains at the moment of the attack, which is why they are still so frightened after waking up. Uncle and Aunt, teacher, it's okay, it's okay. Su Yao and He Ji said together. Under constant comfort, the two gradually calmed down. They also seemed to realize that they were not in danger now, and after sitting up and seeing each other, they all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. After some time, the two gradually recovered their basic mobility, including communication. It's going to be okay? Yes, before I passed out, my legs were still. Su Lin hurriedly lifted the quilt and looked at his legs. They were all intact. He suddenly fell into a state of doubt. They carefully examined their bodies and found no injuries. This was naturally a good thing, but it left them full of questions. Because the pain before coma was so real and severe, how could it be possible that nothing happened after waking up? If all this is true, how far has medical technology developed? Xiaoji, how long have we slept? Su Lin asked. Teacher, you have been sleeping for more than a year. More than a year? Unexpectedly, not only were the two not surprised, but they felt that the time was unexpectedly short. I didn't expect that modern medical techniques would make such great progress in more than a year. It's amazing, old Liu. Dr. Liu on the side scratched his head, not knowing how to answer the question. At this time, they were already trying to get out of bed and walk to regain their ability to move as quickly as possible, while talking to Su Yao beside them. Xiao Yao, I didn't expect that you would be the first person we saw after we woke up. How are your parents? Are they still working as teachers at Qingshan University? Su Yao nodded and said, They are very good, but they are no longer at Qingshan University. A few years after the school expelled you, my parents also chose to leave after taking care of their last students. Seeing this, Su Yao smiled and said, My parents are very resentful that my uncle and aunt stopped contacting them in the future. But Su Yao also knew that they could not be blamed. She had been a little angry before and didn't understand why the two families, which had always had a good relationship, had cut off contact like this. Now she also knows that since the Sulins began to receive state-funded research, they have entered a state of confidentiality. After that, he was seriously injured and was in a coma for more than a year. Jean Ling then asked, "Since we escaped death this time, we must take time to see our old friends. Where are they now?" Su Yao replied, "I will tutor my children in my hometown, because as a former university teacher, everyone is willing to send their children here. They don't charge much, and it's just a pleasure to be with those kids." Alas, Jean Ling sighed after hearing this. How could she not know what her two friends were thinking? "Yao Yao, haven't you found a partner yet?" Su Yao shook her head when she heard this. Jean Ling knew that if nothing happened to his son Su Zhe, he and Su Yao's child would be about to enter kindergarten. But despite this, they still firmly believe that their research can help them find their son. Since even such a serious injury can be cured now, it means that technology must have made great progress. Maybe they can already further realize their research. The two looked at each other, and that was their motivation. Just when Su Yao saw this, he was about to tell the two people the truth about their awakening and the existence of Su Qi. An unkempt man rushed in from outside. Su Qi used almost every trick in the book to finally break free from the lightning's lock. He then concealed his presence, found a secluded corner, and hid quietly for a long time before confirming that there was no danger, and then returned to the base. The first thing Su Qi saw when he entered was the Su couple, who had already woken up on the hospital bed. Compared to his surprise, the other party seemed even more astonished. Even though Su Qi was now disheveled and covered in soot, the two who longed for Su Zhe still recognized that familiar outline on his face. "Xiao Zhe, is that you? Is that you?" Jean Ling exclaimed excitedly. Although Su Lin didn't speak, his trembling eyes showed that he was also extremely agitated. However, as Su Qi approached step by step, the two of them gradually calmed down. They had already recognized that the person in front of them was only similar, but not Su Zhe. "He really looks like him, but he's not Xiaoza." Jean Ling shook her head, her disappointment evident. Although Su Qi and Su Zhe do look very similar, they are not the same person after all, and there are quite a few differences. They can easily tell them apart upon closer inspection. Most importantly, if Su Zhe were still alive, he would be in his 20s, instead of still looking like a 17 or 18-year-old. Furthermore, these differences between him and Su Yao are quite similar. Just when they thought it was just a coincidence, the young man walked up with a smile on his face. With a hint of excitement, he said to them, "Grandpa and Grandma, you're finally awake. Child, what did you just call us? This must be a mistake somewhere, right?" The Su couple looked at Su Yao and He Ji with questioning eyes, hoping to get an answer from them, but the two only smiled and remained silent. After all, it would be more appropriate for Su Qi to personally discuss this matter with them. Su Qi then realized that his grandparents were still unfamiliar with him. He began to think about how to introduce himself to the two elderly people in front of him. The outsiders, including Su Yao, tactfully left the ward, leaving them some space to be alone. The teacher's long-cherished wish has finally come true today. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly. After what felt like an eternity, Su Qi finally explained his background and Su Zhe's current situation to Su Lin and his wife. "Has Xiaoza already gone through so much over there?" Jean Ling said, her eyes slightly red. In fact, she had cried many times during this period, and the tissues in her hand were already soaked with tears. With her other hand, she tightly gripped Su Qi's right hand. As for his left hand, it was held by Su Lin, who was standing on the other side. The two of them held him tightly between them, as if afraid that he would slip away. "Grandpa and Grandma, you've only just recovered. You should rest well," Su Qi said to the two who were reluctant to part. Admittedly, Su Qi's appearance and the news he brought about regarding Su Zhe greatly excited the two of them. However, after more than a year of relying solely on intravenous fluids to maintain their vital signs following their serious injuries, their eyes were filled with exhaustion after such a long conversation. Furthermore, the energy consumed for physical evolution after consuming the immortal fruit was quite considerable. They simply didn't want to rest, nor were they willing to do so, because everything happening before their eyes was too fantastical. They feared it was all just a dream, a delusion born from their souls being trapped in their broken bodies on the hospital bed for so long. So she lingered there, reluctant to let him go, until she could no longer suppress the drowsiness that overwhelmed her and fell into a deep sleep. Only then was Su Qi able to free his hand and quietly leave the room. Outside, Dr. Liu and He Ji had already left. After all, they had their own things to do. Su Yao, however, remained inside. He was dozing off on the desk that originally belonged to Dr. Liu. She had just undergone an evolution, and her physical strength was greatly depleted. However, Su Qi's appearance did make her a little more sober. "Have you finished talking? Look at how dirty you are. Go home and take a shower first," Su Yao said, yawning. However, Su Qi shook his head and said, "No, stepmother, I have some things to do. You should go back first." "What's wrong? Where are you going?" Su Yao suddenly asked warily. He knew that Su Qi's purpose in coming here was to see his grandparents and bring them news of Su Zhe in another world. Now that he has achieved his goal, is he preparing to go back? Su Yao bit her lip, looking somewhat reluctant. In fact, she had only spent a few days with Su Qi, but she really liked the child. Although she was asked to call her stepmother, there was only a 6 or 7 year age difference between them. Therefore, she finds it difficult to truly embody the role of a mother and treats him more like a younger brother. Even though he was about to leave now, and it was very likely that she would never see him again, she was still filled with reluctance. Seemingly sensing her thoughts, Su Qi smiled and explained, "Don't worry, stepmother. We just recognized each other. It's not time for me to leave yet. I'm just going to settle scores with someone." "Revenge? Where to?" Su Qi simply smiled, waved, and left without replying. Near the Fuso Sea, a Seawolf-class nuclear submarine from the United States is floating on the sea and entering a standby state in semi-submersible mode, because they also knew that the purpose of coming here was just to shock Xia Kingdom. As for war, in the eyes of these soldiers, it is highly unlikely that it will happen. After all, the United States is now the only superpower. So many confrontations with other countries in the past have been like this, and finally ended with the other party's forbearance. Therefore, almost all the soldiers are discussing that after the most tense few days are over, they will go to Fuso Island together to have a good time. Guys, listen to me. Those Fuso women are short and have thick legs. But what I have to comment on is that they are all very good at certain aspects. No matter what position they are doing, they can do it just by saying it. Hee hee. Oh, my old man, what you say makes my heart itch. No, I have to ask the colonel for sick leave and go to the island now. Wait, what's your expression? Why are you winking at me? Is there something behind me? He turned around with a smile and saw the submarine's supreme commander, Colonel Rog, right behind him. I'm in good health, I don't need to take sick leave, and I can always complete my tasks. But Rog ignored him and continued walking forward according to the memory of this body. I don't know. By the way, shouldn't it be lunchtime now? I heard that today I caught a very valuable fish and cooked it for Colonel Rog. Is it not to his taste? The dishes made by love are indeed becoming more and more unpalatable. Putting the precious ingredients in his hands is simply a waste. Then the colonel should also go to the kitchen and go to the ammunition warehouse for what? Who knows? I don't want to get close there. Who knows if the radiation from those warheads has been leaked? In Colonel Rog's room, there was a fresh fish cut into sashimi on the dining table, and only one bite was eaten. A hint of black flashed through the pale fish eyes. At this time, Colonel Rog had relied on his own authority to enter the most secure ammunition warehouse. His eyes were a little dazed, and his eye sockets were slightly black, and he walked straight towards the warheads with yellow and black symbols on them. These are his goals, the power created by humans that is comparable to the god level. There are 28 missiles in this Seawolf-class strategic nuclear submarine, and each missile can carry 10 nuclear warheads. In other words, there are up to 280 nuclear warheads here, which is enough to put huge pressure on Su Qie, who has exerted his full strength. Colonel, why are you here? The soldier responsible for guarding the ammunition immediately stepped forward and said. The soldier on the side was stunned for a moment, and then said with an awkward smile on his face, Colonel, please stop joking. We did not receive the launch order. The soldier smiled even more happily. Colonel Rog is so funny today. I will wait for the day when you run for president, and I will follow your orders then. But I think it's better not to use these weapons one day. Colonel Rog said nothing about this. He has just taken over this body and has not yet fully mastered the body's memory. At this time, with further digging into his memory, he also confirmed the soldier's statement. Although he is now the supreme commander of the submarine, he cannot use these nuclear weapons. The president's password is required to lift the restrictions before he can control the launch. The double insurance system is to prevent weapons from being abused, but now he just wants to use these guys as soon as possible to carry out an all-round bombing. Colonel Rog left the ammunition warehouse and returned to his room while everyone was confused. Then his expression became extremely distorted, and a black energy loomed over his body. Isn't there a simpler way to launch all these weapons? Just as Colonel Rog was thinking, he suddenly felt a familiar scent approaching quickly. Did you find me? But for the sake of safety, he still directed the entire submarine's work and began to dive quickly. At the same time, Su Chi, who had just arrived near Fuso Sea, seemed to feel something and stopped temporarily. But as he sensed it carefully, the feeling just now seemed to disappear again. Just now, in the battle of wits and courage with Lei Pun, he also tested the opponent's limits. As long as you use your power below this limit, you will not be punished by thunder. So even though he was running on the sea at a fast speed, the dark clouds were still gathering instead of falling. Moreover, the meteorological changes brought about by these oppressive dark clouds also covered his tracks very well. The waves brought by running on the sea were swallowed up by the raging waves. With his speed, he landed on the island without anyone noticing. Even though I have healed my grandparents' injuries, the pain and torment of the past year or so cannot be erased. Now that we know that Fusang is one of the masterminds behind the scenes, we certainly can't let it go. It just so happens that he grew up listening to his father Su Zhe's stories. He knew that one of his greatest enemies when he was weak was Fusang, and he always regretted not being able to destroy Fusang with his own hands. And coincidentally, he also got an idea from his father's story. On the coastline of Fusang Island, a member of the self-defense forces rubbed his eyes. He then said, "I think I just saw someone come ashore from that side." A teammate nearby said, "Really? But I didn't see any boats either." Upon hearing this, he stammered, "I think I saw him come from the sea." His voice grew softer as he spoke, as if he had little confidence in what he had just witnessed. "They came from the sea? Did you go to a brothel again last night? I told you to take care of your health. You must be seeing things. I've heard that people with kidney deficiency are like this. So that's how it is." Since no one else saw the figure running on the sea, he pretended not to see it. After all, just as he was about to take a closer look, the other person had vanished in the blink of an eye. Perhaps he really had seen wrong. Meanwhile, Su Chi was walking towards his destination, that very conspicuous mountain peak. The mountainside is covered in snow, but once you reach the summit, the snow disappears, revealing black stone walls. This is the most famous active volcano on Fusang Island. My father's first encounter with the people of Fusang was apparently when these guys triggered a volcano within the territory of Xia Kingdom, attempting to create a crisis. However, because of my father, the volcano had lost its power by the time it actually erupted. Now I'll repay you in kind. In no time at all, Su Chi had arrived at the crater of the volcano. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur, and the rising heat made visibility blurry. The volcano is currently active, but it should still be some time before it actually erupts. Now, Su Chi is going to add something to it to bring forward the eruption of this volcano. He took out a fist-sized fire attribute crystal core from his storage ring. Although this crystal core is smaller than the one used by the Fusang Dark Guard in my father's story, the previous crystal core was actually only a level 80 platinum-grade crystal core. The one in Su Chi's hand, though seemingly smaller, was actually the crystal core of a level 100 demon beast. These are spoils left over from the last great battle, the crystal cores left behind from the deaths of all the ferocious beasts, enough for humanity to use for thousands of years. Furthermore, the monsters have now reached an agreement with humans that humans can use the crystal cores of monsters that die naturally. Correspondingly, the monsters also love human technological products and have even built human-like cities to provide living spaces for the monsters in human form. However, in the end, Su Chi put away the crystal core and took out another crystal core that was similar in size but had a deeper color. This is a god-level crystal core. but he just threw it straight into the volcano, even worrying that it might not be enough. However, he overlooked one thing. Humanity's nuclear weapons touched upon godlike power, but it was only equivalent to a single strike. The crystal core is the crystallization of all the power of a god-level monster, far exceeding the little boy and fat man who visited Japan back then. After sensing that the volcano was beginning to stir, Su Chi abandoned the idea of adding 2 more crystal cores and left. Down the mountain, many Japanese people are constantly monitoring various data of this volcano with sophisticated instruments. Well, the situation seems relatively stable for now, and it won't erupt in our lifetime at least. As for what happens in the future, why worry so much? Maybe by then, our descendants will have found a suitable place. The group exchanged glances, a knowing smile spreading across their faces. The Japanese have never lost their desire for a stable and safe land. Because danger is always hanging over their heads, they remain frantic and must never let their guard down. Just then, they felt a slight tremor beneath their feet. However, no one panicked. After all, such minor tremors were perfectly normal on Fusang Island. Until they saw, "Professor, look at the crater, doesn't something look a bit off? What could be wrong? Why is lava spewing out? Why is it starting to smoke? Why do I feel like I'm going to?" Bang! Before he could finish speaking, scorching lava and towering volcanic ash erupted from the ground. In an extremely short time, they completely swallowed up those who were near the foot of the mountain. Furthermore, even more violent eruptions continue to occur without any sign of stopping. The earth shook violently, far more powerfully than any previous eruption. This doesn't look like an eruption at all. It's more like a volcano being blown apart from the inside by something. Huge cracks spread across the crumbling island, causing buildings to collapse and seawater to flood in. The scalding lava then turned the overflowing seawater into boiling water, steaming the sins that fell into it. Tisk, seems like they added a bit too much seasoning. Luckily, I told Brother He beforehand. After being knocked back into the sea by another wave, Su Chi quickly emerged and said, "Such a wave would be fatal for ordinary people, but it was nothing to him. At worst, he still has the water-repelling pearl he obtained from the merfolk, which will solve all his problems if he dives into the sea." The closer to the Xia Kingdom, the smaller the impact of the volcanic eruption. Due to geographical reasons, the greatest damage caused by volcanic eruptions in Japan is only the waves and earthquakes. Coastal cities need to pay close attention. As for the most dangerous volcanic ash, it will only travel eastward with the wind and ocean currents, away from Bactria. This is also why Su Chi dared to take revenge without being stopped by Heiji. He has already reported to his superiors and notified the coastal cities in advance to evacuate as quickly as possible. Su Chi also slowed down his movements to cooperate with them. Just as he was being filmed on the seabed, he seemed to glimpse something rapidly moving away from the seabed in the distance. However, he didn't pay any attention to it and continued heading towards the Xia Kingdom. Wow, such big waves. Luckily, we moved all the coastal residents away in advance. Otherwise, who knows how many casualties would have occurred. Of course, even so, such a large economic loss is still unavoidable. What exactly did you do? On the coastline, an officer asked Heiji Dao, who was wearing a research coat, a question. Their message was to evacuate residents of coastal cities overnight as soon as possible, but they didn't know why. However, he still managed to find Heiji, who had made this small suggestion, through some connections. However, the department the other party worked for seemed very mysterious, and even his rank and what he did were unknown. There are even suspicions that it might be a secret weapons department testing new weapons somewhere in the sea. Heiji replied, "I'm sorry, I don't know what happened either. We didn't do anything. However, I must say, it is indeed spectacular." Even though he had witnessed Su Chi's methods many times before, the scene before him still shocked him once again. Compared to using one's body to fight against a thunderstorm, perhaps creating such a giant wave is more like a miracle. Heiji was well aware that Su Chi had gone to Fusang Island to seek revenge. Now that such giant waves have appeared on the coastline of Xia Kingdom, what will become of Fusang? The next day, they finally learned about the current situation in Fusang. The volcanic eruption caused more than half of Fusang Island to sink into the ocean. And because the volcano is located on the most developed and populous island of the Fusang Four Islands, more than 80% of the population died. This volcanic eruption is arguably the deadliest disaster of the new century. We deeply, poof, heartbroken hiss, huh? The news footage stopped at just the right moment and then switched to an outdoor shot. Viewers at home then realized what had happened. Did she just laugh? No way. I probably couldn't hold it in either if I went up there. That's what you call reaping what you sow, huh? What a pity. It even caused the host to have his salary docked. Maybe it'll be a raise? That makes sense. The general reaction to the volcanic eruption in Fusang was one of schadenfreude, especially after it was discovered that it had little impact on Xia Kingdom. However, some people are curious because, given the size of that volcano, it shouldn't have been able to erupt with such power. However, these are not things they should be considering. Meanwhile, the Seawolf nuclear submarine, which had been escaping at sea all night, finally surfaced to catch its breath. Things have finally calmed down. What exactly happened yesterday? Fortunately, Colonel Rog had us leave the Fusang Sea area in advance. Otherwise, the trouble would have been much greater. The soldiers on the submarine said with lingering fear. After sensing Su Chi's presence yesterday, the cautious Rog ordered the submarine to stay as far away from Fusang Island as possible. At first, everyone was a little confused, because their presence here is an order from above, directly putting pressure on the Xia Kingdom. Now they are being asked to evacuate without receiving any orders. However, Colonel Rog was adamant, and they ultimately chose to launch the submarine. It was this decision that saved the lives of the soldiers on the submarine. So everyone is grateful for Rog's tough decision. Soon, they learned what had happened the day before through the radio. So it was a volcanic eruption. Half of Fusang Island sank because of it. The power was terrifying. But how did Colonel Rog find out in advance? Perhaps it was God who gave him a revelation. Praise be to God. What they didn't know was that Roger wasn't trying to save their lives, but rather to save the weapons on the submarine. This incident also gave Roger a new inspiration. Please contact the State Council for me. I have an important matter to report. Yes, Colonel. After this incident, Colonel Rog was seen as the embodiment of God, and no one questioned his decision anymore. He quickly got in touch with the U.S. State Department. An impatient, bureaucratic tone came from the other end. If it weren't for the importance of the mission Roger is currently undertaking, he probably wouldn't even have been able to make this call. After all, the volcanic eruption completely destroyed their military base, and they are very busy now. Without further ado, Rog stated directly, I know what happened to Fusang Island. It wasn't a volcanic eruption, but rather an attack from the Xia Kingdom. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a serious question. Are you sure? Determined. Moments later, the remaining officers on the Seawolf submarine were also questioned. They all expressed their trust in Rog. But that wasn't all. The U.S. intelligence system also sent messages. They discovered that before the incident in Fusang, the Xia Kingdom had already evacuated the residents of its coastal cities overnight. This is a very illogical thing, just like the Xia Kingdom knew in advance that the Fusang volcano would erupt. Or perhaps, is it really true, as Colonel Rog said, that Xia Kingdom did all of this? The power of this volcanic eruption in Fusang was also unusual. It was more like an explosion. There is only one weapon capable of such power. The Xia Kingdom actually dared to use this kind of weapon on its own initiative. And most importantly, how did they launch it? Our warships and military bases, including satellites, failed to detect it. If the Xia Kingdom has already mastered a way to launch missiles that we can't even detect, the top U.S. officials all felt a chill. They then urgently relocated to a nuclear protection facility to negotiate with the Xia Kingdom. However, the Xia Kingdom naturally stated that Fusang's misfortune was merely a natural disaster and had nothing to do with their own country. As for the early evacuation of residents in coastal cities, it was simply because the weather forecast predicted a typhoon. The U.S. can't produce any evidence, but it's enough that they're nervous enough. After realizing that Xia might have used nuclear weapons, in order to be able to retaliate immediately, the United States has also removed the first line of defense for some of its nuclear weapons, namely the presidential key. This also includes the Seawolf nuclear submarine, which is currently not far from the Xia Kingdom and can directly attack Xia Kingdom's territory. After receiving the key, Colonel Rog smiled, and then turned and walked into the ammunition depot. "Colonel, what are you doing?" the soldier asked Rog, who was approaching again. "I want to set off some fireworks." A strange smile crept across Roger's face. This made the still somewhat conscious soldier want to stop him. But as a faint black aura swept towards his face, his eyes glazed over, and he lost all will to resist. Then more black energy escaped from Rog's body, circled the submarine once, and flew off to an unknown destination. At the same time, Rog's body fell straight to the ground. Although he was still breathing, he had completely lost consciousness, like an empty shell without a soul. The soldier walked mechanically to the launching device. The nuclear warheads on the submarine have double security. The first layer is the presidential key, which has just been entered and decrypted. The second layer is the key held by Rog, the highest commander on the submarine, which has obviously already been cracked. All that's left to do now is simply launch it. Even a lowly soldier could do that, and that's exactly what he did. Meanwhile, Su Qi had already returned to the base. He didn't go back to Su Yao's house, where she happened to be, and she stewed a chicken for Su Lin and his wife to help them recover. The two elderly people looked a little embarrassed, even though they had learned from their eldest grandson that Su Yao was their daughter-in-law in another world. But things are different in this world. After all, they don't have any real relationship, and I always feel like I'm letting her down. Seeing this, Su Yao didn't seem to mind at all, and said with a smile, "Uncle Su Lin and Aunt Jean Ling, don't feel guilty. You are my elders, and it is only right that I take care of you." And yesterday, after getting their consent, I went back and told my parents about these things. They asked me to take care of you, and they even planned to come and see you in person. They aren't angry with us anymore? Su Lin asked tentatively. Who would still be angry after knowing that their friend couldn't contact them because of confidentiality reasons and an accident? Furthermore, Su Yao did not tell her parents everything. She only told them about their situation, while concealing Su Zhe's whereabouts and Su Qi's existence. Now that the research has progressed to this point, the Su couple can almost make it public. However, the existence of Su Qi and another parallel world still needs to be kept secret. Therefore, in Su Yiming's view, his two friends had survived the plane crash by sheer luck, but they didn't know the extent of their injuries. Even though Su Yao had tried her best to tell them that the two of them were fine, she still had to come and take a look in person. However, I still need to spend some time talking to those parents, since it's peak time for tutoring. After a night has passed, it's probably about time to set off. However, Su Qi returned first. The Su couple, who had been somewhat flustered upon waking up and not seeing Su Qi, wondering if what they had seen yesterday was all a dream, now breathed a sigh of relief. "Where have you been, kid? Why? Do you still smell of the sea?" "Huh? Really?" Su Qi asked, looking at his clothes. "But perhaps because my nose has gotten used to it, I can't smell any strange odor." Just as he was about to explain, a breaking news report came on the television next to him. A news report about a volcanic eruption, the partial sinking of Fusang, Japanese hibiscus, and the host bursting into laughter. The air was silent for a moment, and they all guessed that this was what Su Qi had done last night. Su Yao silently gave him a thumbs up. However, Su Lin frowned slightly and asked, "Child, did you make this?" Su Qi nodded slightly. "TSK, this might be a bit troublesome. We really don't need to worry about Japan. But as the saying goes, even a big dog needs to consider its owner. If we make too much noise, they might make a fuss about it." At that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. It turned out that Jean Ling beside him had pinched a small piece of his flesh. He lowered his voice, but his tone was unfriendly as he said, "This is a child's heartfelt gift. Can't you tell that this is revenge for us?" "Watch your mouth." Su Lin nodded with a wry smile, just about to follow Su Yao's lead and praise Su Qi for doing a great job. Suddenly, I heard a very long alarm sound. "What's that sound? Is it a drill?" Su Yao asked. After all, for people living in peaceful and stable countries, such alarms are only heard through loudspeakers during school drills. But the problem is, they're not at school now, they're in a secret base. The moment the alarm sounded, everyone sprang into action. "Quickly, missile attack. Everyone take cover inside the defenses. Attention, this is not a drill, this is not a performance. It's a real bombing. It's a nuclear attack." The alarms didn't just blare from the base. They echoed throughout the city and even the entire country, instantly plunging people into panic. Teacher, come with me to the nearest underground facility. Those damned American strategic nuclear submarines launched weapons at us, and it's very likely nuclear weapons. Hiji hurriedly approached the group and said. They urged them to hurry up and hide in the air raid shelter. The nuclear weapons were launched from the sea near Japan, covering a large area and affecting hundreds of cities in the 4 southern provinces. It will explode upon landing in just 10 minutes. Moreover, some time has already passed since they detected the nuclear weapon and issued the alert. So now it's a race against time to find the nearest nuclear defense facility. They actually used nuclear weapons. Can't we intercept them? Su Yao asked in shock. After all, in most people's eyes, nuclear weapons have always been a last resort, a weapon that is only used when casualties are disregarded and only mutual destruction is desired. But unexpectedly, the United States would use this powerful weapon without any warning. Once a missile is successfully launched, the probability of interception is at most 20%. Moreover, as far as we know, that submarine carried a total of 28 missiles, each capable of carrying 10 nuclear warheads, for a total of 280. Even if we can achieve a 99% interception rate, one that slips through is enough to destroy the entire city, not to mention that we don't have that high an interception rate. Beishan City is not an important city, nor does it have any military bases, so there are no interception measures deployed. In other words, once a nuclear weapon is launched, it will most likely destroy a city. However, unless a nuclear-armed state is completely paralyzed, then one must be prepared to withstand a nuclear attack as well. This is also why it is difficult for nuclear powers to break out into war. If one side uses nuclear weapons, it could very well lead to a global nuclear war. But now, the United States has directly used nuclear weapons. We will still focus on Beishan City, a city with little strategic significance. Therefore, there is only one answer. Hiji couldn't help but look at Su Qi. I see, so they came for me. Su Qi nodded. Could it be that his actions made the United States feel threatened? But Hiji also knew that this matter could not be blamed on Su Qi alone. After all, he didn't choose to stop it immediately. Instead, he was quite curious about what method Su Qi would use to deal with Fusang, and he was quite satisfied with the final result. So he shook his head and said, No, this is not your responsibility. Since we have all chosen to cooperate with your actions, we should naturally share the consequences. I hope we can get through this disaster together. As mentioned earlier, Beishan City is not an important military base. Therefore, air defense facilities are naturally capable of withstanding ordinary bombings, but when faced with nuclear weapons, whether they can be effective is up to fate. Even if someone is lucky enough to survive, the radiation contamination will be a major problem. Perhaps this really is his last moment. Hiji gave a wry smile, and when he turned around again, he found that one person was missing from behind him. Where are the others? Su Yao and Su Lin pointed helplessly in the direction of the base gate, where Su Qi was now only a silhouette. Aren't you going to stop him? That's a nuclear weapon. Do you think we can stop them? And we believe him. Believe? Those are nuclear weapons. How could we possibly stop them? Hiji stopped there. Because he didn't know Su Qi's limits. He only knew that the damage he caused in Japan was no less than the explosion of dozens or hundreds of nuclear bombs. Perhaps we can actually stop them? At this moment, Mr. and Mrs. Su Lin also stopped. Xiaohe, you go ahead, we're not leaving. Teachers, you. Su Lin waved his hand and said, You and I both know whether those facilities can withstand a nuclear bomb. Moreover, once a war is started with nuclear weapons, it will inevitably end up as a situation where the two sides drop nuclear weapons on each other. We might as well stay here now and see if we can help Su Qi stop the nuclear bomb from falling. Then I'll stay too, Su Yao said. She had just called her parents to say her final goodbye. Seeing this, Hiji sighed and stayed as well. Xiaohe, take us to see the time machine. I wonder if you've made any new breakthroughs or improvements during this year you've been in a coma. Okay, teacher. A time machine is also a way to save lives, as it can transport people outside the sphere of influence of nuclear weapons. However, the hope is slim. With our current capabilities, we cannot teleport multiple people that far. And once a nuclear war begins, is there really any safe place in the world? Moreover, Heiji knew that the teacher did not intend to use the machine to escape. Instead, she wanted to see if she could help Su Chi in the area she knew best. Meanwhile, Su Chi, disregarding the reappearance of the lightning-inducing clouds, flew into the air, watching the missile hurtling towards him with a long trail of flame. This was the first one launched, and therefore the first one to come into Su Chi's view. He knew that this was the weapon his father had mentioned that could threaten him. They possess power comparable to that of a god, therefore they dare not underestimate their opponent. Let me see just how powerful this so-called strongest weapon really is. He threw the beast-taming spear in his hand, which collided with the missile at the front. This is a very strange and incongruous scene. The javelin can be considered one of the earliest cold weapons used by humankind, and primitive humans used it for hunting and survival. Nuclear weapons, on the other hand, represent the pinnacle of modern weaponry and are the most powerful weapons of humankind, serving no purpose other than in warfare. After the two collided, the tip of the missile immediately split into 10 warheads, which scattered and exploded rapidly. This is why missiles are difficult to intercept. They not only carry multiple warheads, but also explode immediately upon encountering an interceptor. If even one of these particles enters the kill zone during the explosion, even just a slight glancing at the edge is enough. Upon seeing this, Su Chi immediately expanded the 4B space to encompass the full power of the explosion. The city below was unaffected, but he bore the full force of the attack. Ahem, is this humanity's most powerful weapon? No wonder Dad warned me to be careful. He really is a threat to me, Su Chi said with a serious expression. Meanwhile, 27 missiles carrying 270 nuclear warheads followed closely behind. If they were to fall into the city, Su Chi, who had no concept of it before, could now foresee that scene. He absolutely cannot let this happen, not only because his grandparents and stepmother were behind him, but also because this was caused by him. So he had to take responsibility. Otherwise, he could have easily escaped with the few people he cared about. However, these missiles have a very wide coverage area, and it is simply not fast enough for him to intercept them one by one. If you want to devour them all, my strength alone isn't enough. I'll have to push you to your limit, Su Chi said, gripping the sword-shaped pendant around his neck. Who gave the order? Why would missiles from the Seawolf strategic nuclear submarine be launched towards China? Who exactly is it? The U.S. Department of Defense was thrown into chaos after it was discovered that a nuclear weapon had been launched. They were certainly not afraid that these nuclear bombs would cause great casualties to Xia Kingdom. Rather, they fear nuclear retaliation from the Xia Kingdom. After all, given the vast size of the Xia Kingdom, these nuclear weapons are insufficient to completely cripple its military. What would follow was the Xia Kingdom's nuclear bombs falling on them. Contact that idiot Roger right now. Even if you wanted to strike first, you should have destroyed Xia's important military bases to try and prevent their retaliation. Why is he bombing a city that has no strategic significance? Sir, we have lost contact with the submarine. Moreover, just now, all the nuclear warheads carried by the Seawolf nuclear submarine have been launched. Silence. At that moment, the Xia Kingdom also began to address the world. Although our country has pledged never to be the first to use nuclear weapons, the United States has now taken the lead in using nuclear weapons to attack its own territory and carry out a devastating blow. We will respond with the strongest possible counterattack. Faced with an impending nuclear war that would result in mutual destruction, the United States, which prides itself on being the world's leading superpower and beacon of hope, has backed down. They immediately used every means to contact the high-ranking officials of Xia Kingdom and began to explain. We have never intended to start a war. The Seawolf strategic nuclear submarine is currently out of contact, and the order to launch was not given by us. We suspect that the Seawolf has been hijacked by terrorists, and this must be a terrorist attempt to start a world war. Your country must not be fooled. What kind of terrorist organization could hijack a strategic nuclear submarine fully loaded with nuclear weapons? How can it launch without the president's authorization key? Or is it going to mean that if one side launches a nuclear weapon, the blame can be placed on terrorist organizations? Since you have been seeking war, we are ready for battle. With a determined look, he pressed the button. A sword is not made to be looked at. Even if you know it is a double-edged sword, You should draw it when it is time to draw it. The east wind howled, rising from the ground and flying towards its enemy. Seeing this, the United States also acquired more nuclear weapons. It takes about half an hour for the Dongfeng wind to reach the United States, and the same is true for nuclear weapons that fly from their territory to China. But before that, the missiles on the Seawolf strategic nuclear submarine will explode first. As the latest news arrived, the leader, who had his eyes closed in anticipation of hearing the devastating news, suddenly opened them. What? Are you sure? Are you sure there were no casualties? I'm sure. Their missiles were all intercepted by some force. Meanwhile, the U.S. leader stared in disbelief at the satellite image displayed on the large screen. What is this? A gigantic light shield covering the entire Xia kingdom. That's right, Su Qi is not just protecting Beishan City. He heard what Su Lin said and knew that as both sides entered the stage of exchanging nuclear weapons, the entire country could be subject to a nuclear attack. So he simply opened the Four Beasts space to its maximum. It covered the entire Great Xia. The missiles that were launched all crashed into the light barrier and then exploded in midair. However, the explosion of hundreds of nuclear bombs only stirred up ripples on the light screen, like ripples on the surface of water. Not a single bit of destructive force penetrated in and caused any casualties. Beneath the light screen, ordinary people who hadn't yet taken refuge in the defensive structures to prepare for the event stared wide-eyed at this miraculous scene. A pale white, transparent light shield appeared high in the sky, blocking out the high temperature, high pressure, and even radiation from the explosion. Those inside the light shield felt as if they were watching an extravagantly exaggerated fireworks show. This scene looked like something out of a science fiction movie. But it's not so friendly to Americans. What is this? Why can the Xia Kingdom use this to intercept our nuclear missiles? We have this kind of technology too, right? A long silence. Then, in a frenzy, they unleashed all their nuclear weapons in an attempt to destroy the light shield. Even if I have to die, I'll take the Xia Kingdom with me. Seeing this, those countries that were originally prepared to side with the United States and bomb Xia country quietly put back the nuclear missiles that they had already accessed the keys to and were ready to launch. Ironically, Xia's neighbor, taking advantage of the situation, launched a nuclear missile at the United States. This even includes the Ivan the Great, which reportedly only had one unit in service. Because Xia's nuclear strategy is a self-defense nuclear strategy, it only retains a certain nuclear retaliatory force to strike the enemy's important facilities. However, both the United States and this neighbor adopt a nuclear strike strategy, using a large number of nuclear weapons to completely eliminate their personnel. So this time, the neighbor is here to help, to thoroughly clean up the mess so that the U.S. has no chance to cause any more trouble. However, these were not things that Su Qi cared about. All he had to do was protect, but that was the most important thing. He wiped away the small amount of blood that had spilled from the corner of his mouth. Expanding the Four Beasts space to such a large extent had taken a heavy toll on him. However, now is not the time to put them away, because more nuclear weapons from the United States are yet to come. He has to hold on until the very end, otherwise all his previous efforts will be in vain. Moreover, compared to nuclear bombs, what he was most worried about was the ever-growing dark cloud. He clearly went too far this time. Having used the heavenly Tao of another world to cover a vast area of an entire country, it is no longer accepted by this world. The pressure he is about to face is immense. The dark clouds were gradually gathering into a pitch-black human shape, armed with storms and wielding lightning as a blade. Su Qi felt immense pressure emanating from it, and he only hoped that he could release the Four Beasts space before the Thunder Punishment Giant fully materialized. Just like before, try to break free from Thunder Punishment's lock. But just as Su Qi's attention was entirely focused on the terrifying Thunder Giant and the impending nuclear bomb, a plume of black smoke rose from the territory of Xia Kingdom, attempting to approach him, who was too preoccupied to concentrate in the air. Sure enough, this is all your fault. Do you think I didn't notice you? Just when the black energy was about to approach Su Qi, he suddenly turned to the direction of the black energy and said, "Now the way of heaven in this 4B space has been temporarily replaced and is controlled by Su Qi, so any disturbance can't be concealed." But the black energy did not escape, but gathered into a faint black human shape. He didn't seem to be worried at all about Su Chi's whereabouts. Since you came in on your own initiative, don't even think about escaping this time. Last time, although these remnants were defeated, they escaped. But now that it has actively entered the world under its control, it is not that easy to escape. Su Chi seemed to feel something when he heard this. Looking around, more missiles had flown over and hit the light curtain one after another. But this is not the point. The most terrible thing is that the Thunder Punishment Giant has also condensed into shape. He opened his eyes and slowly raised the lightning giant blade in his hand. Of course, it is easy to find the other party, but he can no longer do so. Because attacks are coming one after another, Su Chi must do his best to deal with them. People on the land of Xia Kingdom watched in horror as the dazzling fire exploded in the sky. Even though even the sound of the explosion was isolated, they were still shocked. The United States is indeed the only superpower at present, and some of its unknown weapons have exploded with power far exceeding that of nuclear weapons. The top government and military leaders were shocked, but it still failed to shake the protective light curtain. It's because the new weapons may be too powerful, so the enemy tracking is not done too accurately, nor does it need to be accurate. Then there was a shot that brushed against the light shield that enveloped the entire Xia Kingdom and fell to the border of the Han Kingdom. They are not protected, and the interception system is ignored. It fell straight to the center of the peninsula and exploded. The powerful force tore the earth apart, separating the peninsula from the continental shelf. The high temperature and high pressure vaporized everything in an instant, and in an instant there was no longer a living thing. Only in locations far away from the center of the explosion are there ruins. There are dark silhouettes of figures printed on the wall, which are their last marks. But then, the entire peninsula tilted toward the sea floor and slid away, never to exist again. At the same time, the strong wind from the east has also blown to the land of the United States, but it does not bring coolness, but death and high temperature. The interception system only intercepted some interference bombs, and the main warheads were still flying towards the core cities and strategic targets of the United States. The high-rise buildings and the statue of the goddess were torn apart by the explosion before they could collapse, and the remains were turned into lava by the high temperature. The civilians were instantly vaporized without any resistance. High-level government officials, military leaders, and even business tycoons had no time to evacuate, but they all hid in nuclear-proof bunkers tens or hundreds of meters underground. But this doesn't mean everything is fine. After all obstacles on the ground were cleared, a new wave of attacks followed. However, these warheads did not explode after touching the ground, and they were not duds. Instead, they quickly burrowed underground. It was like a nail driven into the earth, but it exploded instantly after it penetrated completely. Even if the people hiding in the bunker did not feel the power and high temperature of the explosion, the powerful shock wave hit them like a heavy hammer and instantly turned into blood mist that filled the bunker. Xia's weapons only hit key targets and did not completely cover the nuclear land. However, weapons from neighboring countries followed closely. All the nuclear weapons produced in the original arms race were used at this time, trying their best to cover every land in the United States. Among them, whether intentionally or unintentionally, the most powerful Ivan fell into a park. It also has a name. That is, it is the most powerful active volcano in existence. Compared with it, Big Ivan is just like a match thrown into a gasoline barrel. At this time, the oil barrel had been set on fire. The violent vibrations even affected Xiagua, who was far away on the other side. A horrific scene like the end of the world. The only superpower was destroyed in this way, and it was not able to drag Xia State along with it. With the destruction of the United States, the nuclear bombs they had not yet had time to launch could no longer be launched. But just when Su Chi withstood the last nuclear bomb, the thunder blade in the hand of the Thunder Punishment Giant had already struck hard from top to bottom. The barrier in the four beasts space seems to be tough, constantly denting under the tip of the sword, until right in front of him, he has reached his limit. Su Chi couldn't help but spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, the Thunder Punishment Giant was already exhausted from this attack and slowly raised the giant's sword. Su Chi just breathed a sigh of relief when a black energy seized this opportunity and penetrated into his body. This is the moment when Su Chi is most exhausted physically and mentally, and is the most suitable time to seize the body. Su Qi's body froze for a moment, and then he opened his eyes again. His eyes were completely different from before. Haha, very good, this body is mine. And the half of the heavenly Tao that guy gave you also belongs to me. Su Qi said as he took back the 4 beasts that represented the power of heaven. At the same time, the light mass covering the whole country also disappeared. Fortunately, all U.S. nuclear bombs have been stopped at this time. Now that even the country has been destroyed, there is no need to worry about being attacked again. But at this moment, Su Qi's expression suddenly twisted. He hadn't been able to completely occupy this body, but he had only suppressed Su Qi's consciousness. Now Su Qi's consciousness began to struggle. After all, he is not an ordinary person, and even the remnants of heavenly Tao cannot easily take over his body. Su Qi suddenly appeared in front of Su Yao and others, preparing to attack. The original owner's consciousness immediately made a compromise. Hey, that's pretty much it. Seeing that his consciousness was about to change again, he immediately shouted, "Shut up. This body belongs to me now. It has nothing to do with you." Later, Su Qi communicated in his consciousness. "As long as you obediently let me refine them, I won't do anything to them." Su Qi, who was just about to continue threatening a few words, suddenly seemed to notice something and glanced in the air in panic. "What? Haven't you already put away your power? Why haven't you gotten rid of the lock yet?" Seeing that the Thunder Punishment Titan was about to take shape again, Su Qi continued to threaten without hesitation, and Su Qi quickly escaped from here. "TSK, you have to escape this thunderstorm first, and then find a quiet place to absorb his soul and this half of heaven." But soon, Su Qi discovered that he had been completely locked by lay penalty and could no longer get rid of it as easily as before. "Damn it, are you just using your own methods?" Fake Su Qi shouted angrily. But in fact, the real Su Qi was also confused. Only then did he realize that maybe the way of heaven in this world, which he had repeatedly provoked, had now been completely locked up. The kind that won't give up until he's beaten to death. I'm afraid that even if the black energy doesn't come out to snatch his body, it won't end well afterwards. On the contrary, because his body was taken away, he was not the one who hurt after the lightning strike. "Just be struck by lightning slowly for me." Su Qi's weak voice came from the deepest part of his soul. Since I can't get rid of you anymore, I will completely refine you first." Su Qi no longer tried to leave and let the thunder punishment fall. He just found a place to sit down cross-legged, with black energy rising and swirling around his body, trying to refine the real Su Qi's soul. But every time a thunderbolt falls, some of the lingering black energy will be dispersed. This slows down the pace of its refining, but it cannot completely reverse the results. To the real Su Qi, this seemed to be a dead end. What's wrong with Xiao Qi? How could he say such a thing to us? And did you see that? There was a strange black aura on his body. Has this child turned evil? Su Yao couldn't help but say as Su Qi left after saying those words. Su Lin, standing to the side, frowned and shook his head, saying, "Something seems off, especially that last sentence, where he threatened himself, like something had taken over his body." These words instantly snapped Ji out of his daze. He quickly ran to the side and grabbed a computer. After some steps, I opened a video, which was a surveillance recording. The scene shows an ordinary-looking man and woman, dressed somewhat disheveled and revealingly, yet they managed to send a strong young man flying more than 10 meters with a single punch. Moreover, if you look closely at the surveillance footage, you'll notice that when he throws his punch, a faint black aura appears around him, very similar to that of Su Qi just now. Look, those two went to see Su Qi before, and they even had a fight. Before this, they were just ordinary people. So, this black aura is definitely problematic, and it even has a grudge against Xiao Qi. Then isn't he in great danger right now? Su Yao immediately became anxious. The Su couple also frowned, seemingly deep in thought. "We absolutely cannot let that child be in danger alone. We have to go and help him." "Teacher, it's not that I have a problem with it, but it's because your grandson is a tough guy who can withstand all of the United States nuclear bombs. One person can be more than a whole country. Can we really help him with the troubles he's facing?" Su Lin remained silent for a moment. He had no better solution. Just then, someone else rushed over in a panic, shouting, "Team leader, something terrible has happened. It's haunted. Everyone says I'm just the acting group leader. Now that the teachers have recovered, what's with the ghost story?" Hiji turned around and said, There's a head, right over there. A head that appears out of thin air and floats in midair, and it can even talk." "A head suddenly appearing out of thin air? Are you seeing things?" The man shook his head firmly. I definitely didn't see wrong. He even talked to me." Hiji suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "Where is he? Take me there quickly." Then he turned to the others and said, "Teachers, come with me for a moment. We might really be able to help." In no time, they arrived at the place where they had encountered the ghost. What came into view was a dirty back of the head, with bloodstains sticking the hair and leaves together like a messy bird's nest. It was indeed a human head floating in the air, about the height of a person. "That's right, it's Xiao Su. I don't know where he's been all these days. I can only say it's a good thing I didn't go to the US, otherwise I would have been hit by a nuclear bomb. Oh, it seems quite a few people have arrived. It's a pity I can't turn around and greet you. You'll have to come up here yourselves." The sudden opening of the head startled everyone. However, after comparing the size of the other's head, Hiji seemed somewhat excited, and then led the others around to the front of the head. "Oh, it's you guys. I'm so glad to see familiar faces." "Huh? You know us?" Su Lin asked, looking at the dirty, disheveled face of the middle-aged man in front of him. He didn't remember recognizing that face. Xiao Su continued, "Oh right, I almost forgot that you people in this world don't know me. In the end, we're still strangers." Sigh. These words instantly enlightened Su Yao, making her eyes light up. After all, he was the first person to accept Su Qi's identity. He immediately asked, "Are you from the same world as Xiao Qi?" "Yes, that's right. It seems he's already come looking for you. You should head back now." Clearly, the place he was in before was somewhat isolated, and he was unaware of what had happened. That's true. If a floating human had appeared in a busy downtown area, it would probably be on the news by now. But why did you only show your head? Su Yao asked curiously. These words struck a nerve with Xiao Su, causing him to roll his eyes. Su Lin, standing to the side, suddenly realized and said, "So that's how it is. You actually acted as an anchor point, fixing the distance between the two worlds so that Xiao Qi could come over. Brilliant. If our research had had such an anchor point back then, it probably would have been successful too." Xiao Su snorted coldly and said, "As expected, they're just as annoying no matter which world they're in. Could this be the anchor point that my husband and I from another world used for us?" Xiao Su did not answer, but his attitude spoke volumes. But that's not the point. The key point is that with this anchor point in place, they might be able to help Su Qi, because now they can call for reinforcements. "Xiaoji, quick, go and move all the lab equipment here." "Okay, teacher." Hiji quickly called out to the others. Only Xiao Su asked somewhat flusteredly, "Wait, what are you going to do with me again? No, please let me drift away again." Meanwhile, in another world, with a time flow rate more than 3 times faster, almost a month has passed here. Ever since realizing that the remnants of the old heavenly Tao posed a threat to Su Qi, the Su couple were trying to widen the passage to send more people, especially the strongest one, Su Zhe, across, but they made no progress. Su Zhe now represents the heavenly Tao of their world, so the rejection he would encounter if he wanted to enter other worlds would be the greatest. If it really doesn't work, then let me go over there. Seeing that there was still no progress, Su Yao said anxiously, "No way." Su Zhe decisively refused her. To deal with the heavenly Tao, even if it is just a remnant, it requires an equal force, which means it must be me. He then comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, honey, that kid has grown up. He's not as weak as you think. Moreover, I also gave him half of the power of the heavenly Tao. His opponent is just some broken remnants. It's not certain that he can do anything to him. But he has never left our side. What if he's been tricked?" This is also what Su Zhe is worried about. The representatives of the old heavenly way, the 4 fiends, the 4 beasts, and Xiao Su, are all treacherous and cunning. Su Qi might not be able to escape the other party's scheme. The Su couple, who had been working tirelessly for several days, also temporarily stopped their work, sighed, and said, "Sigh, it's still not working. If only we had some backup on the other side." 2 more days passed like this. He Jijing was monitoring Su Qi's current status through a screen. His location is not difficult to find. Just follow the place where thunder and lightning keeps falling. But for the same reason, there was no way to get close, so we could only arrange some equipment around Su Qi to observe his condition at any time. Su Qi was seen cross-legged on the ground, the black energy on his body getting thicker and thicker, and he had turned into a vague black beast shadow, constantly changing postures and roaring. Behind him is a giant made of lightning. Every once in a while, he will cut off the head of the beast shadow and raise the knife with his hand. After a while it grew back. This is also the method used by black energy to deceive the way of heaven. The thunder punishment attack he suffered now was not as powerful as when Su Qi fully opened the 4 beast spaces. And Su Qi's condition is getting worse and worse. It seems that he will be completely swallowed up at any time and becomes precarious. The expression on his face was constantly changing, which seemed to represent 2 consciousnesses fighting for this body. But now, the ferocious demeanor has occupied more and more time, which seems to indicate that he is about to completely control Su Qi's body. And here, the Sulin couple, who spent 2 days without sleep, repeatedly debugging calculation data and instrument parameters based on the anchor points, were about to start their attempt for an unknown number of times. Xiaohe, turn on the instrument. Su Lin said with bloodshot eyes. Yes, teacher. He Ji, as the first assistant, nodded immediately and pulled the switch. As the lights kept flickering, the energy was concentrated on the instruments here and then acted on Xiao Su's head, making him miserable. No, why are you torturing me again? As time goes by, the picture they want to see does not appear, and they sigh and adjust the data for the next time. Suddenly, a black hole flashed past Xiao Su's neck, and they seemed to vaguely see his body that was forced to cross 2 time and space. Go on, increase the power. At the same time, Su Lin and his wife on the other side also felt something. They tried their best, but could only open up most of the passage and could not break through the last section. But now, energy fluctuations are also coming from the other end of the channel, as if someone is coming to meet them from the other side. Hurry, there is hope. Go on. This sentence also lifted the spirits of Su Zhe and Xiao Su. 2 worlds, 2 Sulin couples, without any communication but both doing the same thing to save Su Qi. They are like miners digging a tunnel from both ends, leaving things that one party cannot do to both parties to do together, so there is hope for success. I saw that the distance between the 2 was getting closer and closer. The Sulin couple in the other world have reached their limit and cannot go any further. But here in the original world, we are still exploring step by step with difficulty. Xiaohe, it's not enough, it's not enough. Maximize the power. We need energy, more energy. He Ji gritted his teeth and contacted the person in charge of the nuclear power plant in the mountain next door. Continue to add nuclear fuel and increase the power to the maximum. More. It's almost reaching its limit. It would be too dangerous to add more. It could lose control at any time. At that time, it would not be a nuclear power plant, but a nuclear bomb. Keep going. What are you afraid of? Aren't there so many nuclear bombs in the United States that can't kill us? Didn't it fall at all? Having said that, perhaps He Ji's statement really gave him confidence. More nuclear fuel was added, and the entire base's energy was concentrated here. After a rapid flash, all the lights in the entire base went out. On the contrary, the nuclear power plant next door began to sound a piercing alarm, and they ran away. They really couldn't control it. But it's too late to run now. We can only hope that the experiment here is successful and that we can summon someone who is as capable as Su Qi of controlling a nuclear bomb. Come on. With their shouts, the instrument made the final step at the last moment before overload explosion. The world barrier on both sides has been broken through, and now the distance between them is the length of Xiao Su's body lying horizontally. And through the open gap, they also saw the scene on the other side. 3 of the 4 people on both sides are the same. The difference is that on one side is Su Zhe, and on the other side, his replacement is He Ji. They just looked at each other face to face, stunned for a moment, not knowing what to do next. Hurry up and get over there. We still have to save our son. Su Yao pushed Su Zhe, a trace of uneasiness flashing across her face. She was a little afraid that Su Zhe would stay there and never come back. This uneasiness, As Suze stepped on Xiao Su's body while cursing, the gap was closed. On the other side, Suze finally returned to this world and looked at his parents in front of him, and he choked up for a moment. Hey, it'll be nice to come back. It'll be nice to come back. My parents are not greedy either. Just one glance is enough. They obviously didn't want Suze to be in trouble. After all, for him, who had two completely equivalent memories, both sides were his parents. What's more, now there are 20 more years of memories on the other side. Compared to Su Lin and his wife, Su Yao punched him more generously. You still know how to come back. I actually secretly got married and had a child. But as he said that, his eyes became red again. Suze scratched his head in embarrassment, and then looked at the strange fourth person. Who is this? For some reason, Suze breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that he was a student of his parents. Not only because his parents have emotional sustenance, but also because he and Su Yao don't seem to be familiar with each other. But even if it is what Suze thinks, it is actually normal. After all, even according to the world here, several years have passed. His child is already 18 years old, and Su Yao, it's time to find someone. Suze shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. Instead, he said, Mom and Dad, I don't have much time, so I have to help Xiaoqi. Hey, okay, you go ahead. Jin Ling wiped the corners of his eyes and said with a forced smile. Suze nodded, snapped his fingers very naturally, and said, Okay, it's no problem. Then he rushed to where Su Qi was, and he had already felt the aura of his son and the remnants of the old way of heaven. Now the two breaths are mixed together, which is obviously very bad. After Suze left, He made a suspicious call to the person in charge of positioning the nuclear power plant. I only heard the other side say, huh? Weird thing, it's really stable. Then he hung up the phone. Haha, I succeeded. This body belongs to me. The moment Suze arrived, Su Qi, covered in black energy, stood up from the ground and said. Then he saw Suze approaching with a gloomy face. He instinctively took a step back in fear, but then regained his footing. Humph. Now you and I have half of the way of heaven, so I don't need to be afraid of you anymore. Really? Then why did you back away just now? Your son's body has been taken away by me now, and his soul has been completely wiped out, haha. Do you regret it? This is the price you have to pay. Suze did not speak, but waved. Then Su Qi felt a slight pain in his neck, and the necklace flew over. After falling into Suze's hands, it turned into a sword, and then into a boy. He held a sleeping soul in his hand, which looked exactly like Su Qi. The remnants of the old heavenly Tao failed to refine him, but were hidden by the Xinyuan sword. Didn't I ask you to protect Xiaoqi? Why would something like this happen again? Suze said after placing Su Qi's soul. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the thunder punishment giant rose in the storm, directly surpassing the previous attack on Su Qi, and seemed to attack them at any time. Seeing this, Suze calmly waved his hand and said, Brother Taoist, I'm here to clean up the family. You don't want the area under your jurisdiction to be cut off and turned into his little world, right? I will leave after I deal with him. Xinyuan Jin saw this and said, You're useless. This heavenly Tao is different from you. If you don't have consciousness, it's just a mark. But just after Suze finished speaking, the thunder punishment giant actually stopped moving. But it didn't disappear, but retreated to the side, as if it wanted to wait for them to fight until both sides were injured before attacking. Without any obstacles, Suze's long-awaited battle will follow. He waved his hand and said, Don't you think that possessing half of the heavenly Tao is enough to compete with me? You can come and try it. Humph, you arrogant little thief. You just usurped my position. Then Su Qi came towards him to kill him. Yes, Suze realized this after becoming the incarnation of heavenly Tao. The old way of heaven was actually formed by the fusion of other creatures. It is probably an extremely powerful beast, so the rules will be more beneficial to the beast. But the long years have worn away its body, and even its self-awareness has become indifferent, leaving only those rigid rules enslaving mankind. Just like the way of heaven in this world now. But it is smarter, does not formulate so many frameworks, and allows the world to develop. Thunder punishment will only appear when there is a force that interferes with the origin of the world. After Suze completely replaced the original Tiandao, it has now regained some of its independent consciousness. Its previous situation is also what Su Zhe is most worried about now. But at least for now, he has all kinds of cares and emotions to maintain his sense of self, and also trying to find a solution. For example, now the whole world is worshipping him as a god, with many powers of faith. Even if he uses this method to fix his own humanity, he can still have the confidence to defeat the opponent while possessing half of the way of heaven. Facing Su Qi, who was concentrating all his strength to kill him, Su Zhe grabbed Xianyuan's sword's head with his backhand and turned him into its prototype. Then he swung his sword casually. This sword was unremarkable, far less shocking than the violent thunder punishment and the nuclear explosions all over the sky. But he directly released the black energy from Su Qi's body. The body that it took more than 2 days to occupy was taken away so easily. Also leaving together was the half of heaven. No, give it back to me. Hysterical shouts came from the black air. Su Zhe had no choice but to swing another sword. This sword turned the remnants left behind by chance into nothingness, leaving not a single bit left. He didn't even use his own half of the power of heaven. Then he picked up Su Qi's body that had not yet landed on the ground and stuffed his soul back. While waiting to wake up, Su Zhe patted his head. Yes, I almost forgot about this. Su Zhe flew up, looked for a direction, and then the third sword came out. On Fuso Island. The Fuso people who were lucky enough to survive are rejoicing in their survival on only half of the remaining land. And he gloated about the fact that in the United States, which was completely wiped out by nuclear bombs and had the largest volcanic eruption, no one probably survived. Haha, the one who lives to the end will have the last laugh. Now I no longer have to bow to the Americans. But Xiagua's performance is a bit too strong. He is not even afraid of nuclear bombs. But it doesn't matter. It's not like they haven't been a dog to Xiagua, so they can just treat it as a version rollback. At this moment, a straight line of clouds seemed to fly from the sky, with strange and bizarre shapes, crossing the sky. In an instant, it swept across the remaining half of Fuso Island, and then sank completely with bursts of wailing sounds. Not a single trace was left. This sword obviously went beyond the scope of Su Zhe's promise to the Thunder Punishment Giant. But the giant didn't show any sign, and instead gradually dissipated. Perhaps it was Su Zhe's 3 swords that frightened it. At the last moment before dissipating, a mark fell into Su Zhe's hand. This is Su Zhe, who was originally waiting for the heavenly laws of this world to exclude him, didn't expect anything. Then he took Su Qi, who had regained consciousness, back to his parents. Su Qi said with a sad face when he saw Su Zhe coming over to clean up his mess. No, you have done a great job. Not only did you complete the task, but you also solved several countries that I hate. And you also know how to leave half a Fusang for Dad to vent his anger on. Well done. When Su Zhe took the Xianyuan sword, he instantly knew what had happened in the past few days from him. This is why he swung the third sword. Even if there is no such reason, you may still take action. When Su Zhe took his son to meet his parents, the mark he obtained from the Thunder Punishment Giant suddenly flew to Xiao Su and was imprinted on his forehead. No, are you still coming? Then the passage opened again. Su Zhe knew this was Tiandao's way of treating guests. He also felt a strong suction force from the opposite side. After all, he was the incarnation of heaven. He couldn't leave for too long and had to go back. But he felt that he seemed to be able to control this channel, which meant, Mom and Dad, can you come with me? Not only that, he also discovered that the passage was completely open this time. In the space of imaginary numbers, a connection seems to be formed between the two worlds. They no longer drift away passing each other, but stick together tightly. In other words, he can use this mark to open the channel at any time. Even though he can't leave at will, he can let others come and go freely. Thanks. Su Zhe thanked the dark clouds in the sky. Su Zhe told his parents everything he discovered, hoping that they could go there with him. But after they looked at each other, they smiled and shook their heads. Why? Mom and Dad, is there anyone here that you can't let go of? But you can come back to see them at any time. Jinling stroked Su Zhe's cheek and said, My child, it's okay for your parents to know that you are still well. Your dad and I can do more things if we stay here. These children have been with us for so long. We can't just leave them behind. Jinling looked at the others, including He Ji, and said, Although they only played an icing on the cake this time, The opening of the channel also means the feasibility of research. Their research is no longer just to find Suze, but has taken on a new meaning. Seeing that his parents were so determined, Suze couldn't force himself. Mom and Dad, I will let little Kaiduo come back to see you. Hey, no problem. We will visit your place from time to time. With this experience, Jinling believes that it won't be long before they can open the space-time channel on their own and take the initiative to see Suze. After all, this is the goal that I have insisted on for so many years, and I have never given up. Just when Suze was about to leave, a clear and short cough came from behind. Ahem. Suze knew who it was when he heard the sound. He turned around slightly embarrassed and saw Su Yao with a sad face. Aren't you going to say something to me? What am I? Don't talk nonsense. I want to go over to your place and say hello to my sisters from another world. I've already said hello to them. Not far away, Su Yiming and his wife were visiting the base and kept sighing. Seeing Suze looking at them, he immediately waved to him. Not long ago, they finally arrived here under Su Yao's guidance. They hang out with some children every day now, and they have almost forgotten that I exist. Su Yao complained. Besides, aren't the two worlds more than 3 times different in time? I went to your place to stay for 3 days, and it was only 1 day when I came back. What are you afraid of? These words touched Suze instantly. He finally stopped escaping and took Su Yao's hand. I really hope, I'm just afraid you will mind. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's all me anyway. Su Qi on the side saw this and knew that he was really going to have a baby mother now. Before leaving, Suze also left a pair of fairy fruits for Su Yiming and his wife. After all, they are taking away their daughter, and they must ensure that everyone can live a long and healthy life. Then, under the watchful eyes of his parents, he held Su Yao's hand with one hand and led Su Qi into the space-time passage with the other. On the other side, seeing Su Qi and Suze appear intact, Su Yao also cried with joy and showed a look of relief. Then he saw his other self next to Suze, and the two of them holding hands together. His face changed slightly, and his smile returned in an instant. But Suze still caught that look. He swallowed slightly and cheered himself up in his mind. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. They are all your own wings. You can make them fly away. I will take it. End of extra chapter.